Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, Shinji Matou at your service. Chapter 401 to 450, Chapter 401, Gord's Discovery. 1,130 words. Did I get hit? Siegfried's heart sank slightly. The injury on his body wasn't the issue. With the protection of the armor of Fafnir, the previous strike only grazed him. A wound about 2 centimeters long that only shed a single drop of blood indicated how minor the injury was. The real problem lay in what this result concealed. Firstly, most straightforwardly, like the Black Lancer Karna, his opponent possessed the power to break through the armor of Fafnir with a single strike. Secondly, and most puzzling to Siegfried, he had dodged the previous strike, so why was he still injured? Opposite him, Artoria's gaze swept over Siegfried's chest, seemingly reaching some conclusion. The wound was exceptionally shallow, suggesting this was the legendary invulnerability from bathing in a dragon's blood. However, Artoria stomped on the ground, launching herself like a cannonball. The tip of the cannonball was the point of her slender longsword. As long as she could inflict wounds, it wasn't a problem. 1 strike wasn't enough? If 2 weren't enough, then 4. Siegfried twisted his wrist, using the broad spine of his greatsword as a shield to block Artoria's thrust. Generally, without understanding the opponent's methods, one should avoid their edge and observe calmly. But from the previous exchange, Siegfried had already discerned that his opponent's agility surpassed his own. His weapon, a massive greatsword, was heavy. Simply avoiding strikes would only give his opponent more opportunities. It was better to continue clashing head-on rather than give the opponent more chances. With the armor of Fafnir for protection and his master's support, Siegfried didn't mind getting injured. In the moment he made up his mind, Artoria's thrust hit Siegfried's sword shield. Taking advantage of her momentum, Artoria's strength overpowered Siegfried, forcing him back 3 steps. However, after 3 steps, Siegfried immediately regained his footing and, seizing the moment when Artoria's strength waned, swung his sword in retaliation. Artoria's swordplay shifted fluidly from agile to forceful and domineering, once again clashing head-on with Siegfried's greatsword. Another rapid exchange followed, with destructive forces blowing Siegfried's long hair and tangling the plume of Artoria's helmet, but neither's resolve wavered. The sound of swords clashing was especially clear in the silent night, and the sparks from their blades were particularly dazzling under the dark sky. Swing, swing, swing. Thrust, thrust, thrust. Slash, chop, pierce, smash. Swipe, flick, lift, slice. Black Saber Siegfried maintained a solemn expression, whether attacking or defending, advancing or retreating, without any fluctuations. The great sword, nearly as tall as he was, extended from his arm like an extension of his will, creating wave after wave of sword light. Black Lancer Artoria alternated between single-handed and two-handed grips, leaving behind a dazzling array of sword shadows and generating heart-pounding sword pressure, making her moves unpredictable. The only constant was her composure, equally matched with Siegfried's. Each clash of their swords stirred up a small storm, and each collision of their blades echoed with a thunderous roar on the battlefield. The deserted forest outside Triphos protested, screamed, and was ultimately ravaged and destroyed by the two's defiance of physical laws. Siegfried and Artoria continued their unyielding duel, reaching their 20th exchange. This time, their clash turned into a pure test of strength, with their swords pressing against each other. Under normal circumstances, with comparable strength, Artoria, who possessed Mana Burst, would have the upper hand. But Artoria's slender sword wasn't suited for such contests of brute force, and in the end, she was only able to match Siegfried. Just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch, Gords, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "So that's it, Lancer, I know the secret of your weapon." Upon hearing this, Siegfried's pupils contracted sharply, and Artoria's momentum also faltered. Noticing the change in both of them, Gords felt a surge of satisfaction and continued, "It's air. You compress air with magic, enveloping your sword, which is why it has such destructive power and can deceive Saber's vision. Saber, don't be fooled by her sword. It's much larger than it appears." After the 2 battles with Achilles, Gord's mindset had shifted. The regret of almost wasting a command spell made him reluctant to interfere in the battles between servants, and it also helped him adjust his attitude. Although he had put on an arrogant front before the fight began, once the battle commenced, he stopped speaking and silently observed. In the first exchange, Siegfried was injured. Naturally, Gords was anxious, but having the prior experience of fighting Karna, he wasn't overly panicked. Perhaps this was another top-tier servant? If worst came to worst, he could use multiple healing spells as before. The continuous emergence of strong opponents had shattered Gord's arrogance, and he began following Fiori advice, suppressing his anxiety and placing trust in his servant. This is how people are. When their mindset is unbalanced, they can't see even the simplest things. Once they calm down, their perspective broadens considerably. Soon enough, Gords indeed identified the problem. There was something peculiar about Lancer's sword. Despite not being a noble phantasm, it could clash head-on with Saber's sword without bending in the slightest. This was a thin sword. Under normal circumstances, if a similarly material greatsword struck a thin sword, it wouldn't be surprising if it broke directly. Not to mention, Siegfried's weapon was a fantastical greatsword forged by the Nibelungen race, with materials far superior to Astolfo's decorative thin sword. Although Gords had many flaws, one had to admit that he was the world's greatest alchemy master, second only to the Einsburns. Only such a person could spot the difference at a glance. From that moment on, Gords no longer focused on the two servants. Instead, he concentrated on Lancer's sword, using his accumulated experience in alchemy to analyze the possibilities. It wasn't enhancement magic. It wasn't an alchemical transformation. These were his specialties, and it was easy to tell if they were in use. It wasn't an enchantment or inscription magic either, as those would have visible traits on the weapon's surface. One by one, he proposed possibilities and ruled them out. Fully absorbed, Gords felt as if he were back in his workshop, continuously conducting magical experiments to find an answer to a problem. Finally, in the 20th exchange, when Siegfried seized an opportunity to force Artoria into a contest of strength, Gords found the answer at the point where their swords crossed. Siegfried's greatsword wasn't making direct contact with Artoria's thin sword, there was a minuscule gap between them. In this gap, Gords sensed a special kind of magic. Under the influence of this magic, the air in the gap became harder than steel. Suddenly, all the clues fell into place. Chapter 402, The Dragon Slayer. 1116 words. Upon hearing Gord's explanation, Siegfried quickly reacted. The plus in his B+ strength attribute burst forth, doubling the power in his arm. What does doubling strength mean? When strength reaches B level, it can already be measured in tons. Doubling that. Artoria was equivalent to being hit by a car traveling at 60 km per hour. Fortunately, the nearby trees had already been destroyed by their earlier clashes, otherwise, Artoria would have shared Siegfried's fate from a few minutes ago, being slammed through several trees in succession. Of course, this was beneficial for Artoria. With no trees to block her, she would be flung farther away, making it harder for Siegfried to pursue. Additionally, Artoria's maneuver of manipulating the atmosphere during her flight to accelerate herself further completely thwarted Siegfried's pursuit. Artoria flew a full 50 meters through the air. The first thing she did upon landing was check her weapon. Siegfried's final burst had indeed pierced through the highly compressed air and touched the blade of her thin sword. Fortunately, the blade remained straight and bright, which relieved Artoria. The invisible air had absorbed most of the force, leaving the remaining power insufficient to cause irreparable damage to the thin sword. Yes, the secret behind Artoria and Siegfried's clash, where they could inflict damage without their blades touching, was her noble phantasm, invisible air. Weapon-type noble phantasms are often limited by their class, but other types of noble phantasms face fewer restrictions. Artoria's most commonly used noble phantasm, invisible air, falls into the latter category. This is a low-ranking but very practical noble phantasm. Its essence lies in manipulating wind, or in other words, the atmosphere. It can be used to change the refractive index of light, rendering her weapon invisible. Because the Excalibur is so famous to the extent that it can be recognized by its appearance alone without the need for a true name release, Artoria uses invisible air to hide the holy sword whenever she materializes in the saber class, preventing her true name from being revealed. This strategy isn't wrong, but it does waste the potential of invisible air. During King Arthur's campaigns, she developed various uses for it. For example, it could increase the speed of her or her horse, sweep away enemies in one blow, or use the wind as a blade to enhance the weapon's destructive power, whether it be a sword or a spear. During a contest of strength, she used the latter. Specifically, she highly compressed the atmosphere to create an invisible air sword that enveloped the tangible thin sword. In other words, the thin sword was merely a framework for shaping the external air sword, which was her true weapon. When used single-handedly, the compressed air could change the form, either increasing Artoria's speed or injuring enemies with wind blades. Both the air sword and wind blades inflict physical damage rather than being classified as a noble phantasm. Thus, despite invisible air being only C rank, it could still break through the armor of Fafnir under the influence of B rank strength and the mana burst skill. Due to the invisibility, this attack is nearly impossible to defend against. Even top-tier servants like Siegfried inevitably suffer injuries. Coupled with the poor visibility at midnight, Siegfried was hit 3 times in 20 exchanges without discerning the cause. The Night King thought it would take at least another 20 exchanges before being seen through, but Gords revealed the secret in one sentence. Holding the sword horizontally in her right hand and running her left hand along the blade, Artoria recondensed the air dispersed by Siegfried. She glanced with mild surprise at the stout man, whom she considered morally questionable. Indeed, a person's character and abilities are not directly correlated. Gords didn't notice Artoria's gaze, he was still immersed in his joy. Without relying on command spells, he had used his strength and insight to uncover the secret of the Black Lancer's sword, creating an opportunity for his servant. This feeling. It was simply fantastic. When he came to his senses, Gords found himself looking into Siegfried's eyes. In them, Gords saw gratitude and a hint of recognition. These were details he would never have noticed before. Even if he had noticed, he would have ignored them. He might have even scoffed, thinking, a mere puppet dares to recognize its master? But at this moment, he felt nothing but joy, a joy so intense that it shook his fat, making him want to shout. No, he already had. Go, Saber. Defeat Lancer for me. Siegfried didn't understand why his master was so excited, but he didn't think much of it. He faithfully executed his master's command. A voice in the back of his mind told him that he could now receive more support and unleash greater power. Am I also being influenced by my master? Well, it's not bad. Taking a deep breath, he let this fighting spirit infuse his entire being, causing his battle aura to surge and boil. If, a moment ago, he was like a mountain, majestic but not particularly dangerous, now he had become an ocean, with turbulent undercurrents lurking beneath its calm surface, ready to engulf anyone at any moment. Then, the undercurrents surfaced, and sword energy surged. Along with the sword energy spread an indescribable power. Gords couldn't sense this power, nor could the other participants in the great battle. Only Artoria could. It was the feeling of a cheetah eyeing an antelope, a griffin targeting a stallion, the feeling of being watched by a natural enemy. This feeling was like an instinct. Even if the antelope could potentially ram the cheetah to death, or the stallion had the strength to kick the griffin to death, they would still feel danger and even fear when confronted. In the moment when her body's instincts protested to her brain, Artoria recalled the greatest legend of Siegfried's life, battling the evil dragon Fafnir, which had destroyed thousands of villages, and ultimately killing the dragon with his human strength. He was a true dragon slayer. When this legend was sung and glorified by the people, he gained an advantage over all dragons and those with dragon attributes. And she, Artoria Pendragon, known also as the Red Dragon of Britain, indeed possessed the dragon factor, placing her squarely within Siegfried's realm of advantage. Previously, Artoria's low-level dragon attribute, combined with the advantage provided by invisible air, had allowed her to dominate the battle without much influence. But now, with Siegfried's fighting spirit soaring and his desire to attack growing stronger, the pressure he exerted also intensified. The great sword that once slew the evil dragon Fafnir swung down, and the dragon slayer bared his fangs. Chapter 403, Farewell. 2,109 words. In this Holy Grail War, Jeanne d'Arc was summoned as ruler. She carefully inspected the forest where the second battle took place, involving Red Berserker, Black Berserker, and Rider, as well as the skirmish involving Red Rider and Archer, Black Saber, Assassin, and Archer. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. The only damage was to the trees knocked down during the battle. Moreover, the destruction didn't affect a large area of the forest. Of course, if Red Lancer Karna, the radiant great hero, had joined the battle, the forest might have turned into a scorched wasteland. Jeanne didn't witness the battle firsthand because she couldn't arrive in time. Although her perception is tens of times that of ordinary servants, the ordinary servant's perception range is only about 100 meters. Tens of times that is only a few kilometers, and beyond that, she couldn't do much except roughly detect through the scattering of holy water. When she sensed the entry of 3 red servants and the departure of 6 black servants from the castle to intercept them, she immediately left the church where she was staying and rushed to the outskirts. Unfortunately, the battlefield was a deserted wilderness, and the saint had no means of transport other than her legs. Despite having A-rank agility, which gave her car-like speed, running at full speed would exhaust her body before she reached her destination. Therefore, she had to move at a speed her body could endure. By the time she covered the dozens of kilometers, the battle was over, and both sides had returned to their bases. All that was left for Jeanne were 2 battlefields that didn't need cleaning. Based on the traces left at the scene and her perception before arriving, Jeanne roughly reconstructed the situation. The black side's main force intercepted Red Berserker, while Saber and Assassin intercepted the supporting Red Archer and Rider. In the end, Red Berserker was captured, and the other 2 retreated. This battle concluded with a loss for the red side. All in all, it was a very ordinary battle, Jeanne concluded. Although there were many servants, there was nothing suspicious at the scene. Despite this, a lingering cloud of unease remained in her heart. Red Lancer Karna was a hero of high virtue. The only reason he would try to take her life would be a command from his master. Indeed, the problem lay with the Red Masters. She needed to find a way to contact them. Unfortunately, neither side's masters seemed to appear in this battle. The black side was entrenched in Millennia Castle, and the Red Masters, who should have been attacking, were also nowhere to be seen. Considering that this war was still in its early stages, this situation was understandable. Most masters in the Holy Grail War are magus, who are often less knowledgeable about warfare and more fearful of death than ordinary people. They might be observing from a safe place, just like the black side. In any case, tonight's battle was over. Just as she thought this, she felt a wave of exhaustion. It seemed she was already very tired. Technically, it wasn't Jeanne d'Arc as ruler who felt this fatigue. The one truly needing sleep was the body of Laetitia. It was now late at night, and after running for dozens of kilometers, though most actions were carried out by the Jeanne vessel, Jeanne was still relying on Laetitia's body, so feeling tired was natural. That said, since servants don't need sleep, Jeanne found this long-forgotten feeling somewhat novel. However, this novelty couldn't resist the body's demand for sleep. No, I can't, not now. Rationally, she knew she should return to the city, to the church, and sleep in the bed in the attic room, but her eyelids grew heavier. She pressed her hand against a tree trunk to support herself, but it wasn't enough. In desperation, she pinched her cheek hard, the pain sharpening her consciousness a bit. What an inconvenient body. Due to the incomplete summoning, although she could maintain this state for a while, once she exceeded her limits, she might lose consciousness as if a switch had been flipped. How to deal with this problem would have to be considered later. Now, she needed to use holy water to locate the servants. If there were no issues, she could end the day. 4 black servants and 1 red servant were inside the castle. The red servant seemed to be Berserker, who had successfully swapped masters. This wasn't against the rules, master and servant exchanges were quite common. Wait a moment. Are there not 2 servants missing? There should be 6 servants residing within the fortress. So, where did the other 2 go? Expanding the search area. Found them, moving in the opposite direction from me. the two are acting together, perhaps on patrol. At that moment, another small dot representing a servant appeared in the scattered holy water. The seventh servant of the Black faction, yes, it's Black. All the Black faction's servants are present? Confirming this, Jean shook off her drowsiness. She needed to meet the last servant of the Black faction. As a referee, it's necessary to gather information on every servant. If she missed today, the next opportunity might not come so easily. As she stepped forward once again, little did she know that her judgment was completely wrong. The two Black servants were not on patrol but in battle, and the newly appeared dot was Astolfo, who was fleeing with Sieg. With the help of the hippogriff, Astolfo and Sieg's escape speed increased by dozens of times. The distance that previously took dozens of minutes to walk now flew by in the blink of an eye. "Wahoo!" Astolfo shouted excitedly, flying freely in the sky for the first time since being summoned. "I've wanted to do this for so long. How about it? Isn't my hippogriff awesome? What do you think?" This you naturally referred to the homunculus Sieg sitting behind Astolfo. Never having seen such a vast expanse, the homunculus was so stunned by the scene that he couldn't speak, only nodding woodenly until his chin hit Astolfo's neck, bringing him back to his senses. He mumbled, ah. Astolfo turned around, patted Sieg on the shoulder, and gave him a bright smile. "This won't do at all. You're already free now. In the future, you'll see many more people and many more beautiful scenery. You have to enjoy your life." I remember there was something called an airplane in this era. It seems it can fly higher than my hippogriff. You should try it if you get the chance. Airplane. The knowledge he was given included such things, but it was just knowledge, he had never truly seen one. Can I really try an airplane? Sieg felt his mind in turmoil. Yes, you can. Seeing Sieg's bewildered expression, Astolfo encouraged him, but before that, you need to be stronger and more assertive. Come, shout with me, Wahoo! Wahoo! Sieg opened his mouth, trying to imitate Astolfo, but only managed an awkward exhale. Can't do it? Astolfo turned his head, seeing Sieg's flushed face, and patted his shoulder helplessly. Never mind, you'll get better with practice, we've arrived, hippogriff. Responding to its master's call, the hippogriff let out a short cry, drawing an arc in the sky and spiraling down to land. Heave-ho! Astolfo hopped off the hippogriff's back and then helped Sieg down. I can only take you this far. You'll have to walk the rest of the way on your own. These two paths lead to different villages, both quite remote, so there shouldn't be any magus. The last path leads to a city called Sigasora, much larger than Trifaz. It's also a good choice. Well, this crossroads seems to be a new chapter in your life. This place was on the outskirts of the Trifaz region, dozens of kilometers from the battlefield where Astolfo and Sieg flew from. It wouldn't be sensed by servants, had no detection-bounded fields, and couldn't be seen by golems. Astolfo had secretly found this perfect spot on the map in Shinji's room, under the watchful eyes of Shinji and Chiron. Aren't you coming with me? Sieg tugged on Astolfo's red cloak. I'm a servant, and I have to go back. Once I return, my master will force me to reveal your location and might even use a command spell. It's so annoying. Why do command spells have to exist? Astolfo angrily shook his pigtail. In any case, I can't defy my master's orders, so I can't take you to a safe place. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Ryder, you didn't do anything wrong. That's true. One innocent, one natural, their interaction was simple. Although there shouldn't be any danger here, you must be careful on the road. Conserve your strength and mana, and be ready to use magic at any time. Okay, got it. I'm still a bit worried. How about I lend you a noble phantasm? Let me see, Trap of Argalia, the Book of Universal Magic, Hippogriff, N. Astolfo mumbled as he began to manifest his noble phantasms. Sieg quickly stopped him. No need. These are your noble phantasms, you need them to fight, and I can't use them anyway. Oh, right. The sword I could have given you was already given to Lancer. Next time, I'll ask Assassin to make some items for you. He seems quite good at that. Ah, right, take this. Astolfo said, pulling a seashell from his pocket. And this is? This is an item made by Assassin. If you inject mana and break it open, you can communicate with us. Once you find a safe place, make sure to let us know. Okay. Thank you, Ryder. Sieg nodded firmly. Is there anything I can do for you? Astolfo showed a slightly sad expression, then slowly shook his head. No, there's nothing. You've already been freed from this battle and you're now free, so just live according to your will. Astolfo smiled gently, like a girl, covering his cheeks with his hands. Then, as if moved, he pulled Sieg's head close and gently brushed his hair with his hand. After a moment, Astolfo finally let him go. All right, you should go now. I'll figure out how to deal with things on my end. Hearing these words urging him to leave, Sieg nodded and started to step back. Although his movements were slow, the distance between them gradually increased. Astolfo waved at him reluctantly at first, but then decisively nodded and leapt back onto the hippogriff, slowly ascending. What should I do now? Sieg shouted at Astolfo, who was getting further and further from the ground. Astolfo leaned down and shouted back with a big smile. Do whatever you want. Now, you can do anything. You can meet all kinds of people in the city, like or dislike whoever you want, and live a joyful life of your own. I see, that does sound like a joyful thing, Sieg thought. Although there was still a thin layer of discomfort somewhere in his heart, he tried his best to avoid thinking about it. Astolfo sighed contentedly. Ah, that homunculus can now walk on his legs. Although his body is still fragile, one day he will become a true man. That should be good enough. But what should I do? Once I go back, my master will tie me up. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll let things take their course. Instantly putting such boring thoughts behind him, Astolfo guided his hippogriff back towards Millennia Castle. On the ground, Sieg walked forward slowly. His feet stepped strongly forward, leaving shallow footprints on the frozen ground. Yet, even so, his steps seemed somewhat sluggish. With every step he took, he would look up at the gradually receding figure of Astolfo. Even after he could no longer see the hippogriff, his steps remained slow and halting. Ugh, why is this happening? Even though he had learned to walk, even though he had decided to go to the village, even though his body was functioning perfectly, why were his feet so difficult to move? I should have asked Ryder how to move my feet. As he said these words, the homunculus realized that he was once again alone. At the same time, he understood that he would never see Ryder again. Ugh! It felt as if something was tightly constricting his chest, causing a sharp pain. But he still tried hard to ignore this pain and forced himself to move forward. Chapter 404, Artoria's Progress. 1341 words. The Dragon Slayer ability's effectiveness against dragon attributes manifests in two specific ways. First, it provides an anti-dragon boost, increasing damage. Originally, a sword slash would result in a 3mm deep wound. With the Dragon Slayer boost, the same slash would deepen the wound to 4 or even 5mm. The exact boost depends on the skill level and the degree of the opponent's dragon attribute. Second, it has a psychological impact. The suppression Artoria feels instinctively comes from this reason. Of course, Artoria's will is exceptionally strong, having borne the weight of all of Britain as a young girl. Now, without any lingering obsessions, her mind is harmonious and flawless. The pressure from the Dragon Slayer is formidable, but it's not unbearable. However, being able to withstand it doesn't mean being unaffected. The pressure from innate instincts will always exist unless the dragon factor within her is removed, affecting Artoria's performance. Her full strength of 100% is reduced to 95. If Siegfried's momentum increases, it could drop to 90. Don't underestimate the difference of 5 or 10 points. In a duel between masters, even a 1-point difference can decide victory, let alone 5 or 10. Coupled with the anti-dragon damage boost, Artoria has already lost half the battle before it even begins. This isn't an exaggeration. The differences in compatibility between servants are vast. Compared to Siegfried being helpless against Achilles, Artoria is much better off, at least she isn't completely powerless. Based on Shinji's understanding of Artoria, even if she has the power to fight, she is ultimately doomed to lose. Siegfried's advantages are just too overwhelming. Their basic attributes and physical capabilities are roughly equal, neither can overpower the other. In terms of swordsmanship, Artoria, trained since childhood and tempered by battlefield experience, is undoubtedly top tier. But that's limited to human standards and hasn't surpassed human limits. Siegfried, however, has truly stepped into the non-human realm, a whole level above. Even with instinct and mana burst, it's hard to bridge this gap. For noble phantasms, both have 2. Artoria has 1 A++ and 1 C, Siegfried has 1 A+ and 1 B+. Averaging out, Siegfried still has the advantage, not to mention his armor of Farnir, which ranks among the top 10 in practical noble phantasms. With its protection, Siegfried has a high margin for error, while Artoria's margin is reduced to 0 due to the Dragon Slayer anti-dragon trait. With the invisible air shattered, unless Artoria retrieves her scabbard like last time, or Siegfried makes an irreparable mistake, Artoria stands no chance of winning. Or so it should be, but reality is different. After hundreds of rounds of fierce battle, Siegfried, having exerted his swordsmanship and dragon-slaying prowess to the fullest, still couldn't gain an advantage over Artoria. Desperate, Gords had to report the situation truthfully to Darnik and request reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Shinji was stunned, his mind repeatedly turning over one question: how could my Artoria be so strong? Could it be that after transforming from a girl to a mature woman, not only did she understand people's hearts better, but her combat power also skyrocketed? This isn't scientific. In his bewilderment, Shinji forgot that this world encompasses both science and the mystical. The one who made a master-servant pact with him is no longer the Artoria he remembered. The Artoria he remembered was the original Saber from the Fate series, contracted with the Counter-Force to participate in the Holy Grail War, her strength based on her last battle in life. Now, however, she has broken the time lock, having spent 1,500 years in Avalon as an immortal being. 1,500 years, enough time for even a pig to become a sage, let alone the world-renowned King of Knights, the Red Dragon of Britain. Though Artoria spent most of these 1,500 years like a dragon, mostly asleep, with little waking time, her memory remained untainted by time. But having signed a contract with the Counter-Force, aware that she might fight for humanity or the planet, she trained in both swordsmanship and spear skills whenever she was awake. More astonishingly, Artoria wasn't alone in Avalon, there was also Merlin. As her teacher, Merlin taught Artoria most of her skills through dreams, as entering dreams is as easy as breathing for this nightmare magus. Due to Merlin's pampering and indulgence, whenever Artoria wanted to train, Merlin would weave dreams for her filled with whatever monsters she needed. As an immortal top-tier voyeur who could observe the entire world, there wasn't a monster Merlin hadn't seen. Even if you wanted to fight a god, Merlin could create one in the dream, with a realism surpassing 80%. Honestly, Artoria herself didn't know exactly how strong she had become, only that she kept getting stronger. Even if it was just a little every day, no, every month, after 1,500 years, the accumulation was considerable. Any deficiencies she had were gradually filled over time. To this day, her first-rate swordsmanship has reached the divine realm through dream battles, and her greatest reliance, instinct, has upgraded from A to A++. At this moment, she is undoubtedly the strongest among the Knights of the Round Table. Even if Lancelot, wielding the Arondite, were resurrected, or Gawain at the peak of the numeral of the saint, they would not be her match. If Artoria were more accustomed to her mature form, even with Siegfried's Dragon Slayer bonus, she could still gain the upper hand. Of course, victory wasn't assured, just like Siegfried against Karna, without a chance to unleash her noble phantasm, and with the opponent having armor of Fafnir and renewed stance, fighting for days and nights would still prevent Siegfried's defeat. Even if she couldn't win, she could wear him down. This is Siegfried's capital as a top-tier servant. For this reason, Gords contacted Darnik, hoping to use the strength of multiple servants to take down Artoria. If she could be used for their side, great, if not, they could seize the opportunity to eliminate her. Darnik couldn't refuse such a rational proposal, so he quickly gathered forces to support Siegfried. Unfortunately, the Master of Black Assassin was among the reinforcements. As soon as the support team set off, they received the message. Knowing she couldn't continue the fight, Artoria unleashed a maximum power mana burst to force Siegfried back, then softly called, "Dun Stallion." A loud neigh, accompanied by the sound of the earth shaking, announced its arrival, a white warhorse clad in silver horse armor. The warhorse was very fast. Just as its features became clear, it had already arrived in front of Artoria. The warhorse was very intelligent, choosing its path intentionally, passing right in front of Gord's, scaring him pale, and forcing Siegfried to protect his master. Although the warhorse wasn't a noble phantasm, it wasn't something Gord's could withstand. Taking advantage of the gap, Artoria flipped onto the horse's back. Continuing this fight would be pointless, let's end it here. Black Saber, through your sword, I can sense that you are an excellent and upright knight. Why then, do you let your master act against the knight's creed without advising or stopping him? Are you true to your knightly vows? Hearing the female knight's stern question, Siegfried moved his lips but ultimately remained silent. Artoria snorted slightly in disappointment. I hope next time I see you, both you and your master will have changed. If all of Black Faction are like this, I would rather go forward alone. With that, the white horse galloped away, carrying its master into the night, leaving behind Siegfried silently sheathing his sword and a disgraced Gord's. PS1, Renewed Stance, Ranka. The ability to disengage from battle and reset the situation. It restores skill conditions to their initial values and forcefully removes several negative statuses. PS2, Artoria's swordsmanship isn't highly ranked. Typically, she relies on her attributes, instinct, and the advantage of an invisible sword when fighting. Without these, purely comparing techniques, she might not even match up to a spear-wielding lancer. Chapter 405, Dun Stallion. 1102 words. The white horse Dun Stallion and the black horse Lamrii are both beloved steeds of King Arthur. Although they are not magical beasts or phantasmal creatures, their ability to bear the Night King's campaigns north and south makes them exceptional among prized horses. Just the sheer strength of Artoria alone is something ordinary horses could not withstand. This time, accompanying Artoria in battle is the white horse Dun Stallion. This is an all-around warhorse with impeccable leg strength, endurance, and speed. It can traverse mountains and valleys as if walking on flat ground, and its short-distance bursts can rival a sports car. Even when compared to a car produced by another BMW company, it wouldn't be outshined. Of course, since it does not exceed the concept of a horse, it has no attack power and is not considered a noble phantasm. However, for Artoria, providing a platform and mobility for her lance is sufficient. This is also why Shinji, knowing that Siegfried counters Artoria, still dares to send her to intercept Siegfried. Even if she couldn't win, she could always escape. Indeed, Artoria saving Sieg was not a coincidence but an inevitability. As soon as Darnik issued the order to hunt down Sieg, Shinji contacted Artoria to rescue him at a designated location. The purpose, naturally, was to prevent Siegfried from rescuing Sieg. Astolfo's escape route was confirmed through a terrain map left by Shinji. He knew precisely where they might be caught or ambushed. Artoria found Sieg and Astolfo earlier than Gord's. However, seeing that they were not in danger, she did not reveal herself and merely followed them from afar using the invisibility of the Hades cloak. It wasn't until Siegfried subdued Astolfo and Gord's, in his rage, was about to kill Sieg, that she used Mana Burst to save him. Under her master's command, Dun Stallion ran 10 kilometers in one breath before stopping. Maintaining his stance ready to materialize her lance at any moment, Artoria vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. After confirming there was no one around, she relaxed her virtual grip and gently stroked her beloved horse's mane. It should be safe here. Thank you, Dun. The intelligent horse, Dun Stallion, raised its head in response to its master's touch and snorted as if reminding her of something. Almost forgot, we're still in Triphos. Realizing this, Artoria quickly dismounted. As soon as she left the horse's back, Dun Stallion dissolved, turning into spirit particles and dissipating into the air. The next second, a sharp gust of wind spread out from Artoria, blurring the surrounding scenery as the atmosphere became turbulent and light distorted. The invisible air, fully released. It's worth noting that this time the release had no substantial lethality. There were no enemies around Artoria. She did this purely to disrupt any potential surveillance magic in the area, creating an opportunity to don her cloak. Once she wore the cloak, all surveillance magic would fail, making it difficult for any pursuers to detect her presence. In terms of invisibility, the Hades cloak is among the best. Some might ask, if the Hades cloak is so powerful, why not wear it outright? The answer is simple. Shinji was wearing this cloak when summoned, and all the other members of the Black Faction had seen it. If Artoria wore it openly, all of Shinji's plans would be ruined. Therefore, before lending the cloak, Shinji had instructed that she must not let outsiders see her wearing it. Hence, Artoria's method of reappearing from invisibility involves taking off the cloak first and putting it on requires the cover of the invisible air. After completing all this, Artoria, now in a state of invisibility, let out a long breath. Siegfried alone had put considerable pressure on her, and there was always the possibility of Vlad III and Chiron appearing. A resilient, nearly indestructible swordsman. A top-tier archer with pinpoint accuracy and long-range sniping abilities. And lastly, an all-around lord with high base attributes, home field advantage, and virtually no weaknesses, controlling a vast area. Any two of them joining forces could severely injure her. If all three were present, she wouldn't even have the chance to escape unless Shinji were to openly defy and protect her to death. As a consequence, they would lose the magical supply from the Ygd Millennia family and might even have to use the 3 command spells they possess to counter Fiori command spells. Therefore, despite the accumulation of 1,500 years in Shinji's warnings, Artoria still found it hard to breathe. Compared to the last Holy Grail War, this one is more complex and more dangerous. Being the counterforces observer is indeed not easy. Stretching her arms to relax her tense body, Artoria began to gather mana to heal her injuries. The fight with Siegfried wasn't just a forced stalemate, it was a true equal match. While leaving dozens of wounds on Siegfried, she was also struck by his sword 3 times. Although the number of wounds on Siegfried was greater, the severity of Artoria's injuries was worse. There was no helping it, anti-dragon attacks are terrifyingly powerful. The magical armor that could withstand ordinary blades was easily pierced by Siegfried's sword. If she hadn't dodged in time, she might have been defeated. Fortunately, these injuries would heal after a good night's sleep, especially if she had some food to replenish her strength. At this thought, her flat stomach let out a grumble, as if in response and reminder. Better hurry back, Miss Reika and Jack-chan must have saved some supper for me. Muttering softly, Artoria used her upgraded instinct to find her direction and headed towards the pre-arranged rendezvous point. It was a village isolated from magecraft, with simple and honest folk. Reika had easily rented an unused small courtyard under the guise of a vacation and had purchased many local ingredients from the villagers. Just thinking about those fresh vegetables and milk made her stomach feel even emptier. Pressing her stomach to suppress the hunger, the Night King, having removed her armor and donned her cloak, quickened her pace. At that moment, she sensed an unusual servant's presence. The aura suggested that this servant belonged to neither the Red nor the Black faction. According to the knowledge granted by the Holy Grail, it must be a ruler, the Adjudicator. Stopping to think for a moment, Artoria decided to meet with this person. No one understood the current Holy Grail War better than the ruler, who had special privileges. Gaining her support would make fulfilling her role as an observer much easier. Soon, Artoria saw a young girl. Chapter 406, When Artoria Meets Jean. 1,241 words. When Artoria saw Jean, Jean also saw Artoria. It must be said that Jean's timing was quite fortunate. Had she arrived a dozen minutes earlier, she would have seen Astolfo returning after escorting Sieg. Had she arrived a few minutes later, Artoria would have already left. With the isolation provided by the Hades cloak, even the ruler would find it difficult to detect her. The moment Artoria saw Jean's face, she was stunned. That hair. That face shape. Those ears. Those eyebrows. That nose. And that mouth. Why do they look so familiar? It felt like looking into a mirror. Wait, isn't this my face? Who is she? How can she look exactly like me? It's no wonder Artoria was so shocked. Even an ordinary person would be startled to see someone who looks very similar to them on the street, let alone someone with Artoria's unique experiences. She vividly remembered that her sister Morgan had used magecraft to give birth to the taboo child Mordred, who looked exactly like her. Although she was certain that the girl in front of her was not Mordred, her first thought upon seeing that face was, could this be another one of her sister's tricks? One must understand that Morgan was both a lady of the lake and a great magus on par with Merlin. As long as she was alive, it wouldn't be surprising for her to pull off some strange magic. Unfortunately, when King Arthur died, Morgan was still alive and well. Of course, if Artoria could break the dimensional barrier and meet a guy named Takeuchi Takashi, she wouldn't be so surprised. What's the big deal about one look-alike? Characters with the same face could form a team, or even fight in a Holy Grail war. Unfortunately, Artoria didn't know Takeuchi Takashi, so she fell into confusion, standing there blankly, her eyes unfocused as she watched Jean approach. Are you the Black Lancer? Black Lancer? It's worth noting that at this moment, Artoria had already switched to her armored state, so only she could see Jean's face, while Jean couldn't see hers. Black Lancer? Jean asked for the third time, and Artoria finally snapped out of her daze with an ah, responding, servant, ruler? Yes. Jean nodded, then asked with some concern, are you alright? Nothing, Artoria responded reflexively, then realized something was off and asked, why are you asking me if something's wrong? Yeah, did something happen? Jean was a bit puzzled by the situation. You'll know soon enough. Artoria took a deep breath to calm herself, then removed her full-face helmet. This time, it was Jean's turn to be stunned. However, her reaction was much smaller compared to Artoria's. This was mainly because the current Artoria was in her more mature form, resembling an older sister, and thus appeared much more mature than Jean. There were still some differences in their appearances. Additionally, Jean didn't have Artoria's unique experiences, so for her, the resemblance was merely surprising, not confusing. You startled me. I didn't expect us to look so similar. If I lived a few more years, I might look more like you. And you are? Servant ruler, Jean d'Arc. Please take care of me, King of Knights of Britain. Saint Jean. The name awakened long-buried memories in Artoria. Back then, she had not yet let go of her obsessions. A mad caster had called her Jean, and the Queen of the Shadowland had also said she resembled Jean. So it's you. If it's you, then it's not surprising. Indeed, apart from the eyes, our faces are almost identical. Artoria wasn't surprised, but Jean found Artoria's calm attitude rather strange. Why do you say that? Because someone mistook me for you in another Holy Grail war. Perhaps it was an initial positive impression, or perhaps it was the sense of shared nobility, but Artoria did not hide the truth. Who was it? Gilles de Rice, he should be your comrade. Gilles. Jean's pupils contracted. He was her most steadfast supporter and ally. This bond remained unbroken until death. Countless memories surged to the forefront of her mind, the oaths sworn under the banner of the Fleur-de-Lis, the bloody battles on the front lines, and the shared laughter after the liberation of Orleans. All these thoughts eventually turned into a single sigh. All right? Artoria hesitated for a moment, then finally shook her head. Not well. He went mad, stubbornly mistaking me for you. Although we look very similar, there are many differences. If someone were familiar with you, they couldn't possibly mistake us. Moreover what? Moreover, after being summoned to the present world, he committed many crimes and ultimately tried to summon a monster to destroy an entire city. Gilles, he. The color drained from Jean's face instantly. Although she already knew Gilles de Rice's fate and the crimes he committed through the knowledge granted by the Holy Grail, hearing it from Artoria made it all the more real. She felt pained by this, yet she accepted it as a fact. However, when she heard that he had been summoned to the present world and still had not changed, her heart wavered. Gilles, are you still fixated on my death? Artoria silently watched the girl in front of her. She could understand these feelings. If Lancelot or Gawain had turned out this way, she would have reacted similarly. All she could do was wait wait for Jean to come to terms with it herself. She believed this girl, who was so similar to her, would find her way out. Because their resemblance extended beyond appearance to their spirits. After an unknown amount of time, Jean lifted her head, her voice hoarse as she asked, "What happened to Gillis in the end?" "He died, under my holy sword." Artoria's expression was calm, showing no concern that she had personally killed Jean's comrade. "I see." Jean's voice was very soft. When she looked up again, her eyes had regained their clarity. "Thank you, King of Knights, thank you for stopping him for me." "No need to thank me, if it were you, you would have done the same." "Yes." This trust lifted Jean's spirits significantly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Only then did she realize the oddity in their conversation. "Wait, how do you have memories of another Holy Grail war?" Heroic spirits are beings detached from the timeline, capable of being summoned in any era, past, or future. However, only the world itself can summon the original heroic spirits, while humans can only summon servant incarnations of these spirits. The information, soul, that constitutes a servant returns to the original spirit upon the servant's death. The original spirit can then understand the servant's actions as if reading a book, but this record is not inherited by newly summoned servants. In other words, servants do not retain memories of their previous summonings. Yet Artoria had these memories, which naturally surprised Jean. Could it be due to the command spell? Before Jean could ponder further, Artoria proudly declared, "Because I am special. P.S. Yes, I'm taller than you, and my chest is bigger too." P.S.2 Don't take the noble phantasm animation of Lancer Artoria seriously. At least, there hasn't been any other evidence found that Dun Stallion can fly. If you insist on explaining the noble phantasm, it could be said that the invisible air blew it up. Chapter 407, Sisters. 1186 words. Because I am special. This statement revealed Artoria's attitude. She intended to come clean with Jean, explaining her uniqueness and the mission she bore, seeking Jean's help. This wasn't a hasty decision but a conclusion reached after careful thought. If it were another ruler, Artoria might not have used such a direct and undisguised approach. She would have cautiously engaged, gradually assessing the situation before deciding whether to speak and if so, how much to reveal. The King of Knights may not be exceptionally clever, but having been a ruler of a nation, she possessed the necessary intelligence and prudence when calm. The reason for choosing this approach was simply that it was Jean, a person whom both Scathach and Artoria herself had recognized as having a similar character and spirit. With this premise, Artoria only needed to put herself in the role of ruler to find the answer. Mentioning Gillis de Rice also served as a test to see how Jean would respond in such a scenario. Jean's response satisfied Artoria, hence she straightforwardly claimed to be special. Special? Jean looked puzzled and somewhat wary. Could my anomaly be related to her? That's right. Let me put it this way, I grumble. Before she could finish, a strange noise interrupted them. Though it wasn't loud, it didn't escape the ears of the servants. Well, I'm also a bit special. I need to eat like ordinary people, otherwise, I get hungry. Jean lowered her head in embarrassment and explained softly. The grumbling had come from her stomach. Although she had eaten a full dinner at the church, the hours of travel and use of holy water for exploration had depleted her energy, requiring replenishment. I understand. Artoria nodded repeatedly. An empty stomach is a formidable enemy, only when full can one fight effectively. At first, Jean thought it was just a comforting remark to avoid awkwardness, but seeing Artoria's serious expression, she realized it was more than that. Do you think so? Of course. My stomach would have protested even earlier. If I hadn't sensed your presence, I would have already gone back to resupply. When it comes to eating, the great King of Knights never jokes. My place isn't far from here. If you don't mind, how about joining me for a meal? Miss Reika's cooking is very good. Well. Jean hesitated for a moment, but her body's needs overpowered her pride. Sorry for the trouble. Then let's go. We can talk on the way. Artoria started walking, but Jean remained rooted to the spot. What's wrong? Jean's face turned even redder when Artoria asked, I need not only food but also sleep. I'm so tired and hungry that I can't walk any further, could you carry me? In truth, she could still move by expending a lot of mana, but enduring the despairing hunger and fatigue would only worsen. Continuing like this, Jean was sure she would lose consciousness, so she had to muster the courage to ask the Night King for help. Her noble phantasm revelation told her that Artoria could be trusted. Revelation, Rank A. A skill equivalent to instinct. While instinct is a sixth sense in combat, revelation applies to all matters concerning the achievement of a goal, such as selecting the best path during a journey. Since it appears baseless, in the user's opinion, it cannot be properly explained to others. TSK, this similarity is truly beyond words. Given Jean's trust in her, Artoria would not betray it. She smiled and said, I can, but I have a better way. First, let me ask, there aren't any surveillance spells or familiars around, right? No, Jean shook her head. Ruler's exaggerated perceptive abilities ensured that all surveillance mysteries would be exposed. Since she had accepted the invitation, she couldn't allow Artoria's stronghold to be compromised because of her. It was only fair. That's good. With a call, a white horse appeared. This is my partner, Dun Stallion. Dun, this is my friend, Jean. Can you let her rest on your back for a while? Dun Stallion extended his head towards Jean and nudged her cheek with his nose. Thank you, Dun. This affectionate display brought a pure smile to Jean's face and a hint of surprise to Artoria. A noble steed with the ability to communicate, Dun Stallion was also proud. While he would not refuse Artoria's orders, he never proactively approached strangers. On one occasion, Bedivere, a newly joined knight of the Round Table, rashly tried to brush Dun Stallion's back and was promptly kicked away. Perhaps he considers Jean to be like family. With this thought, Artoria helped Jean onto the horse's back and led the way herself. Jean, if you notice anyone watching us, be sure to tell me. Okay. The place where I live is a very peaceful village. I don't want them to get involved in the Holy Grail War. Okay. The sensation of a touch on her shoulder interrupted Artoria's words. It was Dun Stallion's chin. What's the matter, Dun? Turning her head, she saw Jean slumped over Dun's back, arms wrapped around his neck, eyes closed, breathing steady. She fell asleep. Artoria didn't know what expression to put on. She quietly watched Jean's sleeping face. With her blue eyes covered by eyelids, her face was no different from that of her younger self. Looking at it this way, we do seem like sisters. Dun Stallion shook his head, indicating agreement. If not, he wouldn't be so close to Jean. In Cygasora, at a certain secret stronghold concealed by natural bounded fields and magecraft. Semiramis, full of spirit, triumphantly declared, This is the garden I longed for. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, how do you like it, Master? Wonderful. You've seamlessly integrated my requests, haven't you? Shiro's eyes sparkled as if he had seen something he had longed for in his dreams. What stood before him was an unimaginably colossal structure. It consisted of lush, neatly arranged floating islands, marble floors, and columns. Various plants intertwined everywhere, blending chaotic ugliness with dazzling beauty. Rather than a garden, it was more akin to a fortress. And rather than a fortress, it evoked the image of a gigantic flying weapon. This was no mistake. The Hanging Gardens was, in fact, a genuine floating fortress. Of course. Once Rider and Archer return, we'll activate the garden. Even the servants of the Black Faction will likely be scared out of their wits. Hearing Shiro's praise, Semiramis felt even more delighted and burst into laughter. Before that, would you like a tour of my garden? My master. Nothing would please me more. I must warn you, within the garden, the poisons I create will be maximally potent, so be prepared. Shiro was slightly taken aback but then smiled and said, Are you worried about me? You'd Semiramis, furious, snapped, Go die, right now, Sakura Yuzum sad face. Arrogant King's alcohol. P.S. Regarding servants in FGO having memories, Nasu, Kanoko Nasu, the creator, has explained. To summarize, it's because of the uniqueness of singularities, so they have memories. See, Chaldea is that impressive. Chapter 408, Astolfo's Great Crisis, Part 1. 1036 words. Astolfo encountered an unprecedented crisis. More than a dozen black, hard stakes emerged from the ground, each aiming at the major arteries in his body. If even one pierced him, Astolfo would be seriously injured. If several hit him, the black faction's rider would likely be forced to withdraw. These black, hard stakes were naturally the noble phantasm Khazikli Bey of the Black Berserker, Vlad III. The reason was that Astolfo had angered this leader of the black faction. After ensuring Sieg's safety, Astolfo rode his swift eagle back to Millennia Castle. Thanks to his swift eagle, Astolfo was much faster than other servants. By the time Siegfried and the others, including Chiron, who went to provide support, had not yet returned, Astolfo was already back at the castle. One must admit that the existence of rationality evaporation makes his thought process unique. Seeing that the patrolling homunculus guards did not come to arrest him, he assumed everything was fine and boldly returned to his room to sleep. Unexpectedly, his master, Selenik, was waiting in his room and caught him red-handed. Selenik, with anger that had no outlet, ignored Astolfo's explanations and used all kinds of methods, bindings, curses, and various torture devices. She used everything she could, forgetting that Astolfo had A-rank magic resistance, rendering these methods almost entirely ineffective. After some turmoil, Astolfo ended up tied in a strange position, and at this point, the servants who had gone out also returned to the castle. Learning that Astolfo had returned, Darnik immediately convened everyone for a meeting. Naturally, the topic was Astolfo's elopement with the homunculus. At first, neither Darnik nor Vlad III acted as impulsively as Selenik. They gave Astolfo a chance to explain and defend himself. Astolfo did not hide anything and recounted the entire process, including how he found the person in the corridor and how he helped him escape. Of course, he omitted the assistance provided by Chiron and Shinji. Even without rationality, his emotions did not allow him to betray his friends. This omission made the two accomplices secretly relieved and somewhat touched. Given their importance in the black faction, even if they were exposed, it wouldn't have led to severe consequences. However, they would have undoubtedly faced a scolding, possibly affecting their image in their master's eyes, something two servants eager to maintain good relations with their master could not tolerate. After understanding the events, the next question was where Astolfo had taken the person. Before asking, Darnik kindly explained Avisprin's noble phantasm Golem Ketermanketh and the concept of the heart of the furnace, hoping Astolfo would confess honestly and bring the person back, so the issue could be resolved with minimal punishment, a political maneuver Darnik was quite skilled at. However, Astolfo ignored Darnik's goodwill and claimed he didn't know, which infuriated Selenik. If you don't appreciate kindness, then you don't deserve it. In her fury, Selenik stomped on Astolfo's face with her boots. When that didn't provoke a reaction, she revealed her command spells, ready to issue a forced order. Unexpectedly, Astolfo remained unafraid, smiling and saying, "I knew you'd do that, so I just sent him out of the territory, not to a specific place. This way, I don't know where he went." Even with a command spell, you won't get an answer. Doesn't that feel great? Am I not clever? This unrepentant and boastful attitude made everyone feel like he deserved a beating. Selenik was on the verge of exploding with rage, but before she could vent her anger, a surge of magic darker than the night swept through the room, bringing with it black stakes. Khazikli Bey. Vlad III had made his move. Astolfo's attitude had utterly infuriated the tyrant. To Vlad III, Astolfo's act of releasing the heart of the furnace was a betrayal he could not tolerate in life or death. If not for Darnik's persuasion, he would have impaled Astolfo the moment he saw him. At first, Astolfo's cooperative attitude slightly alleviated Vlad III's anger, and he was even considering giving him a chance. However, a sudden twist completely ignited Vlad III's wrath. When a tyrant is enraged, blood is inevitable. Vlad III unleashed his noble phantasm, intending to establish an iron rule with the blood of a traitor and to quell his fury. As the magical energy swept through, Astolfo sensed the lethal danger. If his hands and feet weren't bound, he might have had a chance to evade. Although the bindings weren't much of an obstacle and could be broken at any time, even that would take a moment, time enough for the stakes to pierce his body. It's over. I'm going to die. My friend, you must live happily, though I won't be able to see it. Foreseeing his end, Astolfo closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. In his final moments, his heart was free of regret, filled only with wishes and slight sadness. He was such a pure person, naive and carefree, but never changing. The expected pain did not come. Just as the stakes were about to hit, another burst of magical energy intervened, propelling Astolfo out of harm's way. This magic, in stark contrast to Vlad III's chaos and darkness, exuded freshness and vitality, like being in a lush, verdant forest. This characteristic belonged to only one servant, the Black Archer, the great sage Chiron. As soon as Astolfo began boasting, Chiron sensed trouble. With the wisdom of the divine gift, he promptly prepared mana burst, saving Astolfo just in time. Please, Grand Duke, quell your thunderous rage. Almost simultaneously with his rescue, Chiron stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Vlad III while keeping an eye on Astolfo. Chiron's respectful counsel aimed to dispel Vlad III's anger, while his watchful eye ensured the Grand Duke wouldn't lose control, wisdom accumulated from long years of life. Chiron's actions were undoubtedly correct, but he hadn't accounted for the disparity in their powers. A strange tint of blood appeared on Vlad III's pale face, and a more terrifying magical energy enveloped the throne room. In the next second, more stakes burst from beneath the carpet, roughly 50 in total. Most targeted Chiron, with a few aimed at Astolfo. Chapter 409, Astolfo's Great Crisis, Part 2. 1111 words. Despite his rage, Vlad III retained a degree of rationality. The stakes targeting Chiron did not attack directly but formed a conical cage around him, trapping him inside. However, the stakes aimed at Astolfo were not so gentle. Like before, they targeted his vital points with lethal intent. Chiron's expression changed. He wanted to help but was blocked by the cage of stakes. By the time he smashed the cage with his fists, Astolfo had already disappeared. Disappeared? Yes, he had disappeared. While Chiron couldn't rescue him in time, someone else could. This person also knew mana burst. Just before Astolfo was impaled, a palm strike sent him flying to the other side of the throne room with a gust of magical energy. That person was none other than the final member of the trio who helped Sieg escape, Black Assassin Matou Shinji. His reaction mirrored Chiron's. After saving Astolfo, he stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Grand Duke, please calm your anger. Archer. Do you intend to oppose me? Do you also wish to defy me? Vlad III's furious voice echoed through the throne room, and black mist began to swirl in his blood-red eyes. Extreme punishment. No. Darnik tensed up, ready to intervene, but the Romanian tyrant acted first. Kazikli Bey. This time, the stakes were more numerous and denser, targeting not 2 but 3 people, and without any mercy, all stakes aimed for their vital points. This action demonstrated Vlad III's will: the traitors must die. If anyone protected the traitors, they would share the same fate. However, this time, the 3 were prepared. Chiron displayed a unique Centaurian gait, effortlessly weaving through the gaps between the stakes. He even had the leisure to manifest a bow and shoot a smooth, radiant arrow at Astolfo. Shinji didn't move as gracefully as Chiron but appeared even more composed. He took a step back, his body enveloped in golden light. He grasped the foremost stake with his left hand, unbothered by its sharp tip. Astonishingly, the stake, which could impale a person, was halted by Shinji's hand. Unable to pierce him, the stake was no different from an ordinary pole, lifting Shinji into the air. Simultaneously, a golden and azure staff appeared in Shinji's right hand. With a wave, the T-shaped head of the staff shot a milky white aura toward Astolfo. Astolfo was in the most precarious position. Initially, he had closed his eyes, expecting death. Now, knowing someone was saving him, he wasn't willing to die. He rolled on the ground, straining to break his bindings. With his hands and feet tied, Astolfo couldn't move faster than the stakes. Fortunately, Chiron's arrow arrived first, landing beside Astolfo and causing a small explosion that shattered the floor tiles and sent Astolfo flying. This was a high-level application of mana burst, where the mana was stored in the arrow rather than released during the draw, only unleashing upon impact, a divine skill achievable only by an archer like Chiron, whose archery had reached a godly domain. Before Astolfo hit the ground, the milky white aura reached him, forming an egg-shaped protective shield. It cushioned his fall and provided a layer of protection against any potential follow-up attacks from Vlad III. At this moment, Astolfo broke free of his bindings and stood up. The green wind swirled around him, seemingly summoning a noble phantasm, but he stopped reluctantly due to a signal from Chiron. Grand Duke Darnik finally seized the moment to step in, blocking Vlad III's path. "Do you also intend to stop me, Darnik?" Vlad III cast a cold glance at his master. At this moment, his blood-red eyes were already half invaded by black mist. "I dare not," Darnik bowed deeply. "I only wish to ask the Grand Duke to give archer and assassin a chance to explain. They are not right, they would not act so rashly without reason." Vlad III's expression remained grim as he stared at his master. Darnik kept his head lowered, his face showing no change, though the veins on his wrist, hidden by his sleeve, twitched, causing the command spells on it to tremble as well. No one spoke or moved even slightly. The entire throne room seemed to freeze until the lord seated on the throne exhaled a breath of black mist and slowly lowered his raised right hand, allowing the air in the room to flow once more. "Very well, in your name, for the past merits of archer and assassin, and because you have evaded the impaling 3 times, I will give you a chance to explain." "Thank you, Grand Duke," Darnik bowed and stepped aside. "Thank you for your mercy, Grand Duke," Chiron bowed a second time. Shinji flipped off the stake and also bowed. Only Astolfo, holding his head, looked around nervously. Shinji couldn't tolerate it and took a few steps over, tapping Astolfo on the head with the staff of the goddess, scolding, "You too, bow." "Oh," Astolfo rubbed his head and reluctantly bowed. "You idiot, if you keep messing around, you might die here. This is not the same Grand Duke from before." Shinji sighed helplessly. The staff of the Egyptian goddess switched its power from protection to healing, spreading from his right hand to his left. Everyone thought he had blocked Vlad III's impalement, but only he knew he hadn't completely. Though it was just a bit, the tip of the stake had indeed pierced Shinji's palm, drawing a drop of blood-stained gold from the Buddha's light. One stake was like this, what about 10, 100? It's known that the Grand Duke's total number of stakes is 20,000. After all, he wasn't a Buddha with a Vajra body, only possessing a left arm achieved through external means. Moreover, Vlad III's class was troublesome. In the original timeline, Vlad III was a lancer, with his heroic side maximized by the local boost, making him even wiser and braver than in life. Even when Astolfo let Sieg escape and caused the loss of one of the faction's biggest aces, Siegfried, he merely ordered Astolfo's imprisonment and immediately entered spirit form to suppress his rage. But now, he wasn't the wise and brave lancer, but the madman class with the berserker skill. Although Berserker EX had an extreme reflex effect, allowing him to view things calmly, a calm madman was still a madman. He was now closer to the tyrant he was in life. Perhaps Astolfo's crime didn't deserve death, but would a tyrant care, especially in wartime? Not to mention, this tyrant was in an unprecedentedly powerful state. If things went wrong, the entire Millennia Fortress could be affected. Chapter 410, Astolfo's Great Crisis, Part 3. 1,216 words. That being said, while Vlad III is indeed dangerous and difficult to deal with, the option of watching Astolfo be executed by him never existed from the start. Shinji's goal is to seize the Holy Grail, but he can't achieve that with his power alone. Therefore, he needs allies, and Astolfo is one of the potential allies he's chosen. What makes the best kind of ally? The answer is simple, 2 points. They are unlikely to betray you. They have no desire for the Holy Grail. Astolfo fits these criteria perfectly. Firstly, he is a knight and follows the chivalric code. Once he trusts you, he won't betray you. The fact that he took all the blame on himself earlier is the best evidence of this. Secondly, he has no regrets in life and no wish to entrust to the Holy Grail. He doesn't even know why he responded to the summons, often saying things like, since I was summoned, I might as well enjoy this second life. If it weren't for his extremely scatterbrained nature, he would be the best ally instead of just a potential one. Of course, after letting Sieg go and blocking 2 attacks for Astolfo, he is already Shinji's ally. From here on, as long as the circumstances are favorable, he can be fully brought on board. But before that, they need to get through the current crisis. As Shinji pondered how to persuade Vlad III to spare Astolfo's life for the time being, Chiron had already spoken up, not to the Grand Duke on the throne, but to the silent caster, Avisprin. Caster, you previously mentioned that the homunculus might serve as the heart of the furnace for your noble phantasm? The servant, whose face was always hidden behind a mask, gave a slight nod. Just possibly? Not definitely? I cannot draw a definitive conclusion without experimenting. Avisprin was a pure researcher, always adhering to the principle of truthfulness and never falsifying results. Chiron continued, so it's also possible that the homunculus cannot serve as the heart of the furnace, correct? Avisprin nodded. Thank you. Chiron politely turned to Vlad III and said, Grand Duke, you heard him. It's only a possibility, not a certainty. If the homunculus cannot serve as the heart, then Ryder was merely dealing with a homunculus according to his own will. If I recall correctly, we servants have command over homunculi. Archer is correct, Darnik interjected. So, we cannot execute an important member of our faction over a mere possibility, don't you think, Grand Duke? Wait. Before Vlad III could respond, Roche stepped forward. My teacher is just being cautious. Based on the data we collected from other homunculi, that one definitely can serve as the heart of the furnace. The person most displeased with Ryder for letting Sieg go was undoubtedly Avisprin, followed closely by his master, Roche. Roche held Avisprin in extremely high regard, dedicating himself to learning from and assisting him in completing the noble phantasm known as the primordial human, Atom. Now, all the preparations were complete, except for the heart of the furnace, but the heart had been let go by one of their servants. How could Roche not be angry? After all, he was only 13 years old and couldn't maintain Avisprin's absolute rationality. If the potential heart was lost, just find another one. Getting angry was meaningless and a waste of time. Unfortunately, a naive child like Roche was no match for Chiron, who shut him down with a single sentence. That's still just speculation, isn't it? But. As Roche was at a loss for words, Vlad III slapped the armrest of his throne and shouted, Enough! Archer, even if the homunculus cannot become the heart, it does not excuse Ryder's rebellious actions. Initially, the dispute over the homunculus was only between Avisprin and Astolfo, a minor conflict due to differing opinions. But once Avisprin reported the situation to Darnik, who then issued a pursuit order, the nature of the problem changed. If Astolfo had handed over Sieg at that moment, it would have been fine. But not only did he not hand him over, he also broke through the interceptions by Gords and Siegfried to send Sieg away. This was undoubtedly an act of rebellion. Rebels must be punished. Vlad III's words were resounding and undeniable. Grand Duke. His Excellency the Grand Duke is right. Shinji interrupted Chiron's upcoming argument, clapping his hands and stepping in front of him. Rebels must be punished. Upon hearing this, Astolfo immediately pouted. Chiron's expression grew more puzzled, and even Vlad III was somewhat surprised. If you agree with my view, why stop me? Because there are many ways to punish, and the one the Grand Duke has chosen is the most wasteful, Shinji said, glancing back at the two with a reassuring look. Vlad III asked, What do you mean by that? After all, this is a time of war, and it's still early in the conflict. Although we won the initial battle and gained some advantage, this advantage is far from securing victory. If we execute Ryder now, it would be a loss to us and a gain to the enemy, wasting the advantage we've just obtained. What do you suggest then? It's simple, let him die on the battlefield. Rebellion is a grave crime, and he must atone for his life, but there are many ways to die. Being impaled by the Grand Duke is one way, dying on the battlefield is another. This way, he can still create some value for our side. I suggest assigning him the most dangerous tasks in the upcoming battles, placing him wherever it's most perilous. For our side, it won't waste our combat strength, and for him, dying in the charge won't disgrace his knightly name. Shinji's goal was to change immediate execution to a reprieve. Both Shinji and Chiron knew that they couldn't confront a tyrant like Vlad III head-on, they had to use a softer approach. Chiron had already proven that reasoning wouldn't work, so they had to try another method of appealing to Vlad's interests. As long as they could keep Astolfo alive, there would always be a chance for a turnaround. With Chiron's wisdom, he immediately understood Shinji's point when waste was mentioned. He had prepared 2 arguments and had chosen the reasoning approach to spare Astolfo more suffering. Now that his suggestion was rejected, he quickly followed Shinji's lead in appealing to Vlad's interests. I agree with Assassin's suggestion. Although we have gained the Red Berserker, from Saber's description, our Lancer doesn't seem to be on our side. We must be cautious. Mentioning the female knight who could rival Siegfried, Vlad III's anger finally subsided. That indeed was a significant hidden danger that needed attention. Very well, I will follow your counsel and give Ryder a chance. Hearing this, Shinji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He bowed again without showing any emotion on his face, but inside, he was sneering. Though Vlad's strength had increased, his mind was not as sharp as before. Let him be complacent for now, misfortune awaits him later. Semiramis, Amakusa Shiro, don't let me down. P.S. Grand Duke, why am I so unlucky? Truly, a heart-wrenching tune. Where can I find a kindred spirit? Chapter 411, Virgin? 1,120 words. To summarize, the Black Rider Astolfo's hands and feet were pinned down by thick stakes, and his mobility was further restricted by fluid-like golems, effectively putting him in the same state of confinement as the Red Berserker Spartacus. Although Vlad III eventually agreed to commute Astolfo's death sentence to a reprieve, this did not mean he could enjoy the same freedom as before. On one hand, this was a punishment for his rebellion. On the other hand, leaving him unchecked could lead to unforeseen troubles, so imprisonment was deemed the best option. Reaching this conclusion, Vlad III and Avisprin combined their efforts to set up the restraints, and finally, Astolfo's master, Selenike, personally locked him in the dungeon. After completing all this, Selenike did not leave. Instead, she drove out all the homunculus guards and then slapped Astolfo across the face. She thought this would make her feel better, but the reality was quite the opposite. Her mood worsened. Although Astolfo winced, his expression lacked its usual carefreeness. Yet, he did not show signs of unbearable pain, and more importantly, there was no hint of despair. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? I do. I saved a homunculus, that's all. Don't joke around. Because of you, Castor can't activate his noble phantasm, and that's an A+ rank anti-army noble phantasm. Astolfo pondered for a moment, expecting to be scolded, then said, I'd rather not use a noble phantasm that requires sacrificing humans. Even if I had to do it all over again, I'd make the same choice. You. Selenike, enraged, slapped Astolfo again. Seeing him remain nonchalant under such circumstances only made Selenike's mood worse. She began shaking the stakes driven into his hands and feet. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. No, please, spare me that. Astolfo's face showed discomfort. Selenike finally felt satisfied. This was an expression she could never see from him in bed. This alone is enough. The beautiful black magus thought from the bottom of her heart. It was a pity that servants didn't have real physical bodies. A servant should act like a servant. If you had stayed by my side, none of this would have happened. Ah, so if I start doing that now, will you release me? Even though Selenike was madly in love with Astolfo, she shook her head at this suggestion. As long as Darnik continued to respect Vlad III, Vlad's authority was absolute, and she didn't want to get involved in that mess. The only time you'll be released is during battle. In this Holy Grail war, you're destined to be used as a pawn. Selenike displayed a cold smile, whispering in his ear. If you want to hate someone, hate that homunculus. Sorry to interrupt your intimate moment. A third voice echoed in the dungeon, which was supposed to contain only the two of them. Without needing to look, they both knew who it was. Only Assassin could approach them silently under such circumstances. Selenike turned around and saw Shinji leaning against the cell door. She snorted, if you know you're interrupting, then don't speak and leave immediately. Or, do you want to join us for a threesome? In the last half of her sentence, the anger in her words suddenly turned into allure, combined with her purple lipstick. emitting a mysterious temptation, like a blooming poppy flower. Such a stark contrast genuinely startled Shinji. What's with this woman? She's way too bold. Shinji's mouth twitched as he silently cursed Selenik in his heart. He put on an apologetic face and said, well, thank you for your kind invitation, Miss Selenik, but I'll pass. Noticing Shinji's evasive gaze, Selenik became even more enthusiastic. She extended her tongue, gently licking Astolfo's neck and leaving a wet trail, teasingly. Oh my, still quite innocent, aren't we? Could it be you're still a virgin? Without giving Shinji a chance to respond, she nodded to herself. Yes, it seems so. Although I don't know your true name, your life must have been pitiful. Let me make up for the regrets of your past life. Pitiful, my ass. Shinji was fuming, not because he was aroused, but because he was angry. Messing with me about being a virgin? Do you want me to cut off your hand and strip you of your command spells? Opposite him, Selenik continued to tease Astolfo with her tongue and taunt Shinji with her words. Don't be shy. I'm sure Fiore wouldn't mind. Or is it that you like your master? The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Right after being summoned, you couldn't stop praising her. Innocent boys chasing innocent girls are always like that. But this won't do, Fiore is just as innocent. If both of you are so pure, your first time will be difficult. Let me, the big sister, guide you into the adult world. Still unwilling? Then how about the three of us together? As Selenik's words became more provocative and her actions with Astolfo grew more intense, Shinji was finally getting a bit aroused and hesitated whether to knock this crazy woman out and throw her out, or better yet, throw her to Spartacus next door. Suddenly, there was a loud clang from the corridor leading to the dungeon, as if something heavy had hit the wall. This was followed by a series of hurried footsteps and the sound of something scraping against the floor. Faintly, they could hear. We've been discovered, what do we do? Calls. Run, run. Well, the dungeon's security measures were too good, making it hard to detect eavesdroppers, or perhaps they had been noticed, but everyone pretended not to know? In any case, the overheard conversation was too much for the Forvege siblings, who were still inexperienced shut-ins compared to Selenik, a seasoned and hardcore veteran, forcing them to retreat in embarrassment. With this interruption, Selenik lost interest, and Shinji's anger subsided considerably. Can we stop joking around, Miss Selenik? I have serious business with Ryder regarding the Black Lancer. TCH, so boring. If you change your mind, come find me, I don't lock my door at night. Selenik threw a seductive glance, rubbed against Astolfo's face once more, then swayed her hips and walked out on her high heels. Not until she disappeared down the corridor did Shinji exhale and pat Astolfo on the shoulder. You have it rough. Right. Astolfo also looked distressed. Next time, you have to come and save me. That won't work. I'm afraid it'll only get worse if I do. True. Sigh. Both servants sighed simultaneously. P.S. It's a shame Selenik has such a bad personality. Shinji would never get involved with someone like her. Chapter 412, The Sleepless Night, Part 1. 1094 words. Light particles gathered. The fresh scent reminiscent of forests, grasslands, and open fields swept through the dark and cramped underground cell. This refreshing atmosphere dispelled the blood, death, and seductive aura brought by Selenik. By the time the light particles had completely coalesced into a human form, Shinji and Astolfo had already calmed down, both turning their attention to the night's third visitor, Black Archer Chiron. My apologies. If Assassin and I had tried harder, you wouldn't have been subjected to such excessive treatment. When Vlad III and Avisprin had confined Astolfo, Chiron had wanted to plead for him, but Astolfo stopped him with a glance. No, it's pointless to split our faction over something so trivial. If this matter can be resolved by accepting criticism and punishment, then that's the best outcome. Besides, as one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins, Astolfo understood the role he had to play as a knight and a lord in this situation. Whether the actions were right or wrong, it didn't change the fact that he had disobeyed orders. Thus, Vlad III, as the Grand Duke, had to administer punishment. Astolfo had already come to terms with this on the way back to the city. Though he hadn't anticipated that Vlad would sentence him to death, it was not incomprehensible, given Vlad's tyrannical nature. Archer and Assassin had already defied the tyrant once to save him, and continuing to do so might cause discord or even a split within the Black faction, something Astolfo feared most. Vlad III was the commander, and Chiron was the strategist, each with their supporters. With a great battle looming, disagreements between the commander and the strategist had to be avoided. Hence, it was better this way. A reckless knight being punished could solve all the problems. Astolfo was that kind of good-natured person who, even without rationality, would instinctively think of his friends, not caring about what might happen to himself. I've been imprisoned before, caught by the emperor, locked up by Roland, turned into a tree by a witch. I have a lot of experience in being jailed. What's there to be proud of in that? Shinji scratched his head helplessly. Well, seeing you so spirited and optimistic, I feel relieved. That's my greatest strength, Astolfo chuckled. Now it's up to you guys to take down the Red faction. Of course, Chiron said firmly. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, is he still safe? Probably, as long as he reaches the village safely. He'll be fine. You might even get to see him again, Shinji had a premonition. After all, Sieg was the protagonist of Fate/Apocrypha, the favored child of this world's destiny. He wouldn't die so easily. I hope not. It would be tragic if he escaped only to be dragged back in. Astolfo's face fell, and Shinji couldn't resist knocking him on the head. Fate is unpredictable. What if you meet him again after the war's over, and you both survive? Wouldn't you want that? Oh, in that case, yes, very much. Astolfo's expression brightened instantly. All right, I've decided. I will survive and go see him. That's between you two, Shinji squinted. To be honest, he hadn't liked Astolfo's erratic behavior much before meeting him in person, but after spending time together, he realized Astolfo was genuinely a good person, making it hard to ignore him. Fine, if everything goes well, I'll help you get a body, strengthen Sieg, and then send you two to the Netherlands to get married. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Astolfo's question interrupted Shinji's daydreaming. By the way, Assassin, why did you help him? Who knows? Maybe my rationality evaporated like yours, Shinji replied, not dismissively, because it was his emotions that had tipped the scales in his decision. And Archer? We are, after all, just fleeting spirits without physical bodies. For us, if we can leave such a mark on the world, that would be wonderful. Chiron's voice was gentle, yet it carried a deep longing and unwavering conviction. Shinji smiled slightly and thought silently to himself, you will leave a mark. Your knowledge, your teachings, and your influence will all be imprinted, not just in this world, but in another as well. I think the one who should become the leader is you, Ryder said, making a statement that would certainly cause a huge commotion if Vlad III heard it. Chiron, however, only shook his head with a wry smile and said, I'm not good at standing in the spotlight. Hearing this, Ryder sighed and muttered softly, indeed, things in the world never go as one wishes. Then work hard to make things go as you wish. I'm heading back to help Fiore with her medicine. I'll see you tomorrow. Shinji waved to the two of them and turned to leave the dungeon. Weren't you going to ask about the Black Lancer? That was just an excuse to deal with your master. Everything that needed to be said has already been covered. Wait. Chiron realized belatedly. Unfortunately, Shinji had already transformed into spirit particles and left the dungeon. Astolfo asked, is something wrong? Nothing, just wanted to remind him not to go looking for Miss Fiore now, to avoid any awkwardness. Chiron said this and was about to use a sensing method to contact Shinji. However, after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Never mind, it's also an opportunity to deepen the bond between master and servant. I have no idea what you're talking about, Astolfo said, utterly confused. It's okay if you don't understand. It's not important. Tell me about the Black Lancer. I'd like to hear your evaluation. Oh, she's a very powerful and handsome female knight. On the other side, having left the dungeon, Shinji made his way to the herb storage with ease, retrieving the necessary ingredients according to the familiar process, and then headed to the kitchen to prepare the medicine. Since it was just a pain relief medicine, the preparation process was simple and didn't require any special techniques. With Shinji's current skills, as long as he had the ingredients and remembered the process, he could easily complete it. Half an hour later, Shinji knocked on Fiori's door, carrying a cup filled with green liquid. "Fiori, it's me." "A assassin?" "No, you can't come in right now." "Wait, this reaction isn't right." In Fate/Apocrypha, only Chiron used mind communication to contact other servants. It's speculated to be his exclusive skill, otherwise, the Black Faction wouldn't have fought so poorly in some battles. Chapter 413, The Sleepless Night, Part 2. 1,213 words. According to Shinji's expectations, there should have been a calm and clear response, like okay or come in. Even if there were some inconvenience, it would have been said with a slight apology, like wait for X minutes. It was hard to imagine someone like Fiori giving such a somewhat incoherent and panicked response unless something unexpected had happened. "Fiori, what's wrong?" Shinji placed his hand on the doorknob, ready to open the door. "No, it's nothing," followed by a thud, like the sound of something heavy falling to the floor. "Fiori." Without further hesitation, Shinji turned the doorknob and forcefully pushed the door open. Then, he was stunned. He had thought something had happened to Fiori, something regarding her safety. He hadn't expected to see such a shocking scene. In the room, Fiori was lying face down on the floor, with her upper body sprawled out, her back up, and her lower legs resting on the bed. Well, this wasn't a big deal. Shinji had done even more peculiar things himself. After all, when resting, beds and blankets could become quite a formidable barrier. But the problem was, Fiori was only wearing pajamas. Everyone knows that pajamas are loose and not as form-fitting as other clothes. Fiori wasn't wearing any underwear and given this posture. Ahem, in short, all Shinji could see was white, so much white. Whether it was the white of her bare back, the smooth white of her neck, or the white exposed through the loose neckline, pressed by the floor. In short, Shinji now felt like reciting poetry: clouds in the sky, frost on the ground, a girl's smooth slee. Ahem, fortunately, before he could finish, some of the white started turning red. Seeing Shinji standing at the door, Fiori's face immediately turned red. The blush quickly spread from her cheeks to her entire face and then down her neck, visibly spreading across her whole body, showing she was extremely embarrassed and angry. "Ah, no, don't look." This was the first time Shinji had heard Fiori speak in such a tone: flustered, shy, angry, pleading, and a bit hysterical. It was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the miscellaneous thoughts in Shinji's mind. "All right, I won't look." Shinji immediately turned around, moving so quickly that some of the medicinal soup spilled out. "You being here makes it inconvenient for me. Could you please leave for a moment?" "But you..." Shinji was worried that Fiori might have trouble getting up using just her hands. "Get out." "Okay, I'll go out." Hearing Fiori's emotions becoming unstable again, Shinji said no more. He placed the tray with the medicine pot on the floor and quickly left the room, remembering to close the door behind him. Standing in the hallway for a while, Shinji finally muttered, "Did I just get a benefit?" Then, inexplicably, he slapped himself. "What the hell, that's your master. Stop having inappropriate thoughts." "Wait, isn't it usually the girl who slaps the guy in these situations? Why am I slapping myself?" Rubbing his temples and trying to gather his scattered thoughts, Shinji leaned against the door and asked, "Fiori, are you okay? Can you get up?" "No problem, I can get up. I have some auxiliary mystic code." Perhaps due to the door between them, Fiori's voice sounded much more normal. Upon careful listening, one could sense the operation of a special spell. "I see, then I'm relieved. About earlier, I'm sorry, It's okay. I know you were worried about me. It was my carelessness." Both inside and outside the door, silence fell once more. After a few seconds, Shinji felt they couldn't stay stuck like this and broke the silence. "The medicine. Yes, I'll drink it. It's getting late. They spoke almost simultaneously. You go first. Again, in unison. Let me speak first. Looks like there's no need to say anything now. This time, they finally didn't speak in unison. Yes. I'm right across the hall. Call me if you need anything. All right. Good night, Fiore. Good night, assassin. The awkward conversation through the door ended, and Shinji sighed, walking into his room. As the hallway returned to silence, another door quietly opened a crack, revealing the freckled face of a young boy. The boy looked at the door diagonally across the hall and then at the door at an angle, which couldn't be seen. He sighed heavily. Two idiots, hopeless. But such things do happen in real life. I thought it only happened in anime. As they say, art imitates life. I should continue watching anime, maybe I'll find a solution there. Cole sat back down in front of his computer, expertly opened a CD case, and pulled out a disc. The cover of the disc was of a recently popular anime series. Seeing his enthusiasm, it seemed he wouldn't be sleeping for the first half of the night. Shinji suddenly felt a bit out of place. Unlike yesterday, neither Sieg, who had occupied the bed, nor Astolfo, who had taken over the sofa, would come tonight, leaving the room empty. When they were here, I thought it was noisy. Now that they're gone, it feels lonely. I am fickle. And with Fiore, I got the benefit but still feel guilty. Shinji reached out to open the window and stared blankly outside. The night breeze ruffled his hair and scattered his thoughts. Justies, do you think I'm a despicable person? Why do you say that? Justies, who had always maintained contact with Shinji, responded immediately. I chose Fiore as my master, intending to exploit her naivety and innocence. But the longer we spend together, the guiltier I feel. Is it right to deceive and use a girl like her to achieve my goals? If she finds out the truth, will she be hurt? Will she hate me? Although it has nothing to do with me, I still don't want things to turn out that way. Isn't that contradictory? Yes, very contradictory. This kind of contradiction and struggle falls into the category of being fickle. I don't know if you've heard this saying, a despicable person is always fickle, so I call myself despicable. No, you got it wrong. Justie's voice had a warmth similar to yet different from Fiore. A despicable person is fickle, but that doesn't mean all fickle people are despicable. This reasoning doesn't hold. You're fixating on that, huh? Shinji felt like laughing. Justies asked seriously, isn't that a form of fickleness too? I suppose so. Then we're both fickle. Though his thoughts were calm, Shinji felt a different kind of meaning. Thank you, Justies, for comforting me in this way. No need to thank me. If anyone should be thankful, it's me. You've done much more for me than I have for you. That's not how it works. Without you, there wouldn't be me. Then let's not say thank you to each other anymore. Yes, let's keep it this way. This is good. Shinji closed his eyes and stopped talking. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. When two people's fates are intertwined with mutual gratitude, it becomes impossible to calculate clearly, and they share their destinies. P.S. Shinji encountered the legendary Lucky Perv incident. Chapter 414, The Sleepless Night, Part 3. 1,268 words. Fiore's cheeks had never been as red as they were now, as if a fire was burning within them that couldn't be extinguished. Part of this was certainly because Shinji had seen her in such an embarrassing state, but more so because of what Selenik had said. After the Astolfo Judgment Assembly and the Black Lancer strategy meeting ended, Shinji escorted Fiore back to her room before heading off to find Astolfo to check on Sieg's situation. Since he had chosen to help, he couldn't abandon it halfway. Fiore didn't think much of it. Chiron, Shinji, and Astolfo had always had a good relationship. With Astolfo facing a death sentence, Chiron and Shinji were willing to fight to protect him. Visiting him in prison wasn't a big deal, and Chiron would probably be there soon as well. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Calls ran into her room saying that Chiron had gone to visit Astolfo. He also mentioned that Assassin had gone too and suggested that they visit as well since they had nothing else to do. Seeing her brother's expression, Fiore knew Coles probably wasn't going just to visit. He was likely up to something. Directly stopping him wouldn't necessarily work. Even if he agreed, he might sneak off later. It was better to go with him and be able to handle any situation that arose. With this in mind, Fiore agreed to go with her brother. What would they see? What would Archer, Assassin, and Ryder talk about? How would they see? By spying, or more accurately, by eavesdropping. The essence of the Forvege family's magecraft was the attachment and manipulation of spirits. Though this magecraft wasn't highly combative, it was excellent in many areas, such as spying and eavesdropping. Thus, Fiore and Coles hid in the hallway leading to the dungeon, using pre-prepared beast spirits to spy and eavesdrop. Initially, Fiore was against this, but seeing the artificial guards driven away from the dungeon entrance, her curiosity got the better of her. Additionally, the dungeon had a preset bounded field that suppressed servants' senses, so Fiore didn't stop her brother. Then, the siblings heard Selenik's explosive statement. The Forvege siblings were young. While Western education systems in such matters were quite comprehensive, understanding knowledge wasn't the same as having experience. They had no practical experience in this area, let alone any real-world application. Compared to the experienced Selenik, they were absolute novices. A few casual words from Selenik left the two novices red-faced and flustered. When the experienced driver started showing off her skills, the two novices completely broke down. Coles even banged his head against the wall, and Fiore's wheelchair accidentally hit the floor tiles. Despite the complex bounded field in the dungeon, there wasn't one for soundproofing. Thus, the teasing Selenik, the teased Shinji, and the observing Astolfo all noticed the eavesdroppers. Realizing they had been spotted, the two hurriedly fled back to their rooms without exchanging a word. With an inherently strong psychological constitution and not being the direct target of the teasing, Coles calmed down quickly after some fresh air. Fiore, however, was not as composed. Her mind was filled with the impure words she had heard, making her beautiful face alternately flush red and pale. She tried to suppress those thoughts but found it impossible. In the end, she resorted to using water to calm herself down. With the help of the bathtub and bubbles, Fiore finally washed away the chaos in her mind and prepared to lie down and rest for a while. At this point, she had completely forgotten about taking her medicine, and the usually persistent pain from her magic circuits wasn't bothering her. Perhaps it was still there, but she was too distracted to feel it. Coming out of the bathroom, Fiore felt extremely tired, more so than after a full day of magical experiments in the workshop. Just as she was about to rest, she heard Shinji's voice. All her previous efforts were wasted. The suppressed chaotic thoughts resurfaced like wild grass growing in the spring breeze. The pure-hearted girl was a bundle of nerves. She answered in a panic while instinctively tossing and turning on the bed. As a result, she accidentally fell off and hit her head on the floor. Struggling to lift her head, she saw Shinji entering through the door. For a moment, a flood of emotions, shame, embarrassment, grievance, panic overwhelmed her. She didn't even know how she managed to get Shinji out of the room. It wasn't until the door closed and she could no longer see the man who had unsettled her mind that she gradually regained some control over her thoughts, though only a little. Of course, the person outside wasn't faring much better. Two normally amicable people had stumbled through an awkward conversation, the kind of stilted, uncomfortable exchange known as cringe talk. It wasn't until she heard the door across the hall close with a clear sound that Fiore snapped out of her daze. What on earth did I just do? Recalling everything that had just transpired, the girl nearly fainted. He won't hate me, will he? She felt as if all her strength had drained from her body, collapsing onto the bed like a deflated balloon. Ugh, what should I do? For the rest of the night, Fiore tossed and turned, trapped in a fog of half-dreams and restless thoughts, with Shinji's face appearing in every fleeting vision. Fiore wasn't the only one struggling to sleep that night. Gords was also tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The events of the night had deeply shaken him. Siegfried's helplessness against Achilles and his absurd behavior. The overwhelming prowess of Black Assassin and Fiore's unwavering trust. The contrast was stark. The subsequent meeting of the kings made Gords feel that sense of absolute trust even more. To save Astolfo, Chiron and Black Assassin had been willing to confront Vlad III. To Gords, this was unimaginable. Astolfo's own master had stood by without objection. Why were these two outsiders interfering? Why didn't the Forvege siblings try to stop them? Gords still remembered Fiore and Call's expressions. Though they were somewhat surprised and tense, they showed no signs of wavering. At that moment, he had thought, Assassin may not be as strong as Siegfried, yet he can still shine when facing top-tier servants like Karna and Achilles. In contrast, despite having the great hero Siegfried, I have yet to achieve any notable results. If this continued, it wouldn't be Siegfried's incompetence but his own. Perhaps, as that annoying assassin had suggested, the relationship between master and servant was crucial. Yet he had never tried to understand, no, he had never even thought about understanding his servant. No matter what, he needed to have a proper conversation with Siegfried, at least to understand his wishes. With this in mind, Gords got up from the bed and took out a bottle of red wine and 2 goblets. Saber, materialize. The knight from the Netherlands appeared, his imposing figure still as commanding as ever, always present. Gords pointed to the adjacent sofa and handed over a glass of wine. How about a drink? I'd like to have a good talk with you. That night, many couldn't sleep. P.S. Selenik's assist was spot on, proving she's the only master who truly understands how to use her servant in command spells. PS2, it looks like Gords is about to rise. In Heigescheid's novel, I've always thought Gords was the best developed character, perfectly embodying the concept of growth from initial dislike to eventual transformation. Chapter 415, because there's no partner. 1,240 words. Even someone as oblivious as Artoria thought that Jeanne d'Arc and she seemed like sisters, so it was no surprise that others felt the same. Are you sure you two aren't sisters? This was the first thing Jeanne heard after regaining consciousness. Opening her eyes, she was no longer on horseback but lying in a warm bed. Above her was not the endless night sky but a wooden ceiling. Where is this? Her throat felt dry, and her voice was a bit coarse. Ah, you're awake. A familiar voice came from beside her. Turning her head, she saw Artoria, dressed casually, sitting by the bed. Not far away stood an unfamiliar woman, who must have been the one who mentioned sisters. Was this their base? Then this unfamiliar woman must be Artoria's master? Good morning, Jeanne. Sky-colored eyes met emerald ones. Artoria's greeting sounded exceptionally warm, as if they were not just newly acquainted but longtime friends or even family. More surprisingly, Jeanne didn't find it awkward, instead, it felt completely natural. Was it the unique atmosphere of the farmhouse reminding her of her past home? Or was it the person by the bed making her feel at ease? Jeanne didn't know, but it didn't affect her response. Good morning, Artoria. How long did I sleep? About 6 hours. It's just past 7 now. If you're still tired, you can sleep a bit more. No need, my stamina has recovered. I'm just feeling hungry. Bear with it for a bit, breakfast will be ready soon. When we came back last night, you were sleeping so soundly that we didn't wake you. How about we make up for the promised midnight snack with breakfast? Sure, that sounds good. Haha, the laughter of a third person interrupted their conversation. And you say you're not sisters? Who is this? Jeanne asked. Rikuto Reika, a friend of mine, Artoria introduced them. This is the adjudicator of this Holy Grail war, servant ruler, true name Jeanne d'Arc. So, you aren't sisters? Or is there some special connection? Reika didn't seem surprised by Jeanne's identity. Taking care of King Arthur's appetite while also raising Jack the Ripper, she could accept any famous figure appearing. Instead, it was the identical looks of the King of Britain and the Saint of France that piqued her curiosity. King Arthur was active in the 6th century AD, while Jeanne d'Arc was active in the 14th century AD. What could have happened in those 800 years? In the blink of an eye, Reika had already concocted a convoluted story in her mind. Artoria secretly left descendants back then. Due to the fall of the Arthurian dynasty, they lived under assumed identities, wandering in exile, and eventually settled in France, their glory eroded by time. And Guinevere and Lancelot's elopement was all part of the plan to protect Artoria's descendants. After all, wasn't Lancelot a Frenchman? Reka's mind was naturally more active than most people's. She used to see herself as a machine, not considering anything beyond survival. Now moved by Artoria's sincerity, her heart was no longer so cold, and all sorts of strange ideas started to flourish. I can't help but feel you're thinking about something quite rude. The two who were mistaken for sisters exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. One had a ++ rank instinct, and the other had a rank revelation. Even if Reka appeared normal on the surface, they could still sense an indescribable chill from her. Their synchronicity only made Reka more convinced of her speculations. I'm increasingly sure my guess is right. Never mind, continue with your sisterly bonding. I'll go check on the kitchen. Before she could leave, the room door opened, and a cute girl in a dress poked her head in. Mommy, the pot is boiling and the meat is all cut. Oh my, Jack, you're amazing. Reka naturally walked over, gently stroking Jack's hair and speaking softly, how about we go make some sandwiches together? Yes. Jack's eyes curved into crescents. How many sandwiches does Mama Toria want? Artoria thought for a moment and then held up 2 fingers. 2, Jean thought, which seemed appropriate for a woman's standard appetite. However, she was very wrong, terribly wrong. Jack nodded and said, got it, Mama Toria wants 20. 20. Jean was shocked at that moment. This appetite. Before Jean could react, she heard Jack continue to ask, and the second Mama Toria. Jean, Reka corrected in time. Mommy Jean. Jack didn't call strangers mommy, but in Jack's understanding, Jean wasn't a stranger. Would a stranger look so much like Mama Toria? Since she looked so much like Mama Toria, she must be a mommy too. No wonder they were said to have good compatibility. Both Jack and Reka had very unusual thought processes. How many does Mommy Jean want? Jean blankly held up 1 finger. Okay, Mommy Jean wants 10. Adding 2 for us and 2 for Mommy, that makes 34 in total. Then let's get started. Yes. Reka took Jack's hand and left Artoria's bedroom, not forgetting to close the door behind them. Last night, when Artoria returned, Reka had already gone to bed with Jack. To avoid disturbing them, Artoria had quietly moved Jean to her bed, then went to the kitchen, had a midnight snack, and finally fell asleep at the dining table until Reka woke her up to make breakfast, leading to the scene they just witnessed. The creak of the wooden door slightly cleared Jean's chaotic mind. It was only then that she realized what Jack had called her. Mommy Jen? Mommy? Oh God, she was 19 when she was burned at the stake. She hadn't even dated, let alone married. Now. She was called Mom. Although the person calling her that was a very cute little girl, still, no, that's not the point at all. Poor Jean, the poor saint, was thrown into such confusion by this sudden mental shock that it was even more exhausting than facing the Inquisition. Emotionally drained, even with her devout faith, she was still just a pure young girl, without any experience in such matters. Fortunately, Jean had Artoria by her side. The first time Artoria heard Mama Toria, her reaction wasn't much better than Jean's, and she also wasn't quite sure how to comfort her. Don't mind it. Jack calls you that because she likes you. You see, she calls me Mommy too, doesn't she? With that, Jean was barely pulled out of her confusion. You just let her call you Mommy? I've tried telling her several times, but she just doesn't listen. She's very innocent and stubborn about this. Eventually, I realized it wasn't a big deal. Being called Mommy doesn't change anything, so I just let her. Not a big deal. Although it indeed doesn't change anything, but still, this isn't right. How does Miss Reka educate her child? Doesn't the child's father care? Father? Artoria was taken aback. Ah, haven't you realized yet? Realized what? Jean was puzzled. Apparently not. Calm down and use your class privilege. It should be easy to see. At Artoria's words, Jean quickly focused her attention and let her senses expand. Soon, she felt an aura different from that of ordinary humans. This is P.S. King Ahog, Jean, although you can eat a lot, you're still far behind me. You're just an ordinary big eater, while I have an interdimensional stomach. PS2, Shinji, well done, Jack-chan. Daddy likes you. Chapter 416, I wanna meet your master. 1194 words. Class skill, true name discernment activated. Jack's information is fully revealed. Class, none. Alignment, black. True name, Jack the Ripper. Gender, female. Height/weight, 150 centimeters/45 kilograms. Attribute, chaotic evil. Strength, E. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Mana, E. Luck, E. Noble Phantasm, C. The eighth servant of the Black Faction? How is that possible? Surprised, various speculations flooded Jean's mind. Could someone from the Black Faction have violated the rules? Jean's first reaction was exactly this. Her second reaction was to enter the Millennia Castle and investigate. If there was indeed a violation, she would exercise her authority as the adjudicator to administer punishment. However, she soon suppressed this impulse. As Artoria had said, an empty stomach is the enemy, and in her current state, a long journey was not advisable. Moreover, she noticed anomalies in Jack's profile. First, Jack's attributes were extremely low, so low that any known servant could easily crush her. Second, she had no class. If it weren't for the alignment marked as black, Jean would have thought she was a servant summoned through a ritual outside the Holy Grail. According to the knowledge granted by the Grail, every servant summoned by it should have a corresponding class. Unless Jack wasn't using a Holy Grail created catalyst. Thinking along these lines, Jean felt she had found the answer. Over the millennia of human history, countless heroes have been summoned, and the legends related to them are extremely diverse. It wasn't impossible for a noble phantasm or skill to independently summon a servant. This would also explain why Jack had no class and such low attributes. However, Jack the Ripper wasn't a positive heroic spirit, so why was Artoria so accepting of her? Jean thought this and asked aloud. Although there are many legends about Jack the Ripper, in reality, they were just a group of pitiful children. Artoria sighed and then recounted what she had heard from Shinji about the true nature of Jack. Indeed, Jack committed murders, but was it truly Jack's fault? The noble king of knights couldn't find an answer, and neither could the resolute saint. The children who were stifled before birth simply wanted to come into this world, which led to the birth of Jack. The unborn children just wanted to return to their mother's womb, which fueled Jack's killings. Whether it was being born or wanting to be fully nurtured, these were basic instincts and wishes of life. Jack had never received a day of education. She was still a blank slate, acting purely on instinct. Using human concepts of right and wrong to judge these nascent, or rather, unborn children was inappropriate. If one had to say something, it could only be Shinji's conclusion: it's not Jack who is wrong, it's the world. Without that kind of social environment, Jack would never have been born. This is the root of the problem. After Jack was summoned, although she lacked some common sense, under Reika's guidance, she did not cause any negative impact on society. This further corroborated Shinji's view. She will no longer cause any killings. Now, she is just Reika's daughter, nothing more. Reika and I will teach her and protect her. I swear by the name of a knight, I will not let anyone harm such a child. Though she did not wear armor or wield a sword, this did not diminish Artoria's demeanor. No matter the time, place, or circumstance, she was always a knight. I trust your judgment and your promise. Revelation told Jean that Artoria was serious and trustworthy. If you and Miss Reika need to fight, I can take care of Jack. Jack belongs to the Black Faction, and having her not participate in the battle weakens their strength. Assuming it is voluntary, this does not constitute a violation. Upon hearing Jean's offer, Artoria smiled knowingly. Then I'll leave her in your care. With Jean Mama looking after her, I think Jack will be very happy. Please don't use that title. Jean's face was full of helplessness, she still couldn't accept it. I can refrain, but Jack definitely will use it. Ugh. I will correct her. Though she said this, Jean had no confidence. I want to confirm something. Was Jack summoned by you? Jean had already used her true name discernment skill to skin all the Black Faction's servants. In her view, there were only two people who could have summoned Jack, one was the assassin, and the other was Artoria. The former represented the unknown, while the latter was the most famous king of England, so possessing a skill or noble phantasm to summon British heroic spirits was not surprising. Such a skill or noble phantasm must have some significant limitations, like being able to summon only once, summoning only one person at a time, or summoning characters randomly. This would perfectly explain the current situation and Artoria's attitude, otherwise, Artoria could have summoned a much stronger heroic spirit. To say nothing of others, her Round Table Knights would have been excellent choices. No, it wasn't me. It was my master. This answer completely surprised Jean. Your master? Miss Reika? How could she? Could it be an illegal summoning? This thought had just arisen when it was interrupted by an even more unexpected fact. You're mistaken, she is not my master. She, well, should be considered a proxy master. Having experienced the previous Holy Grail War, Artoria naturally applied the example of Kiritsugu and Irisville. Proxy master? Then who is your real master? Him, he is as special as I am and is my confidant and collaborator. Special? Confidant? Collaborator? What do you mean? Jean was increasingly confused. You'll understand when you meet him. Artoria didn't elaborate further, she didn't want to disrupt Shinji's plans. Jean, let's continue last night's unfinished conversation. I'll tell you about my situation, and I hope for your assistance. The current Holy Grail War involves very complex circumstances. What followed was straightforward. Artoria told Jean everything about her situation, the mission she bore, and her speculations about the current Holy Grail War. As a saint who has heard the voice of God and is someone possessing revelation, Jean knew that Artoria was telling the truth. Considering what Artoria had said, Jean became even more convinced that her summoning was not merely to adjudicate the 14-night battle between the Red and Black factions but for a deeper reason. This reason also explains the unusual nature of her summoning. Having confirmed this, Jean did not hesitate any longer and informed Artoria of her special circumstances, responding to her request for assistance. I agree to provide you with assistance, but I must make it clear that I will not interfere in any way with the Red and Black factions' struggle over the Holy Grail. I understand. Artoria was not surprised by this stipulation. In addition, I would like to meet your master. Whether as a collaborator or regarding the matter of summoning Jack, I need to understand everything clearly. P.S. It's not Jack's fault, nor is it the world's, it's Tosaka Tokiomi's fault. This world's Tokiomi is still alive, so he continues to take the blame. Chapter 417, Special Training. 1,282 words. When Artoria sent a message to Shinji through their contract, Shinji was already covered in bruises and injuries, courtesy of Chiron. Yes, the special training had begun, starting at 6 a.m. that morning. The core of the training was adaptation, divided mainly into two aspects, speed and technique. As a servant, his attributes were already fixed with no room for improvement. The only thing that could be trained was experience, particularly the experience of battling Achilles. First was speed. This was Achilles' forte, known as the fastest among all heroes of all ages. This legend was crystallized into his noble phantasm, named Comet Form. Dromius Comets, Comet Form A+ rank. Type, anti-unit, self, noble phantasm. It enables him to traverse a vast battlefield in a single burst, without slowing down even when obstacles are present. Although he must expose his Achilles heel as a vulnerability, few heroic spirits can fully keep up with his speed, known as the pinnacle of swift-footedness in human history. There is a saying, in the world of martial arts, speed determines the winner. This illustrates how terrifying extreme speed can be, and Achilles possesses the most extreme speed. Kung Fu Hustle reference. Understanding this, Shinji had rigorously practiced anticipation and prepared the Divine Thunder Barrier, which indeed caused Achilles some trouble in their initial encounter. But these were ultimately tricks. If they couldn't kill the opponent in one hit, they would be less effective the second time. Now that Achilles had issued a duel challenge in the name of the Olympian gods, Shinji had to adapt to such speed or face it through Chiron's arrows. As the inspiration for Sagittarius and one of the top archers in human history, Chiron's archery had reached its pinnacle. His shooting speed, strength, and angle were impeccable. Only thus could he shoot arrows fast enough to match comet form without fearing a misstep that might gravely injure or kill Shinji. However, due to the nature of arrows, there were still differences between Chiron's simulated comet form and the original. After all, arrows are much smaller than humans. If this weren't the case, Chiron's arrows couldn't reach Achilles' running speed. Truly simulating it would require enormous mana consumption, burdening Chiron's body and affecting the duration of the special training, making it not worthwhile. Therefore, for better training results, Chiron demanded that Shinji increase the difficulty. He couldn't use his noble phantasms and had to dodge or block the arrows using his body alone. Skills like using mana bursts to shatter the arrows were also forbidden unless he could do the same to Achilles. If you can't do it, don't think about taking shortcuts. It will only hinder your improvement. Chiron began lecturing again, almost instinctively as a teacher. Shinji called him Teacher Chiron during training, and later just Teacher, saving Shursho exclusively for Scathach. By 7 o'clock, Shinji had already turned into a porcupine, with at least 20 arrows stuck in him and countless more grazes. Fortunately, Chiron controlled his strength carefully, making the injuries look worse than they were. After a hearty breakfast and treatment with the goddess staff and life runes, Shinji was back in high spirits, ready for the second part of the training technique. Through 2 observations, Chiron had accurately gauged Shinji's abilities. His technique wasn't poor, but it was far from exceptional, especially compared to heroes who had accomplished great feats in history. His greatest reliance in fighting these heroes, aside from his numerous noble phantasms, was his quick thinking and excellent adaptability. He could always see the enemy's strengths and weaknesses and then avoid the strengths while attacking the weaknesses. It was this ability that made Chiron agree to help with the special training. Once the Holy Grail War starts, it doesn't last long, typically not more than half a month. For someone who fights purely with brute strength, even if they train 24 hours a day, it wouldn't make much difference. But for someone like Shinji, who uses his brain and understands various techniques, there's a chance to find a way to counter Achilles, provided he gains enough experience fighting Achilles. Chiron was Achilles' teacher, and Achilles learned all his skills from Chiron. No one understands Achilles better than Chiron. Although Achilles had developed his abilities after finishing his training, Chiron was more than capable of simulating a 90% accurate version of Achilles. Chiron put away his bow and took up a pre-prepared sword, shield, and spear, Achilles' 3 most proficient weapons, to engage in close combat with Shinji. At this moment, Shinji finally deeply understood the familiar saying, "An archer who can't fight in close combat isn't a good archer." Red archer, that's correct. In Chiron's hands, the shield was not only a defensive tool but also an offensive weapon. No matter what weapon Shinji used, Chiron could block it with the shield and reflect some of the force, causing Shinji's wrists to go numb and even making him lose his balance. The same was true for swordsmanship and spearmanship. Although not as intricate as Karna's techniques, each move was simple, direct, and filled with lethality. If it weren't for the practice weapons being blunt, Shinji would have died under Chiron's hands dozens of times. It's important to note that Chiron was mimicking Achilles' style, not his own. Shinji seriously doubted that, in terms of pure skill, Chiron could duel Siegfried with a sword, match spears with Karna, and excel in every discipline without any weaknesses. Shursho is like this, and so is Chiron. As expected, teacher is the strongest class. Should I consider switching classes too? Despite being brutally beaten, Shinji still had the mind to joke, but then Chiron punched him away. Chiron had switched to fighting barehanded, yet Shinji was still getting beaten badly, reminding him of his childhood training. Although the styles of his 2 teachers were completely different, the results were the same. Focus during combat. After thinking for a moment, Chiron, noticing they had been fighting for over 2 hours with Shinji mostly taking hits, suggested, "If you're tired, take a break. You're probably reaching your limit." Limit? I'm far from my limit. Shinji nonchalantly wiped the blood from his mouth. As long as I'm still standing, I haven't reached my limit. Let's continue. With this intensity, I can at least last until noon. You.
Chiron carefully scanned each part of Shinji's body, his eyebrows slightly raising. No, your body is clearly near its limit.
Have you been undergoing such training since childhood? Yes, indeed. As expected of a teacher, you have a keen eye.
My Shursho, who taught me from childhood, believed that only by constantly surpassing limits can one become stronger.
At the beginning, I suffered a lot and cried until I had no more tears. Thinking back, it was tough. Hearing Shinji's explanation, Chiron's frown deepened. That's too harsh.
While I don't deny that extreme training can make one stronger, training with too much intensity can cause irreversible damage. I don't agree with such an education method.
You are questioning my Shursho's teaching methods. If you two meet, a fight is inevitable. Honestly, I don't think you'll win, Chiron.
Whether or not you've regained your immortality, you're still a son of gods, and Shursho's Godslayer skill is your bane.
To avoid any issues for you, it's best I change the subject quickly. Whether you agree or not, you'll have to discuss it with her when you meet. Or, since you both taught me, how about I evaluate your teachings? All right. Whether a teacher teaches well is ultimately judged by their student. Chiron nodded solemnly, accepting this unique challenge that belonged to teachers.
For him, this held more significance than simply winning a fight.
Chapter 418, have you finished your homework? 1,176 words.
And so, their special training continued well into the evening.
According to Skathaka's Spartan teaching methods, today's training would have ended by the afternoon at the latest. But Chiron was different.
He wouldn't push someone to their limits all at once. Instead, he believed in a balance of work and rest.
He focused not only on physical training but also on stimulating the student's mind.
He also made sure to leave time for deepening the bond with the master, while also considering healing and rest. The interaction between Chiron and Calls was one of teaching and learning. Chiron taught Calls various kinds of knowledge, and Calls taught Chiron how to use a computer, because a teacher who doesn't keep up with the times isn't a good teacher.
It's essential to try new things actively.
As for Shinji and Fiore, firstly, Shinji would push the wheelchair, and then they would chat about anything and everything. They talked about topics spanning the world, from the heavens to the earth, from ancient times to the present, from the mundane world to the magical society, from historical events to trivial gossip. As the ambitious next leader of the Ig Millennia clan, Fiore knew a lot of the intelligence gathered by Darnik, some of which would still be useful in another world. Meanwhile, as a devoted fan of the Type Moon, a researcher, and a setter, Shinji knew many ancient secrets not even recorded by the Mages Association and the Church, greatly satisfying Fiore's curiosity. But that was all in the past 2 days. Since this morning, Fiore had stopped initiating conversations with Shinji, and she even avoided eye contact, keeping her head down most of the time. Shinji tried several times to start a conversation but couldn't make any progress. Aside from pushing the wheelchair and doing small tasks like pouring tea, the two hardly interacted throughout the day. This left Shinji feeling frustrated. Really, just because I flirted with you a bit, and it was you who gave me the opportunity, is it necessary to be so upset? Chiron, too, was puzzled. He noticed the tension between them and wanted to mediate, but Cole stopped him. What a joke, why should an outsider interfere in such matters? This is a textbook classic scenario. Chiron didn't understand. So, Coles took out his treasured collection and started educating Chiron, becoming his teacher once again. On the other side, after enduring a whole day of awkward silence, Shinji couldn't take it anymore. After dinner, he found an excuse to slip out of the castle to clear his mind, completely unaware of Fiore's disappointment behind him and Coles's disappointed but unsurprised look. Well, you could say that Shinji didn't understand a girl's heart. And this so-called clearing of the mind naturally involved seeking out another woman. Don't get the wrong idea, this time it was purely in response to Artoria's request, with no ulterior motives involved. Honestly, Shinji still didn't understand how these two women, who looked identical, ended up together and had such deep conversations. Some might ask, with so much time since Artoria's message, haven't you thought to ask?
Actually, no. First of all, Shinji had been mostly getting beaten up during that time, with no spare moments. Secondly, such matters couldn't be clarified in a few words, and their current communication was limited to brief exchanges. To avoid being discovered by the Millennia clan, Shinji had chosen a hideout for Artoria's group outside of Triphos. Here, Triphos didn't just refer to the city but the entire Triphos region. The long distance made communication difficult. Shinji suddenly started to miss the convenience of a mobile phone, but unfortunately, as a servant, he wasn't equipped with one. Therefore, he could only use the limited information he had to speculate and analyze. However, due to the lack of information, he couldn't deduce anything useful. At most, he guessed that Jean had been present at the battle last night, as no one broke the rules, so she chose to observe in secret. Whether by coincidence or for some other reason, the two met. Artoria, tasked by the counter-force, sought the referee's assistance, leading to their conversation. Shinji couldn't figure out what happened next. Why did Artoria bring Jean to her hideout? Why did she only send a message in the morning? What did the two talk about? The only certainty was that the two, who were similar in every way, seemed to have had a good conversation. Otherwise, Artoria wouldn't have agreed to pass on a message to Jean. This was why Shinji could focus on his special training without rushing to meet them. Of course, deep down, there was still a bit of concern. How much had Artoria revealed about him? Would these revelations affect his subsequent plans? These were uncertain factors, but since they were uncertain, he decided to wait until they were confirmed before worrying about them. There was no need to overthink things prematurely. Now, Shinji was determined to figure everything out and decide how to deal with Jean. With Justy's assistance, Shinji traveled along the ley lines in his spirit form to the border of Triphos. After walking for about 10 more minutes, he arrived at a small mountain village. The village consisted of only a dozen or so scattered households. Although it wasn't as affluent as Saigasora, it was leisurely and peaceful, giving off a sense of inner tranquility. Under the effect of his presence concealment skill, Shinji silently entered the village. Neither the vigilant guard dogs nor the other farm animals noticed his presence. Following the sense of his master-servant contract, Shinji walked unhurriedly along the country paths and climbed over a not-so-sturdy fence. He arrived at a modest countryside cottage. Before he could knock, the door opened, and a girl in a white floral dress rushed out, calling, "Papa." Shinji quickly caught her, spun her around, and lifted her high. "Jack, how did you know Papa was coming?" "Because we smelled Papa's scent," Jack replied sweetly, without a trace of the initial tension between them. After all, Jack drew her magical energy from Shinji. Papa's scent was essentially the scent of his magical energy. Oh my, such a close father-daughter relationship," said Reika, standing behind Jack with her arms crossed, smiling as she watched. "Of course, she's my daughter, how could our relationship not be good?" Shinji set Jack down and winked at Reika. Rika winked back, conveying everything without words. Inside, at the dining table, Artoria swallowed a mouthful of steak, put down her knife and fork, wiped her mouth, and stood up to greet him. "Master, have you eaten? Want to join us? Reika's cooking is delicious." "I've already eaten, you go ahead. I brought some snacks in case you need more." As he spoke, Shinji glanced nonchalantly at the dozen or so neatly arranged plates on the table, then turned his gaze to the last person in the room, who was staring back at him in astonishment. "Nice to see you again, Miss Jean. Have you finished your homework?" Chapter 419, I am the man chosen by the Holy Grail. 1215 words. As the ruler with the servant radar ability, Jean sensed the presence of the black assassin before anyone else. However, she did not reveal this to the others, not knowing the assassin's intentions, and this also aligned with her agreement with Artoria. Unexpectedly, the assassin kept approaching the house without stopping. Even more surprising was that just as Jean was about to give a warning, Jack jumped up and said, "Papa's here," then opened the door and threw herself at the man Jean had met once before. Jean was stunned. Was the black assassin Jack's papa? But Artoria had said that Jack was summoned by her master, which meant he was Artoria's master? Artoria's subsequent greeting confirmed this. Before Shinji's appearance,
Jean had often wondered what kind of person Artoria's master would be. She never imagined it would be someone she knew, and moreover, a servant.
You are Artoria's master?
Jean stood up from her seat, her sky-blue eyes fixed on Shinji. She saw him unhappily purse his lips and mutter something.
You didn't take the bait.
I was hoping to put on a bit of a teacher's act, but you didn't give me a chance.
Ah, yes, you're right. Though it's a bit unbelievable, I am indeed Artoria's master. No rule in the Holy Grail War says a servant can't be a master, right?
As he spoke, Shinji pulled up his sleeve and unwrapped the bandage on his left arm, revealing 3 red command seals, the greatest proof and authority of a master. Seeing these 3 command seals, Jean completely confirmed Shinji's identity. Indeed, there is no such rule.
Your status as a master is legitimate.
That's good. Shinji had been waiting for Jean to say this.
Artoria mentioned you wanted to see me?
Yes.
For what? You don't expect me to continue teaching you math, do you?
Jean shook her head. No, I didn't know beforehand that you were Artoria's master, but if you have time later, I do have some math questions I'd like to ask you. Since you love learning so much, I'd be happy to continue being your teacher, Shinji responded with a smile.
Reika, observing from the side, showed clear surprise. Saint Jean d'Arc loves learning this much?
She had seen yet another hidden side of these legendary heroes. The Holy Grail War was becoming more interesting at the moment.
Reika's mind was different from ordinary people.
She found no joy in ordinary life, living mechanically and instinctively. This was not only because she hadn't met anyone who truly cared for her, but also because her seemingly normal worldview hid unknown distortions. These distortions were gradually awakening with the arrival of Jack and Artoria and the progression of the Holy Grail War. Now, Reika wasn't just participating in the Holy Grail War for the sake of those she cared about. She had found enjoyment in the war itself. Even if Shinji asked her to leave, she wouldn't. Having finally found a life that wasn't so dull, why would she leave?
Some people are born with extraordinary traits. Many heroes are like this, and so is Reika.
She was naturally suited for the Holy Grail War.
What interesting things would happen next? Hugging Jack, Reika sat on the sofa, watching Shinji and Jean with a smile.
The young man and woman finished their small talk and sat at the dining table to discuss serious matters. Artoria, sitting with them, continued her battle with the food, occasionally mumbling in agreement with her mouth full. In such a harmonious and friendly atmosphere, the outcome of the negotiation was naturally not going to be bad. Because Artoria had only mentioned her uniqueness without revealing Shinji's information, Shinji had plenty of room to maneuver. Considering he had already revealed his true name in front of Artoria and Reika, Shinji saw no point in continuing to pose as an unknown assassin. Additionally, due to a particular analysis by Justice, it was necessary to bring Jean on board. Therefore, Shinji hid almost nothing, openly revealing his true name and background. Of course, Shinji wasn't foolish enough to present everything without any embellishments, as doing so would undoubtedly result in being deemed a violator and disqualified by the judge. In Shinji's account, he portrayed himself as a kindred spirit to Jean, similarly chosen by the Holy Grail due to issues arising in this Holy Grail War. The difference was that while Jean possessed a human body and used it to operate, Shinji's soul was extracted by the Holy Grail and fused with a heroic spirit's power, allowing him to act according to his will. As proof, Shinji displayed 5 noble phantasms from different civilizations that had no connection to each other: Indra's thunder, Azure Cloud Sword, Ishtar's lance, Goddess staff, and Hades' cloak. Jack, sitting obediently in Reika's arms, was also evidence, as she was Shinji's servant.
This explanation confirmed a suspicion Jean had.
She had not been summoned merely to arbitrate between the red and black factions, there was a more significant reason. However, Jean did not fully trust Shinji's words. Her revelation skill indicated some discordance, although she couldn't pinpoint it. After all, Shinji wasn't lying. Justice was the Holy Grail, and he was chosen by her, carrying a special mission.
What could be wrong with that?
Noticing a hint of wariness still in Jean's eyes, Shinji played his trump card: cheating. This was a method that an honest, diligent, and hard-working student would never think of. specifically, using his contract with Justice to draw out the Holy Grail's colorless mana. Though it was just a tiny amount, it was the most compelling evidence. Look, I possess such pure Holy Grail mana, how could I not be a man chosen by the Holy Grail? Finally, Jean believed Shinji's story, though she still had questions.
Why didn't the Holy Grail inform me of your existence? Our cooperation would be far more efficient. You are the judge, meant to act openly and righteously.
I am an assassin, naturally required to operate in the shadows. One in the light, one in the dark, a double assurance.
If one side encounters trouble, the other can continue to act.
I plan to contact you in the mid to late stages of the Holy Grail War, once the Grail had formed and the mastermind had surfaced.
I didn't expect you to run into Artoria.
It was the truth, without lies, compelling Jean to believe.
So, have you discovered anything? Finding nothing is sometimes the best discovery. After my investigation, none of the Black Faction's masters and servants are violating any rules or showing anomalies.
The problem must lie with the Red Faction. Karna's actions the night you went to Trifaz are the best evidence. But since that failure, they haven't taken further action.
No action doesn't mean they don't intend to.
It could be they haven't had the opportunity or something has delayed them. We can probe the Red Faction masters who have yet to reveal themselves to see what they're planning.
How do we probe? I have a plan. Shinji's eyes flashed, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips.
P.S. I am the man chosen by the Holy Grail, and you are the woman chosen by the Holy Grail.
Quite a fitting match, isn't it?
Chapter 420, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 1.
1,297 words. Is this enough?
On the bustling streets of Saigasora, Jean carried a handbag, blending in with the crowd of tourists while disguised as a student.
Yes, this should be sufficient.
Standing about 2 body lengths away, a woman in a trench coat, sunglasses, and a wide-brimmed hat that completely covered her hair responded quietly. She was Reika Rikudu, the only member of the team besides Shinji with significant intelligence. I think the Red Faction should have already detected your presence.
This is their stronghold, and we are on the main thoroughfare.
Reika had disguised herself and, not being a magus, wouldn't attract the Red Faction's attention, no matter how beautiful she was. Jean, on the other hand, couldn't dematerialize and carried the vast mana and presence unique to a servant wherever she went.
As long as the Red Faction's masters weren't idiots, they wouldn't ignore her presence. Jean asked, so, what do we do next?
It's simple, wait for the Red Faction to act.
Reika adjusted her sunglasses and glanced thoughtfully at the pigeons flying overhead.
The Red Faction wanting to eliminate you means they have something they don't want you to know.
Now that you've appeared in their stronghold, they can't ignore it. Once they move, we'll have our chance. By the way, have you sensed any presence of the Red Faction servants?
No. Jean shook her head. From the moment she entered Saigasora, she had maximized her perception. But so far, she hadn't detected anything, as if there were no servants in the entire city.
What do you think are the possibilities? 2 possibilities. First, they've used a special method to isolate the presence and mana of their servants. Second, they're not in Saigasora at all. Do you have any other detection methods?
I do, but I can't use them in public.
Reika nodded and pointed towards the side of the street. There's a cafe over there.
A few minutes later, Jean hid in a booth and used holy water she had prepared in advance to activate an ability Shinji called Holy Water Radar.
Compared to mana sensing, Holy Water Radar couldn't pinpoint exact locations or even determine a servant's class.
It could only show the rough positions of the servants from both factions as differently colored dots.
However, its range was vast, easily covering the entire city. The radar's results were shocking. What? How is that possible?
Shinji, who had been lying on the ground in the training area catching his breath, suddenly sat up, his eyes full of confusion.
It couldn't be wrong. Both Jean's judgment and the intelligence he had indicated that the Red Faction's base was in nearby Saigasora. So why was there nothing? Could they have used some method to evade Jean's detection, like Hades' cloak? No, impossible. Noble phantasms like Hades' cloak are extremely rare, it's not something everyone can have.
And given Jean and Reika's thorough approach, they wouldn't be so sure unless they were certain.
Could it be that Amakusa Shiro or the Red Assassin Semiramis had anticipated Jean's arrival and evacuated in advance?
To avoid arousing Jean's suspicion, Shinji had only guided her step by step instead of prematurely revealing the existence of the mastermind, allowing for more speculation. Excluding Amakusa himself and the independently acting Kairi Sisuga, the other 5 masters had been controlled by Semiramis' poison, trapped in an illusion, dreaming all day of crushing the Black Faction and annihilating the Ig Millennia, achieving glory.
Amakusa's goal was to use this method to obtain command seals from the 5 masters. Without the masters' consent, extracting command seals would be extremely difficult, and neither Amakusa nor Semiramis had that capability. They could only use inducement and deception to make these top magi willingly hand over their command seals to Amakusa, the overseer of the Holy Grail War. Retrieving command seals after the war was precisely the overseer's duty. Having obtained these command seals and control over the other red servants, Amakusa would then be qualified to face Jean without worrying about her invoking the God's resolution privilege to forcibly command all servants to annihilate him. Inducing the masters through illusions to give orders was still indirect and could take considerable time and might not even succeed.
Amakusa was not a combat-type servant. This amount of time would be more than enough for Karna or Achilles to kill him several times over. Therefore, Amakusa would not appear before Jean until he had secured this control. Knowing this, Shinji suggested Jean visit the Red Faction stronghold to see if she could discover anything. Although the chance of Jean capturing Amakusa, given his patience and cunning, was minimal, even the slightest trace would be enough to dispel all of Jean's doubts. Unexpectedly, Amakusa retreated so decisively without any contact at all.
Should it be said that a boss is a boss?
However, this was not the end, but just the beginning.
Artoria, have Jean circle the city and then come back.
Then, give her the cloak and take her into the city for another round.
Dare you not pluck the thorny white lily? Will you eat the lion's head delivered to your mouth? Let's see how long you can endure.
Shinji secretly steeled himself and, in doing so, naturally tensed his body, which usually wasn't a problem, but now, with his whole body swollen, he gasped in pain.
Hiss, this hurts like hell. How lucky, if Ruler had come a day earlier, we might have been discovered. Hearing the news from Semiramis, Shiro commented with a smile.
This time, it was merely a coincidence that the Red Faction servants were not in Saigasora. On the night before Jean's arrival, the Red Faction had just moved their base from the mountain church to Semiramis' Ace Noble Phantasm, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Otherwise, even if Shiro had known in advance that Jean was coming, they couldn't have retreated so cleanly. Not to mention others, Achilles, when angry, wouldn't even listen to his master, let alone to Shiro as an agent. If things went wrong, Jean might have really caught them, which is why Shiro sighed in relief.
Why do I feel like you actually wanted to be discovered by Ruler? Semiramis looked at her master with a half-smile. Because while everything going according to the script is safe, it's also very boring. The longer the suppression, the more eager I am to stir up some trouble.
You've been influenced by Castor, Semiramis complained as she played with the pigeon that brought the news.
Perhaps. Shiro didn't deny it.
But a missed opportunity is a missed opportunity, lamenting it is useless.
At this moment, a faint thought was transmitted to Semiramis' mind from Saigasora.
Semiramis closed her eyes, synchronizing her vision with that of a distant familiar. A few minutes later, she opened her eyes, puzzled.
What's going on? Not only Ruler, but even a Black Faction servant has arrived? Black Faction? Which one? Shiro also showed a surprised expression. The only one without any intelligence. No intelligence, meaning Black Lancer? Interesting, very interesting. Shiro's eyes lit up. What do you plan to do, Master? Should we send someone to handle her? I just confirmed that Ruler has already left Saigasora.
Semiramis turned her palm up, the metal nails in her palm gleaming coldly.
Shiro crossed his arms, one hand holding his chin.
This is indeed a good opportunity to eliminate Black Lancer, but we can't ignore the Ruler's side either.
Just because she's left doesn't mean she won't come back. So, are we just letting her go? Of course not. How can we let go of the meat delivered to our mouths?
Notify our companion, they've taken so much information from us, it's time they paid a price.
Chapter 421, Kyrie's Dream. 1,129 words. Participants in the Holy Grail War sometimes have dreams. This is likely due to the deep spiritual connection between masters and their servants. They experience each other's past events through dreams. This phenomenon was also commonly observed in the first 3 Holy Grail Wars. Therefore, Kyrie Sisegu was not at all surprised when he found himself in ancient Britain. Such things do happen. This should be the past of his servant, Mordred. Before he knew it, he was already standing beside her. The sword in her hand was the one she loved to use the most in this Holy Grail War, Clarent, the radiant and brilliant royal sword. This weapon originally did not belong to her. It was kept in the armory by King Arthur after he acquired it, and it symbolized the throne. Later, Mordred seized this sword and declared herself as king, inciting a large-scale rebellion. She then wielded this sword and challenged King Arthur to a duel. So, this is Camlan.
Indeed, this was the Hill of Camlan, the battlefield where Mordred led her rebel army against King Arthur's regular forces in their final battle. The legend of King Arthur, this grand tale of chivalry, concluded with this tragic war. Arrows pierced into the lightly armored soldiers. However, Mordred, clad in her full steel armor, ignored all attacks and charged straight ahead.
Arthur, a leader with immense charisma, finally achieved the unification of Britain. Yet, why did so many soldiers support Mordred's rebellion?
There were several reasons.
First, the widespread war weariness in the country as they approached unification.
Despite being hailed as a perfect being, the scandal between the Knight of the Lake and the Queen, which led to the king's loss of authority, was another reason. The knights developed a fear and contempt for a king who was too pure and devoid of personal feelings. But there was another reason. On the battlefield, it was clear to Kyrie why.
Mordred's fighting style was extremely brutal.
The knight's proud and grand swordsmanship appeared as fragile as dry branches before her. Though her actions seemed instinctual, they were the most efficient ways to kill. The soldiers following her were highly motivated, marching as if releasing human instincts. Their footsteps resounded like powerful war drums.
She was a natural disaster, like a tornado. Mordred was a renowned knight.
She had put in tremendous effort and indeed achieved it. Even so, had she fought as a knight, she might not have had 10,000 soldiers following her. Her strength was undeniable, and it contained a certain madness. On the battlefield, such madness was most commendable. Facing an opponent as strong as a monster, demolishing enemies like a storm, her soldiers followed her like they were possessed by her madness. They wanted to see what kind of bloody path this frenzied warrior would carve out. This was a form of fanaticism, a fervent belief. The soldiers' motivation was probably no more than this.
However, no matter how high their morale, their strength was still limited. The number of soldiers dwindled, hundreds and thousands being wiped out one after another. Mordred never looked back.
Soldiers, no, people would naturally increase after victory. She seemed to believe this. She prioritized attacking the areas with the most enemy soldiers.
After decisively breaking through, she would charge towards the next densely packed enemy position.
She annihilated all fearful, resisting, and fleeing opponents, piling up heaps of corpses. Meanwhile, Mordred paid no heed to all the foot soldiers. Her focus wasn't on anyone else but her father, King Arthur.
Where is King Arthur? Where is the Night King?
She shouted while cutting down the enemy soldiers surrounding her one by one. She deliberately chose to attack heavily fortified positions, thinking the king was likely there. However, as if rejected by destiny, the two never crossed paths on the battlefield.
Yet, once the barriers were gone, destiny would eventually come to fruition.
Both King Arthur's forces and Mordred's rebels were almost annihilated, leaving only a field of corpses. Supporting herself on her sword, Mordred finally saw King Arthur appear before her.
Her expression was incredibly serene, showing neither pity nor hatred.
Seeing her emotionless face, Mordred visibly grew impatient. Finally, they confronted each other on the battlefield.
There was almost no one left to stand in their way. Mordred spread her arms and shouted passionately. Pouring out anger, joy, and indescribable emotions, she yelled loudly. How about it, King Arthur? Your kingdom ends here. It's over. Whether I win or you win, everything is already destroyed. Standing before her was the king, who bore a striking resemblance to Mordred, almost like a young boy. Despite Mordred's passionate outburst, she remained unmoved, not even responding to her questions, mechanically raising her sword. This must have been the most unforgivable response for Mordred. She let out a roar and swung her sword fiercely. King Arthur raised her sword to meet her. The two holy swords clashed, sparking. Despite both being utterly exhausted, they fought fiercely, refusing to be outdone. However, the outcome would not change. As Mordred said, regardless of who ultimately won, the kingdom would soon perish. You must have known it would come to this. You must have known. If you had just given me the throne, none of this would have happened. Yet, Mordred's sword did not slow down. Born as an illegitimate child, her admiration for her father turned into hatred upon her rejection, leading them to this deadly clash on the battlefield. I hate you, I hate you. I hate you for being the perfect king. I hate you for never acknowledging my existence. I willingly accepted being your shadow, yet you never looked back at me. So this is the rightful punishment, King Arthur. I've annihilated everything you had. Do you hate me? Do you hate me that much? Do you hate me, Morgan's child? Answer me, Arthur. Finally, amid battle, Arthur responded. In a cold, emotionless voice, the king declared, I have never hated you. The reason I did not give you the throne is because you lack the capacity to be a king. It was a response synonymous with indifference. It was a blunt assessment of Mordred's abilities, mercilessly deeming her unfit to be a ruler. In that instant, Mordred, enraged beyond measure, swung her sword, while King Arthur pierced her chest with the holy spear Rhongomyniad, the spear of the end. No matter how strong the armor was, it was meaningless before that spear. However, despite receiving a fatal wound, Mordred mustered her dying strength to deliver a decisive blow to King Arthur. Her helmet split in two, revealing the familiar face of a young girl that Kairi recognized. Blood dripping from her lips, Mordred reached out towards King Arthur before her. Chapter 422, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 2. 1157 words. The place where Kairi, Sisegu and Mordred woke up was not the underground catacombs of Triphos, but a room in a small, secluded inn outside the city of Saigasora. To be cautious, they hadn't rented the room under their names, instead subtly taking over a room already rented by someone else. After receiving a message from Shiro, the two, who were deep behind enemy lines, temporarily moved from their original hiding place in Triphos to the vicinity of Saigasora. As a necromancer who had spent many years on the battlefield, Kairi had an extraordinary sensitivity to war. Without needing further confirmation or observation, he knew that the Red Berserker was undoubtedly doomed. With their numbers inferior to the enemy, they couldn't afford to let the Black faction gain further advantages. Before either side took further action, they would remain on standby here. At least here, the enemy wouldn't have the home field advantage, and Father Shiro was nearby, so they could watch each other's backs in case of danger, though Kairi didn't know that Shiro's group had already moved. Scratching the itchy scar on his face, Kairi sat up from the sofa, his face still showing the lingering effects of a dream. Mordred, who was playing with a stray cat, glanced at her master and mocked him. Started having nightmares as soon as we moved from that catacomb to this inn? Necromancers are troublesome. To the girl's surprise, instead of retorting or casually explaining as he usually would, Kairi just silently looked at her. That inexplicable look of sadness made her feel uncomfortable all over. That's gross. No, it's nothing. Let's go eat. Kairi avoided Mordred's gaze and got up to leave. Though Mordred was a bit concerned, the mention of food made her immediately forget all her questions. Being the only child of King Arthur, she inherited her father's extraordinary appetite, even if she had no claim to the throne. Oh, food. What are we having today? Picking up the stray cat,
Mordred hummed a tune and followed Kyrie.
What a simple-minded fellow, Kyrie muttered under his breath, shaking his head.
At a random outdoor cafe, Kyrie listlessly flipped through a newspaper while Mordred enthusiastically devoured her food, presenting a stark contrast. When not engaged in battle, they usually passed the time in this harmonious manner, almost as if they had so bored, wished something exciting would happen written on their faces. Perhaps hearing their thoughts, a nondescript gray pigeon descended from the sky, bringing a note. The note, written in neat handwriting, read, "Black Lancer is in Saigasora, no other Black faction servants found." Although it was just a single sentence, Kyrie understood the message Father Shiro wanted to convey. With the Red faction having lost their berserker, it was time for the Black faction to lose one of their own. Whether this Lancer was bait or not, they wouldn't be allowed to return. "Hey, it seems we're being asked to take the lead," Kyrie said, tossing aside the newspaper. "Indeed, this is the best option." "What's up, Master?" Mordred asked, her mouth full of food. "The Black Lancer is nearby." "Really? That's great news. I'll get some exercise after filling my stomach." Mordred enthusiastically stabbed a sausage with her fork, as if imagining it to be the Black Lancer. "I mean, it's daytime now. Are you planning to fight in such a crowded place, Your Majesty?" Kyrie teased. Ugh, Mordred was struck by this realization. To make matters worse, the stray cat had sneakily taken the largest fish from her plate. "Hey, I saved that for last. Give it back." The stray cat, with food already in its mouth, immediately bolted. "Don't run." Mordred sprinted after it, her movements mirroring those of the cat. Kyrie pushed up his sunglasses and watched the scene in silence. This girl, has she regressed into a cat in terms of intelligence? No, humans can't regress into cats. Yes, Mordred has succumbed to the monkey-style intellect reduction method. The Ig Millennia clan's eyes and ears were spread all over Romania, and Saigasora was no exception. Although not as pervasive as in Trifaz, monitoring key individuals wasn't an issue. When the fierce-looking Kyrie Sisegu, who resembled a hardened criminal, entered the city with Mordred, who looked like a delinquent girl with her pineapple hair, hot pants, and camisole, the news quickly reached Fiore's desk. Because of Assassin's activities, Darnik had handed over half of the Ig Millennia clan's intelligence network to Fiore. Combining this with the earlier information about the ruler and the news of another unidentified servant appearing in Saigasora, Fiore couldn't help but echo Semiramis's sentiment. What's going on? Why are they all? Could something be happening in Saigasora that we don't know about? What exactly is it? Her left hand rhythmically tapped the armrest of her wheelchair as Fiore fell into deep thought. Unfortunately, the formidable nature of servants made intelligence gathering difficult, and the existing information was insufficient to draw any conclusions. At least, Fiore herself couldn't figure it out. Maybe Assassin can make sense of it. Since she couldn't figure it out herself, she decided to seek help. The first person who came to mind was Shinji. As an assassin, he had an exceptional sensitivity to information, which was evident from his previous performances. However, as soon as this thought arose, Fiore dismissed it. The awkward incident from the night before last made it hard for her to face her servant properly. Whenever she saw his face, she became flustered and didn't know what to do. This can't go on, I need to change this terrible situation. Biting her lip, Fiore was about to summon her servant through their contract. But before she could send the command mentally, she hesitated again. Ugh, I still can't do it. I am. After a moment of self-reproach, Fiore pulled herself together. Forget about that for now. Business comes first. Since Assassin isn't an option, I'll find someone else. Archer, no, that won't work either. As the second in command of the Black faction and their strategist, Chiron's abilities and wisdom were unquestionable. However, he was currently helping Assassin with special training. Informing him would be the same as notifying Assassin. Given what Fiore knew about her servant, he would follow along, potentially worsening their already strained relationship. Actually, it wouldn't. Fiore was overthinking it, the worries of a young girl. Next, Fiore ruled out calls, too familiar with him, no need to ask to know what he'd say. Selenik, not focused on the war. Astolfo, prisoner. Rationality evaporation. Spartacus, prisoner, no prior interaction. Gords and Siegfried, both left early in the morning for unknown reasons, and Roche and Abisprin, always holed up in the workshop, not engaging with others. In the end, only Darnik, the clan leader and half-mentor, and berserker of Black, Vlad III, remained. Pushing aside her discontent, Fiore moved her wheelchair towards the top floor of the castle.
Chapter 423, Vlad III's Wish. 1,191 words.
It seems that many rulers, regardless of civilization, race, or country, enjoy the feeling of looking down from on high, overseeing the masses. Over time, castles and palaces have been built with the residences of their owners located at the highest points. Millennia Castle, a medieval fortress, is no exception. Naturally, this is where Vlad III resides. Usually, he and his master and subordinate, Darnik, stay here. Their daily routine consists of gazing at the scenery, tasting red wine, drinking tea, playing chess, and chatting.
Vlad III has spent most of his 2 months in the modern world in this manner.
Today, with no enemies invading their territory and no tasks to handle, the two of them sat by the window, playing chess as usual. The chessboard on the table was a traditional one for international chess, but the pieces were replaced with ones representing the 7 main servant classes, divided into red and black colors. Additionally, a golden cup representing the Holy Grail was placed in the middle of the board.
The rules of the game were also modified. The first to touch the Holy Grail would be the winner.
The intention was clear, this was for the current Holy Grail War.
Vlad III picked up the red berserker piece and placed it next to the black berserker piece.
The carved figure of the rampaging beast faced the red side of the board. With this, we now have 7 pieces. Although this piece is somewhat unruly, we still have an advantage over the red side's 6 pieces. However, if the red side is as formidable as we estimate in the worst-case scenario, our advantage wouldn't be so obvious. Darnik ran his hand over the 6 pieces in front of him, focusing on the saber and caster pieces. Based on their previous discussions, the red side's top-tier servant limit was 4, with Karna and Achilles already confirmed. Although Archer's archery skills were excellent, Siegfried and Chiron judged that her overall strength was still significantly below the other two.
Due to its inherent weaknesses, Assassin was unlikely to be one of their top-tier servants.
This left only Saber, the best class, and Caster, about whom there was no information. Additionally, we must consider the possibility that Black Lancer could be one of their pieces. Therefore, to ensure victory, Caster's noble phantasm is essential. Mentioning this made Vlad III furious.
Damn that writer, bringing along that homunculus, otherwise, there's no substitute, is there?
No, Darnik shook his head, his tone regretful. Among our clan, only the 7 masters and that homunculus meet the criteria for a core. If it were second-rate or third-rate magi, I could gather as many as needed.
But first-rate magi aren't something you can just prepare on a whim.
While they could confirm that the enemy had 6 first-rate magi, it would be quicker to kill them directly and cut off their servants' mana supply rather than capturing them to use as cores. If necessary, we can select one of our masters who has lost their servant. Although first-rate magi are precious resources in any family, these sacrifices are necessary for the prosperity of the Millennia clan.
What if it's me who retreats first? The same applies. Darnik's ruthlessness and determination moved Vlad III. I understand why you summoned me. Your essence is the same as mine, achieving your goals by any means necessary.
This is the highest praise for me, Darnik slightly bowed, and I ask the Count to be prepared, if necessary.
I will use my second noble phantasm. Vlad III was equally resolute.
However, it is truly ironic to use the power derived from the very stigma I wish to erase.
Vlad III's heroic reputation was mostly confined to Romania.
Outside Romania, his image was distorted into that of a monster, earning him the world-renowned title of the infamous vampire, Count Dracula.
The name Dracula originally meant son of the dragon and had nothing to do with vampires.
However, due to his excessively bloody actions, his enemies attached various evil labels to him. Later, he was continually vilified in numerous literary works, ultimately shaping the Count Dracula image, which was completely different from who he was. Heroic spirits originate from faith and human perception. When a certain image becomes the mainstream perception, the heroic spirit will also be influenced by it.
This is the case for Vlad III.
He detests the stigma forced upon him, and his wish for the Holy Grail is to erase this shame. Upon hearing the Count's lament, Darnik remained unmoved and simply said, "History is written by the victors."
Yes, history is written by the victors.
If Vlad III had laughed until the end of his time, perhaps future generations would not have attached so many evil names to him, and he would not have become Count Dracula. And now, as long as he achieves the final victory, the stigma will be washed away, and his past will have no bearing on him. Vlad III saw this very clearly. However, his pride in the ground he stood on destined him not to tarnish himself unless necessary.
I will be the final victor.
For this, I will use all available power.
Has the master for Red Berserker been decided? Not yet. Then it shall be Castor.
Because of this incident, he lost his core. Consider this compensation for him. But the command seals for forming the contract.
Darnik hesitated slightly. Have Ryder's master transfer one seal.
She bears responsibility for Ryder's rebellion due to her oversight. A superior should be clear in rewards and punishments, and Vlad III excelled in this regard.
Understood. Neither Vlad III nor Darnik had any particular expectations for Berserker's master. As long as they could induce Berserker to go berserk at the specified time and place, anyone would suffice. Castor, being a magus, naturally met this requirement. As for Selenik, as Vlad III mentioned, she bore joint responsibility.
Moreover, because Ryder was to be used as a pawn, she might very likely become the core of the Castor's noble phantasm. In Darnik's mind, she had already been marginalized.
Still no news from Black Lancer? No, Darnik sighed.
Since Black Lancer's brief appearance that night, the entire Igd Millennia clan had been searching for her, trying to determine which side she was on.
Her last words were intriguing, suggesting she might not be a pawn of the Red faction, giving Darnik hope for recruitment.
To this day, he had confirmed that Black Lancer's master was not Sagara Hayoma.
However, the Holy Grail War was the priority.
As long as Black Lancer could be used for their side, Darnik didn't mind collaborating, even if Sagara Hayoma had indeed died at her hands.
Of course, if cooperation was refused, there would be nothing more to discuss, she would be eliminated.
Yet, Black Lancer had not appeared again, leaving them at an impasse.
As Darnik was troubled over Black Lancer, there was a knock on the door. P.S. Once again, emphasizing that the personalities of Lancer and Berserker are different.
Lancer embodies the extreme facets of a hero, while Berserker is different, being a calm madman.
Chapter 424, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 3. 1,180 words.
Simultaneous with the knocking was a familiar greeting.
Uncle, may I disturb you for a moment? Fiore? Come in.
The young girl who entered was as graceful as ever, but there was a look of confusion on her face.
Did something happen? Darnik asked.
I just received a message from our clan member.
Red Saber and her master, Shishigo Kairi, have appeared in Saigasora.
Retreating due to being at a disadvantage, a rational judgment, Darnik remarked without surprise.
But there are other servants in Saigasora now, and their identities are unknown. Other Red faction servants? Darnik exchanged a glance with Vlad III.
Additionally, Ruler spent about 2 hours there this morning.
I feel there is something off there and wanted to hear your and the Count's opinions.
It is indeed unusual, Darnik said thoughtfully, looking at the 6 red pieces before him.
And it also presents an opportunity.
Yes, whether it's a coincidence or something else, it shouldn't be missed. Vlad III picked up the piece representing Red Saber.
However, the castle's defenses must not be neglected.
I believe we should send servants suited for reconnaissance. Servants suited for reconnaissance.
Darnik quickly understood Vlad III's meaning, archer and assassin.
Archer possessed clairvoyance, and assassin had presence concealment. Both had the keen eyesight and judgment necessary for reconnaissance missions.
Fiore, take your servant and go to Saigasora immediately with calls. Ensure your safety first, investigate what is happening second, and if the opportunity arises, attempt to eliminate enemy servants. This. Hearing Darnik's order, Fiore seemed hesitant. Is there a problem?
No, nothing, Fiore shook her head, knowing this was no time for personal issues.
I will depart as soon as possible. After Fiore left the room, Darnik continued his game with Vlad III. Minor unexpected incidents like this would not shake Darnik's resolve.
He had decided to betray the Mages Association, staking his life on it, and was well prepared for obstacles of this nature. Naturally, Darnik had considered the possibility of defeat in the war and the annihilation of his clan.
But what of it?
For so many years, his clan had not even been given the opportunity to reach the root, only to gradually fall into decline and obscurity. This was something Darnik would never forget. Now that his clan had finally obtained an opportunity, even this much was a stroke of unexpected luck. And, of course, Darnik had no intention of losing.
Elsewhere, Fiore returned to her room and took out a black suitcase from her storage cabinet.
Inside was her trump card, a connection-enhanced mystic code she had conceived, designed, and created herself.
Saiga Sora did not have the tight defenses of Millennia Castle.
There, both masters and servants could encounter danger, so she needed to be fully prepared.
If necessary, she would also have to fight.
After completing her preparations, Fiore activated her magical communication and conveyed Darnik's orders to her brother Calls and his servant, Chiron. As soon as he received the communication, Calls immediately turned off his computer and took out various weapons from his drawer. Unlike his sister, Calls' weapons were diverse, magical tools storing low-level evil spirits and beast spirits, bracelets inscribed with the names of beasts, and black insect eggs rolled into a ball. Fully aware that his magical prowess was not high, Calls never blindly pursued lethal power. From the beginning, he positioned himself in a support role. His combat style was not to kill enemies but to create chaos, giving his sister opportunities. His combat ability was undoubtedly the weakest among the Igmalenia, but when working with Fiore, even a powerful magus like Darnik would not dare to ignore his presence. Meanwhile, Shinji and Chiron stopped their special training. Chiron wore a puzzled expression, not knowing the reason, while Shinji's eyes flickered with thought. Twisting and turning, yet returned to the same place. But Jack didn't cause a big news scandal by recreating Jack the Ripper due to insufficient mana.
How did Shishigu manage to get to Saiga Sora? If Mordred encounters Artoria, that scene, TSK. No, this might be an opportunity.
The parties of both Red and Black are all gathered.
I didn't expect this, and neither did Darnik nor Amakusa Shiro.
Good, the murkier the waters, the easier it is to fish.
Let's see who will have the last laugh.
As it was not yet dark and therefore unsuitable for activities related to mystery, the restless Mordred decided to wander around the streets. Fortunately, the city of Saiga Sora still preserved many buildings with hundreds of years of history, making it one of Romania's tourist attractions.
It shouldn't be easy to get bored, Shishigo Kairi thought. However, reality was quite the opposite. It wasn't long before Mordred was bored.
I thought I could go sightseeing, but there's no skyscrapers, no amusement parks, nothing.
Has it been 1,000 years since my time?
Ah, because the selling point here is the medieval streetscape. It wasn't until Shishiga said this that he realized the avant-garde dressed girl beside him was a servant, someone who lived in ancient times. This streetscape meant nothing to her and had no novelty, just like how modern people are tired of bustling cities.
Damn it, I had such high expectations.
What a waste, the pouting girl angrily stuffed a pastry into her mouth. This was a freshly baked treat she had bought from the shopping street earlier. She had bought an entire batch, making the tourists behind her wait longer. Seeing the now empty packaging bag, Shishigo scratched his head helplessly.
Come to think of it, you sure can eat. Eating is my hobby. After all, I've finally got a body.
Mordred emptied the remaining pastries from the packaging bag into her mouth and then crumpled the bag into a ball.
But, hobbies are just hobbies. I can't solve my problems without causing a big ruckus. Solve what?
Of course, the rising urge to battle. For some reason, ever since stepping into the city, Mordred's desire to fight had inexplicably surged and grown more intense over time, as if a fire was burning in her chest that couldn't be extinguished. This long-lost feeling reminded her of the final battle of her short life. On that hill of swords littered with corpses, she had wielded the king's sword, searching for that figure who had completely occupied her heart.
Where is King Arthur? Where is the Night King?
As the sun set and the remaining light cast a vivid red over the entire city, it seemed as if she had returned to the Hill of Swords, hearing her horse shouts and finding herself awash in a mix of excitement, anger, helplessness, sorrow, confusion, and an indescribable emotion buried deep within her heart.
What's happening to me? How could I have such an illusion? Is it because this place has stirred up memories?
Just as Mordred struggled to dispel the hallucination and suppress her impulse, a faint servant's presence skimmed the edge of her sensory range. "This is Master, it's time to move out." Mordred grinned, a sinister expression matching the blood-red sunset.
Chapter 425, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 4. 1,236 words. Not only in Romania but even across the entirety of Europe, there is no city as unique as Saigasora. Its uniqueness lies in the word unchanging.
Although it is a small city with a population of 30,000, visitors who tour the historic areas listed as World Cultural Heritage Sites feel as if they have traveled back to the medieval era. Walking up the uneven stone-paved slopes, one can see many houses that have remained unchanged since the 16th century, and the square once used for witch trials is still preserved in its original state. Other tourist attractions include the old home of Vlad III, now a restaurant, the clock tower which serves as a landmark, and the church on the hill at the highest point of the old town. All in all, this is an ideal place for foreigners to experience past Europe. For Mordred, who was active in the 6th century AD, this town was boring and had no points of interest.
However, for Artoria from the same era, this town was very nostalgic.
Wandering through streets seemingly forgotten by time, she thought of her former capital, Camelot, the people she had sworn to protect, and the knights who once surrounded the Round Table. Walking along the main road that traverses the city, the cheers of the people echoed in her ears, "King Arthur, King Arthur, King Arthur." Passing through the square where witches were judged, she seemed to see Lancelot and Agravain drawing swords against each other. Climbing the clock tower and overlooking the land, the panoramic view of Camelot, which she had seen countless times, appeared before her eyes. Those were truly memorable times, though mixed with many heavy memories and sad scenes. Yet, recalling them 1,500 years later, she still regarded them as treasures, never to be forgotten.
What a wonderful place!
Artoria, having traversed every corner of Saigasora on foot, sighed contentedly, breaking free from her memories.
Sorry, Jean, for making you accompany me on this walk again. It's nothing, we have plenty of time anyway.
Jean's voice sounded out of thin air, as calm as always. Under the cover of the Hades cloak, she perfectly avoided everyone's attention, following Artoria like a ghost, ready for the possible appearance of red servants at any moment. Unfortunately, just like the tour around the city in the morning, there was still no sense of any servant's presence.
Could it be that the Red faction has already moved? Or is it that the assumption the Red faction's base is in Saigasora is itself a mistake?
Come to think of it, no one had ever said that the Red faction's base must be in Saigasora. This was just her analysis, and although it had been agreed upon by her companions, it ultimately had no evidence.
Moreover, there is such a vast space between Saigasora and the Igdmalinia castle, with many places to hide. Why limit themselves to the city?
Realizing her oversight, a sense of frustration rose in Jean's heart. Of course, there was also a bit of relief. That ally who prides himself as a teacher always called her foolish, yet he wasn't that smart either. After all, the so-called saint is a title given by later generations. Jean's essence was just a devout, pure farm girl under 20, far from achieving the enlightened state of rejoicing not in external gains, nor grieving over personal losses.
Calming her emotions, Jean asked, "What should we do next?" "Let's meet up with Reka and Jack, then stay here for the night. If no other servants appear, we'll leave." Just as Artoria was relaying Shinji's plan, a rhythmic vibration came from her waist.
Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a white mobile phone. This was a communication device prepared for Artoria by Reka in Tokyo.
To prevent detection by the clock tower Enigma in Europe, it specifically used a Japanese local communication card with global service. The green button is to connect, the green button is to connect. While recalling Reika's instructions, Artoria pressed the green button. As soon as the call connected, Reika's anxious voice came through the receiver. Artoria, come quickly, we've been spotted by servants of the Red Faction. What? Artoria's expression changed instantly. Where are you? The shopping street. Jack is trying to hold them off, but she can't last much longer. Reika and Jack being discovered was simply a stroke of bad luck. A regular woman and a modern servant without class advantages naturally couldn't compare in physical ability to King Arthur and Saint Jean d'Arc, who had led armies in battle, so they didn't act together with them. Of course, the mother and daughter pair weren't idle either. While the two heroes were out, they prepared a place to stay for the night. They couldn't stay in the local residential area as it wasn't conducive to hiding. Nor could they be too far from the residential area, as that would also expose them. In the end, Reika chose a hotel room closest to the clock tower. The hotel was adjacent to the Acropolis scenic area, where no one would visit the city walls at night, and the natural terrain of the walls provided advantages for servant battles. A few hundred meters in the opposite direction was the shopping street, which had all the necessary living facilities, making it a non-suspicious place to stay. Booking a luxurious suite on the top floor, Reika napped in the room with Jack. After a busy morning, they were indeed tired. And the best way to recover was to sleep with her daughter. Jack liked to jump on the bed, lift the sheets, and roll herself up like a bug. When she was tired of playing, she would drape the sheets over Reika and then lay her face on Reika's stomach, falling into a deep sleep. Seeing Jack like this, Reika felt that all the hardships were not hardships at all, and all the weariness was not weariness. When the mother and daughter woke up, it was almost evening. By calculating the time, those two big eaters out walking should also be back. This was another reason Reika chose this place. If there weren't food stalls, restaurants, and bakeries all around, other places might not satisfy the appetites of those two. And this also added to her speculation about the relationship between King Arthur and Jeanne d'Arc, who would believe they had no connection when they both could eat so much. The mother and daughter were shopping on the street with bags in hand, because they had to shop. Unlike in Japan, many stores in Europe close at sunset, and if they didn't buy things now, there wouldn't be any time left. Kairi and Mordred also arrived at the shopping street. Since Shinji had taken the assassin class, Jack naturally lost her presence concealment. Although her presence was much weaker than other servants due to the lack of a class, it was still detectable by Mordred's keen senses. After all, she was Artoria's child, inheriting her acute perception. When Mordred released her killing intent, Jack sensed something was wrong. She handed her things to Reika and instructed her not to follow, then turned and ran into a nearby alleyway. P.S. There's no helping it, Saigasora is that small, and Mordred inherited the king's stomach. If Artoria hadn't been lost in her memories, they would have met long ago. Chapter 426, Chapter 426, Mama? 1,376 words. Jack was a clever child. She knew that her mother had no magical power and was not a master, so she wouldn't be detected by the enemy. This meant the enemy was definitely after her. As long as she left, the enemy would follow her, and her mother would be safe. While fleeing, Jack fully utilized her criminal talents as Jack the Ripper. She used spirit form to phase through walls, created confusion by running in circles and released mist that disrupted perception and concealed her presence. Unfortunately, Jack's attributes were too low, especially her agility, which was critical for escaping. She was 2 whole levels below Mordred. Under the crushing weight of these absolute attributes, no matter how hard Jack tried, she could only delay the inevitable and couldn't shake off Mordred's pursuit. In the end, Jack was cornered by Mordred at the city wall. "Found you, you sneaky little rat." Mordred had already shed her modern, edgy attire and donned the heavy armor and horned helmet, a noble phantasm inherited from her mother, Morgan. Through the gaps in her visor, Mordred caught sight of Jack's small figure. "TCH, it's just a kid. Doesn't look like a frontline fighter, so not the Black Lancer. An assassin or caster, perhaps?" If Mordred had been more careful and used her brain a bit more, she would have noticed Jack's oddity.
But, having suppressed herself for an entire day, she was eager for a fight and couldn't be bothered to think too much. TCH, bad luck. But your luck's even worse. This ends here, Black Servant. No way, Mama is waiting for us. Jack drew 2 daggers from her waist. She could sense Mordred's power, but she had no intention of giving up without a fight. Sadly, the difference in their strength was just too vast. In just 3 exchanges, Jack's daggers were knocked away, and Mordred's sword was raised high, ready to cleave her small body.
It's over, Nameless One.
At that moment, Mordred suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. The next second, a piercing explosion echoed above Mordred's head, the intense and violent wind pressure solidifying like a hammer, striking her head, face, and shoulders heavily. If she hadn't been prepared, this blow would have knocked her to the ground, rather than just forcing her to retreat and relieve the pressure. Even though Mordred took the brunt of it, Jack, who was nearby, didn't fare much better. Despite Mordred absorbing most of the wind pressure due to their height difference, even a small portion of it was enough to blow Jack away. Don't forget, Mordred was in heavy armor, weighing at least 150 kilograms, while Jack only had a few light pieces of cloth and no preparation.
How could she be more stable than Mordred?
However, Jack wasn't harmed, as she was caught in a warm embrace just as she was thrown by the wind. The incredible softness and fullness against her back were all too familiar.
Toria Mama. The mother-craving girl remembered every bosom she had nestled into. Mama was the most comfortable, Papa the broadest, and Toria Mama the warmest.
Jack, are you okay?
Are you hurt anywhere?
Artoria, who had followed Jack's presence all the way, asked with concern.
No, just my wrist hurts a bit.
Jack adjusted herself, finding a comfortable position to lie in Artoria's arms. By this time, Mordred had recovered from the shock of the wind pressure and had re-established her stance. Just as she lifted her head to ask a question, she heard a voice she could never forget.
How dare you attack a child uninvolved in the war? Have you forgotten the most basic principles of knighthood, Mordred?
Along with the voice,
Mordred also sensed an overwhelmingly righteous aura and saw a face that bore an 8 or 9/10 resemblance to her own.
Mordred was stunned, her body rigid. She muttered, "King Arthur." "It's me," Artoria replied, shedding her casual clothes to armor. She had been in such a hurry that she forgot to change her outfit.
Ha ha, am I dreaming? I never expected to meet you in a place like this, my father, Shishiyu.
The first sentence was naive and silly, like that of an innocent child. The second, however, was twisted and malevolent, like a vengeful demon. Though Artoria didn't understand why Mordred had such a drastic change, it didn't hinder her ability to sense killing intent. She patted the girl clinging to her neck like a koala.
Jack, go back to Reika.
Okay. Jack obediently jumped to the ground and softly reminded, Toria Mama, be careful, that person is very strong.
I know, I've always known.
Artoria slowly drew her sword. It was she who ended my kingdom and my life. I didn't expect to meet you in this Holy Grail war, Mordred.
This heartfelt sentiment from Artoria didn't register with Mordred at all.
All her attention was captured by the girl's cry of, Toria Mama. Hey, you, what did you just call her? Having run a distance, Jack stopped in confusion and turned her head.
Toria Mama.
This reply was like an arrow piercing Mordred's heart.
Mama? Mordred's gaze shifted dumbfoundedly from Jack to Artoria. Have other children? Is that why you don't acknowledge me?
Had Mordred been calmer, she might have noticed the differences between Jack and Artoria. But she was already overwhelmed by the term Mama, losing the rebellious spirit she had when organizing the uprising, and the hidden wisdom beneath her wild fighting style. She had completely lost her sanity, becoming more frenzied and hysterical than a berserker. All this was because of her father, the Night King Artoria. She was born as a rebellious child by Morgan to usurp King Arthur and become a ruler greater than Arthur. But ignoring her mother's intentions, she purely admired her noble and perfect father, longing for parental recognition. If she could obtain even the slightest acknowledgement from her father, she would transform into his most steadfast sword and shield. Even if he intended to destroy the world, she would follow without hesitation. Unfortunately, in the end, Artoria, who sacrificed herself to become an embodiment of righteousness, never showed Mordred any affection, treating her merely as a regular knight of the Round Table.
So, Mordred went mad.
She rebelled, fracturing the Arthurian kingdom and ultimately leading to Britain's destruction, still to gain Artoria's attention and make her recognize her abilities.
She twisted her love and admiration for her father into hatred and destruction.
Now, a term she was never allowed to use reignited this twisted feeling, transforming all emotions into hatred.
Arthur!
The frenzied shout echoed under her horned helmet. The king's beautiful silver sword was tainted by her crimson, hate-filled magic, transforming completely into a sword of disaster. Red magic thundered, turning into blood-colored lightning, responding to the final ray of the setting sun.
The rebellious knight charged toward the king she revered. Just like their final battle in life. P.S. Notes, Jack, even though you're a shorty, I'm even shorter. P.S. 2, for Mordred's feelings towards Artoria, refer to Fate/Grand Order Chapter 6.
The Lion King, goddess Rhongomyniad, only saw Mordred as useful, which made Mordred ridiculously happy. In the end, she self-destructed for her father.
P.S. 3, the Knights of the Round Table are essentially a group of king devotees. Gawain is a die-hard loyalist.
Lancelot admitted he liked the king more than Guinevere, though his daughter Mash is number one. Tristan, the fool, regretted saying, "The king does not understand people's hearts," to the point he took on the reversal buff and defiled knighthood to follow the king.
Mordred would have been ecstatic with just a bit of recognition.
Finally, Agravain, who did all the dirty work to fulfill Artoria's ideal city, modified himself using his devotion to the king, ultimately killing Lancelot, who killed him originally, and dying at the king's side. This is all from Fate/Grand Order Chapter 6, one of the most iconic chapters. PS4, Fate/Strange Fake Volume 6 recently revealed that the person sealing Rhongomyniad Artoria is Kay, who according to Arthurian legend, should be Artoria's foster brother. Their relationship was quite good, and it seems his sarcasm towards her was filled with brotherly love.
Chapter 427, Your father is still your father. 1037 words. They started fighting. Artoria and Mordred.
It was practically a reenactment of the decisive battle at Camlan. Mordred, wielding the clarent, brilliantly shining royal sword tainted crimson with hatred and magic, launched a ferocious barrage of attacks at Artoria. Although Artoria, due to class restrictions, did not carry her longtime companion, the Excalibur, she managed to counter with a borrowed sword from Astolfo, and her swordsmanship remained flawless. The slender blade, shrouded in the invisible air, clashed and intertwined with Mordred's magical sword, unleashing a heart-pounding torrent of magical energy. In an instant, fierce winds roared and crimson lightning flashed, illuminating the lion-faced helmet of Artoria and the horned helmet of Mordred, thus heralding the beginning of a father-son duel that had been awaited for 1,500 years. King Arthur, Artoria, hailed as the King of Britain to this day, with countless legends surrounding her. Mordred, a member of the Knights of the Round Table led by King Arthur, was Arthur's only child. He was also the rebellious knight who critically wounded Arthur at Camlan, bringing an end to the legend. Ethically, Mordred was the child of Artoria and Morgan. But essentially, Mordred was an artificial lifeform, homunculus, created by Morgan's trickery, a clone of King Arthur. Morgan Le Fay, Arthur's sister, and a great magus on par with Merlin, had perfectly replicated Arthur's abilities. Physical capabilities, dragon factor, and almost precognitive instinct, an innate mana burst, everything was identical to the Night King. And Mordred did not waste this talent. Benefiting from the rapid growth of an artificial lifeform, Mordred began serving as a knight just a few years after birth, silently observing and learning from her father. Swordsmanship, horsemanship, military strategy, political strategy, she frantically absorbed everything she could from her father, evolving from a mere physical clone to a well-rounded mirror image. It was for this reason that she could fracture Britain and single-handedly end Arthur's reign. It was also this reason that allowed her to battle Artoria to a near deadlock, almost resulting in mutual destruction. So, will they reenact that scene this time? Will it once again end with Artoria impaling her son with the holy spear, and Mordred killing her father with the cursed sword? The answer is no. Because Artoria didn't use the holy spear, so the conditions for that conclusion couldn't be met. Alright, that was just a joke. In reality, Artoria didn't need the Holy Spear to suppress Mordred. Initially, Mordred managed to cause Artoria some trouble with equal attributes, intense hatred, and a chaotic, unorthodox fighting style like a mad dog, like a wild monkey. At Camlann, she used this style to catch her father off guard, successfully disarming the Holy Sword and forcing Artoria to fight with the Holy Spear. But this time was different. Although Artoria was still somewhat unaccustomed to this erratic yet effective fighting style, not because her strength was insufficient, but because Mordred knew her too well. This style was specifically designed to counter Artoria's knightly swordsmanship. However, Artoria's use of a rapier was something Mordred hadn't anticipated. Once Artoria adapted to switching between the rapier and the greatsword, the battle's rhythm gradually fell under her control. After some time, Artoria completely acclimated to Mordred's wild monkey swordsmanship. Mordred was thoroughly pushed to a disadvantage and couldn't reverse the situation no matter how hard she tried. Given the high similarity in their base attributes and skills, once one side was suppressed, it was difficult to regain momentum. Even when Mordred used her only advantageous attribute, the plus in her strength B+, to barely push back the overwhelmingly powerful Artoria, she couldn't catch her breath before the agile Artoria, enhanced by the invisible air, returned, giving her no chance to exploit any openings.
No way, no way. Mordred, utterly suppressed, screamed and roared like a mad woman.
Artoria's dominance wasn't just a matter of tactics or targeted strategy, it was a fundamental, skill-based superiority that Mordred hadn't anticipated, leaving her bewildered and unwilling to accept it.
Why are you so strong? I caught up to you.
Arthur. Already at a disadvantage, Mordred's emotional turmoil worsened her dire situation. Perhaps not wanting to see Mordred continue her descent into madness, or perhaps having gained a new understanding after resolving her inner conflicts, Artoria, who had remained silent throughout the battle, finally spoke.
Because I am no longer the me from Camlann, while you are still the you from Camlann.
As Artoria said, perhaps during her lifetime, Mordred's abilities had reached the same heights as hers and even surpassed her in some aspects. However, the moment Mordred was pierced by the Holy Spear, lost her life and ascended to heroic spirit status, everything about her was frozen in the throne of heroes. No matter how many years passed or which era she existed in, her peak would always be the moment she gravely wounded King Arthur, unless there was a way to change humanity's perception or an opportunity to transcend the legend.
But Artoria was different.
She hadn't died, she was still alive, still growing, still with infinite potential. Back then, we were neck and neck, but over the years, you stopped while I kept moving forward.
Even if only inching forward, the distance between us has gradually widened.
This is why Artoria was able to suppress Mordred.
Artoria's well-intentioned explanation did nothing to calm Mordred, instead, it drove her to further madness.
She even abandoned her defense, aiming to strike Artoria out of sheer frustration.
I don't believe it. Impossible, 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 impossible. However, this reckless strike failed to harm Artoria, instead, it left an opening. The rapier turned into a flash of silver, piercing through Mordred's chaotic defense and aiming straight for her neck.
In the critical moment, Mordred relied on her battle instinct from intuition, swiftly dodging Artoria's thrust. Silver light splattered, embedding itself into the centuries-old medieval city wall behind Mordred. Seizing the moment when the rapier was trapped by the wall, Mordred swung backhanded, aiming to disable one of Artoria's arms.
But Artoria was prepared.
She grabbed Mordred's wrist with her free hand and pressed her entire body forward. The metallic armor, manifested by magical energy, clashed against the wall with a crisp sound.
Chapter 428, Kill Me. 1270 words. Sighisoara, the ancient city of Romania.
1500 years later, the legend reappears, and the Battle of Camlann reenacted. No one anticipated it would come to this, not Mordred, not Artoria, not even Shinji, who triggered it all. King Arthur, Artoria, pressed her child Mordred against the wall, refusing to let go no matter how fiercely Mordred struggled. Mordred even thought of using the horns on her helmet to gore Artoria, but their height difference meant the horns could only reach her shoulders, not her neck or head. It was only then, as her mind cleared from the storm of intense emotions, that Mordred realized something was wrong. When had her father grown so tall?
Weren't they supposed to be the same height?
both standing at 154 centimeters. The hatred and anger surging within her chest gradually subsided, and her intelligence, influenced by the monkey's deduction, reclaimed its ground.
She finally understood the situation. Have I lost to my father, once again?
Noticing the force pressing down on her gradually weakening, Artoria also lessened her strength, though the suppressive stance remained unchanged. Mordred removed her helmet and dispelled the noble phantasm that concealed her true name, given by her mother Morgan, revealing a face identical to King Arthur's except for the hairstyle. This was the second time she had done so. The first time was when she had confessed her lineage to her father. Disappointed in Mordred, Morgan had revealed the secret of her birth, that she was the illegitimate child created by King Arthur and Morgan. She also delivered a prophecy that was more of a curse: King Arthur doesn't know you are her child, and even if she did, she wouldn't recognize such a filthy fact.
Mordred was deeply shaken, yet also filled with incomparable joy.
She wasn't truly human, she was the child sharing the same bloodline as the great king. No, as the legitimate heir of a king who surpassed all humans, her non-human birth was a mark of honor, perfectly fitting for the king's successor.
Ecstatic, Mordred had approached the king.
To someone who had never known paternal love, King Arthur's father figure was akin to a deity. However, when she stood before the king, removed her helmet, and revealed everything, hoping for recognition, the king heartlessly rejected her. Although it is my sister's scheme, you are indeed my child. But I am not prepared to acknowledge this, nor will I entrust the throne to you.
I see.
So that's why I could only remain at the lowest seat of the round table. I finally understand. King Arthur despised her sister Morgan.
How could Mordred, as Morgan's child, ever gain the king's recognition?
No matter how hard she tried, even if she outshone everyone, Mordred was scorned by King Arthur as a tainted offspring from the moment she was born. The higher one stands, the more painful the fall. For Mordred, this was the shift from hope to despair, igniting a burning hatred for King Arthur within her heart. But this time, there was no hatred in Mordred's eyes, only a dead calm, like the ashes of a fire that had burned out.
Ah, I thought I had surpassed my father. How ridiculous, my life is a joke.
Artoria sighed, at a loss for words.
Whether as a king or now, she never understood her child.
She didn't know what Mordred sought, why she rebelled, why she hated her so much, or what madness had possessed her earlier.
Seeing her father remain silent, Mordred's face showed a hint of pleading. Come on, say something, won't you, king, father? I don't know what to say.
Artoria's expression was troubled, but Mordred couldn't see it as her face was covered by her mask.
You don't know what to say? Don't you hate me? Don't you hate me for destroying your kingdom? For destroying the Britain you loved and gave everything for? You know, right? The Britain of today is nothing like your Britain, not at all. Mordred began to get agitated again. Britain, huh?
Artoria lowered her head, her eyes unfocused.
Do I hate Mordred?
The truth is, that question is quite complicated. As a king, as the embodiment, slave, of righteousness, she did not hate, or rather, she never thought to hate. Back then, her only thought was to save her country and her people, even if it meant making a pact with the counter-force and traversing time and space to seek the Holy Grail.
If she truly hated anyone, it was herself.
As a king, she was ultimately the one to bear all burdens, and Mordred's rebellion was also the king's sin. Having untied the knots in her heart, shed the mantle of kingship, and returned to being an ordinary girl, she admitted that she had once hated and resented Mordred. But that was merely an emotion indulged in the dreams of the past, an ephemeral feeling that faded upon waking. After all, 1,500 years had passed, and even though the ideal realm within the Avalon felt almost timeless, she had changed significantly compared to her previous life, though she had not yet realized this. Seeing her father turn into a mute again, Mordred felt a wave of sadness.
You won't even say a word to me? Then. Fine, I understand.
You don't hate me, nor do you see me as your child. You only see me as an ordinary knight, perhaps a rebellious knight at best. Kill me, king. The rebellious knight, having failed, deserves a fitting end. Mordred's eyes lost their usual spark, as if her soul had been taken away.
She had challenged her father a second time and was overwhelmingly defeated. Even when she brought up their beloved Britain, it did not evoke any emotion from her father, not even hostility. She had spoken her heart out, yet there was no place for her in her father's eyes. More importantly, her father had other children. She was truly envious of that child being held in her father's arms, envious of her father's gentle demeanor towards the child. Even though she knew it was impossible, she truly wished her father would treat her the same way. If that were the case, then dying would be worth it. Mordred. Artoria involuntarily stepped back 2 steps, releasing her hold on Mordred. In the past, she did not understand the intense emotions in Mordred's words, and she still didn't fully understand now, but at least she could feel a profound sadness. She hesitated. "That's not like you, King Arthur. Just like at Camlann, pierce my chest once more. This is my final plea. You're the Black Lancer, you should have it, right? That holy lance." Mordred closed her eyes, her expression peaceful and serene, finally showing a bit of her father's demeanor. Artoria raised her hand, and the holy lance that once illuminated the darkest of times materialized in her grasp. However, the trembling of its tip revealed the turmoil within her heart. "Goodbye, father," Mordred whispered. And then, the lance roared. P.S. A bit of trivia: modern Britons are descendants of the Anglo-Saxons. King Arthur's Britain was Celtic, and back then, King Arthur led his army to resist the invasion of the Anglo-Saxons, which is why Mordred had such sentiments. PS2, this family has a knack for obsession and overthinking, and they all have a penchant for hiding their faces. It's quite exasperating. PS3, the mention of the Battle of Camlann at the end of the previous chapter was a jest. In their lifetimes, there was no special attack against father or son. Chapter 429, Syzygus' Rescue. 1,132 words. The gun roared. Yes, you read that right, the gun roared. Of course, this gun wasn't referring to Artoria's Holy Lance. Although the Holy Lance, which shares an extraordinary origin with the Holy Sword, could indeed roar when its true name is released, there was no need for such a grand display just to pierce Mordred. It wasn't like she needed to shatter both Mordred and the wall behind her into pieces. The gun that roared was a different one, a horizontal double-barreled shortened shotgun. Its name alone suggests it's a modified modern weapon, a genuine instrument of destruction. Its owner was none other than Mordred's master, Syzygus. While Mordred was tracking Jack, Syzygus was also in pursuit, albeit much slower than Mordred. Additionally, upon noticing the absence of a bounded field to ward off others nearby, he had to set one up himself to ensure the concealment of their magic. By the time he arrived, Mordred was already pinned against the wall. As a mercenary who had been active on various battlefields collecting corpses, Syzygus had extensive combat experience. The more perilous the situation, the calmer he became. Even with his servant restrained by the opponent, he didn't rush out to rescue her. Instead, he calmly analyzed the situation. The timing wasn't right. If he charged out now to save her, not only would he fail, but he'd also get himself killed. Using a command spell to forcibly relocate her wasn't an option either. The distance between them was too close, and the Black Lancer's movements would be faster than the relocation. To save her, he had to wait for the exact moment the enemy made a move. Using techniques honed on the battlefield, Syzygus minimized his presence and cautiously approached, getting close enough for his weapon to be effective. He knew that his weapon could potentially kill a servant, but not one as top tier as Mordred, let alone an even stronger opponent. His goal was to create enough of a distraction to give Mordred a chance to escape. Based on his understanding of Mordred, she only needed a brief moment, no more than a second, to break free and regroup. The stealth approach went relatively smoothly. The two servants, locked in confrontation, were too focused on each other to notice the sneaky approach of a mouse. However, once he got closer, Syzygus was a bit puzzled. The situation had developed as he expected. The Black Lancer was preparing to kill Mordred, manifesting a lance radiating terrifying magical power even from 30 meters away, a weapon that seemed strangely familiar to him. But Mordred's reaction was completely unexpected. She closed her eyes and waited for death. Was this the Mordred he knew? The rebellious knight he knew never gave up, no matter the danger. Even without a sword, even in the face of death,
she would still take a bite out of her enemy. What was going on? Damn it, at a distance of 30 meters, he couldn't hear what they were saying. But it had come to this, he couldn't let Mordred die, though he hadn't known her for long. She was a partner recognized by Sisego Kairi. Devour. The chant, masked by the sound of the gun, activated the magical mechanism of the gun and triggered the Ganer curse embedded in the bullets. The finger used as a bullet roared out of the gun, shooting straight at Artoria's back. As the Black Lancer, Artoria possessed the class skill Magic Resistance at level B, making a mere Ganer curse bullet incapable of breaking through her defenses. However, Sisego's cursed bullet didn't rely solely on magical attacks. Enhanced by Necromancer Magecraft, the bullet itself reached supersonic speeds and contained energy potent enough to harm a servant, provided it hit. As the gunshot rang out, Artoria reflexively swung her Holy Lance, easily deflecting the cursed bullet, her sharp gaze swiftly locking onto Sisego's position. Mordred's master? Sisego wasn't surprised by the outcome. He hadn't planned to rely solely on the cursed bullets to complete the task. After firing 2 shots, a heart grenade, prepped with a pulled pin and timed to explode, traced a parabolic arc before detonating above Artoria's head. The hidden teeth and nails of Amegus within the grenade failed to penetrate Artoria's armor, and the pervasive purple poison mist couldn't breach her magic resistance. To Artoria, this grenade was nothing more than a small firework. It was precisely the firework effect that Sisego wanted. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Artoria's sight was obstructed, the man, exuding a fierce aura, rolled to a new position while shouting, "Saber, stop dawdling and move." As he shouted, he continued loading finger bullets, using ranged attacks to create trouble for Artoria. A figure burst through the poison mist, but it wasn't Mordred as Sisego had hoped, it was Artoria. Clad in silver armor and wielding a radiant lance, the knight charged towards Sisego's hiding spot. At her speed, the 30-meter distance would be covered in just a few blinks. "Saber, what the hell are you doing?" Sisego felt like he was going insane. If it weren't for the fact that the light of the Holy Lance couldn't be obscured by the poison mist and that the master-servant contract showed no anomalies, he would have thought Mordred had already been killed by the Black Lancer. Damn it, there's no other choice. Sisego activated an enhancement magecraft that every combat magi knew, boosting his leg strength to leap onto the rooftop. As he jumped, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing the first of the 3 command spells glowing with a sinister light. By the command spell, I order my saber to return to my side immediately. Space distorted as the miracle granted by the Greater Grail, capable of reaching into the realm of magic, activated. The petite swordswoman appeared as if breaking through spatial ripples, standing between Shishigu and the approaching Artoria. "Stop spacing out and fight." Sisego's voice finally reached Mordred's ears. Instinctively, she swung her sword, blocking the sweeping Holy Lance. "Master, why are you here?" "Fool, if I didn't come, was I supposed to just watch you die?" With Mordred holding off the Black Lancer, Sisego finally had a chance to catch his breath. "What the hell were you doing? Giving up the fight? Have you forgotten your wish? You're supposed to become the King of Britain." "Your Majesty." The King." Mordred was momentarily distracted, giving Artoria an opening to knock her away with a sweep of the lance. "Damn it!" Sisego gritted his teeth, producing an item in his hand. P.S. Mordred has a bit of a rabid dog personality. She hated losing more than she hated dying, but her dear dad was standing right in front of her. A series of blows led her to despair. Chapter 430, Old Iron. 1,187 words. Someone bought the Shinji Matou at your service collection worth $200 in my Patreon. Smiley face. It was a peculiar knife with a slender blade, lacking in practical use. Unlike the Magus finger used earlier, which could auto-target an opponent's forehead, this knife had no such capability. However, once it hit, it meant death. Well, maybe not immediate death for a servant, but it would certainly be excruciating. After all, neither the great sage Chiron nor the mightiest hero Heracles from Greek mythology could withstand its poison. When Sisego joined this Holy Grail war,
he received a formal and preserved Hydra hatchling as advance payment. Sisego had each of its 9 heads processed into various weapons and auxiliary tools. This was Sisegu's trump card, a deadly poisonous mystic code used in combat. Although he wasn't sure if he could successfully poison the Black Lancer, he had no choice but to bet everything now. He couldn't just hold on to his trump card and die. Just as he resolved to go all out, the Black Lancer, who had knocked Mordred away, stopped her advance. Instead, she scrutinized Sisego with a searching gaze before shifting her attention to Mordred. "Is this your wish, Mordred?" Feeling the confusion, surprise, and disbelief in that gaze, a surge of anger flared in Mordred's chest, reigniting her once lifeless spirit. "Yes, I want to become the King of Britain." "Oh." The drawn-out tone made Mordred extremely uncomfortable. "Humph, what you can do, I can do too." "I see." Artoria didn't offer a direct evaluation. She looked at Sisego, who was standing nearby in a daze. "Magus over there, do you think Mordred can become a king?" "Of course," Sisego answered firmly, without a hint of hesitation. "I believe she has the capability and the qualities. If I were King Arthur, I would have passed the throne to her long ago." "Master." No matter how tough Mordred was, she was deeply moved at this moment. Her father didn't believe in her, but her master did. Such precious support was invaluable. "It seems you've found a good master, Mordred." Mordred gave a thumbs up and grinned at her master. "Of course, my master is the best." Sisego mirrored the gesture. "You're the best servant too." "It seems you've encountered an excellent master." Artoria's lance stirred the air. "Let me see how far you can go. Are you ready, Mordred? This time, don't let me defeat you so easily." "Don't worry, this time, I'll defeat you, Knight of Crimson Thunder." The magic, driven by emotion, roared and radiated, cutting through the night and illuminating both Mordred and Sisego, who stood in a flanking position. "I'm going in." Mordred's shout ignited the tense atmosphere. The Red Saber and the Black Lancer both surged forward toward each other. Saber aimed to cleave down from above with a wave-like, overwhelming force to cut her opponent in two. Meanwhile, Lancer, with equally unyielding momentum, thrust her lance straight at the opponent's heart. Both were engaging in a frontal assault, surpassing human capabilities. Upon collision, their clash would surely erupt into a magnificent burst of magical energy, a height that almost no modern magus could ever hope to reach in their lifetime. However, the expected clash was interrupted by Sisego's shout of saber. Undoubtedly, Sisego had complete trust in his partner. Even so, he still felt a twinge of unease, not towards the two servants before him, but something more distant and indescribable. At that moment, he felt a needle-like pain in his hand, a feedback signal from the bounded field he had set up around the area. There was an intruder. Mordred was concerned by her master's call. There was some significance behind it, otherwise, he wouldn't have called her name. As she realized this, a chill ran down her spine. Although she didn't know where the attack would come from, she was certain that someone had her in their sights. Whether it was a long-distance throw or a shot, if things continued like this, she would die. Her body reacted faster than her mind. She applied a slight brake to her rapid charge, forcing her body to deviate from its original path. This was the only action she could take at that moment. Artoria's reaction was almost identical. The two of them, as if rehearsed, changed direction simultaneously. In that instant, an explosion and a thunderous roar enveloped their red and white figures. The magical energy, not inferior to Knight of Crimson Thunder and Invisible Air, swept across the cobblestone street beneath their feet like a cannonball. If the two servants had not been clad in heavy armor, this single arrow would have caused them significant harm. And this was just the beginning of the assault. Before the surging magical energy dissipated, the second wave of attacks descended from the sky. 3 strikes, faster than the eye could follow, came down. One burrowed into the dust stirred by the magical energy, while the other 2 targeted Sisego directly. Necromancers begin their training by confronting their death. They apply illusions to themselves, repeatedly observing their bodies decay. They must become accustomed to seeing themselves rot and degrade in a mirror.
They must face death, embrace it, and understand the coexistence of life and death. Sisegu, having dealt with death for years, had a keener sense of it than anyone else. However, these two attacks were too fast, far beyond his reaction speed. By the time he realized something was wrong, the attacks were already upon him. In the nick of time, the magical dust before him split in two. A silver glow, accompanied by red lightning, roared past Sisegu's head, deflecting the two attacks aimed at his vital points. "Master, be careful." Mordred's voice came almost simultaneously with her action. However, she wasn't moving towards him. She hadn't recovered from the first wave of attacks. Saving her master by throwing her sword was already her limit, costing her an arrow in her left arm, confirming the enemy was an archer. As Mordred struggled to regain her stance, the third wave of attacks arrived. Again, 3 arrows, but more vicious, all aimed at the weakest link among the 3. Sisegu. "Master, take cover." Mordred's eyes widened with rage. Without her weapon, she had no way to support her master. Without her master's magical supply, her journey in the Holy Grail War would end. Fortunately, although she couldn't save him, someone else could: the Night King, Artoria. Mordred had her back to Sisegu and used all her strength to detect the crisis, change direction, and throw her sword. Artoria, on the other hand, only had to change direction, which placed her closer to Sisegu. As the third wave of attacks arrived, she rushed forward without hesitation, pushing Sisegu out of the way. The impact was so strong that Shishigu felt like his bones were about to shatter, but it was far better than losing his life. As she came to a stop, Artoria saw the city's prominent structure, the clock tower. At the top of the clock tower, under the faint moonlight, were 3 figures.
One of them was aiming a bow at them. Chapter 431, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 5. 1025 words.
In the moonlight, Chiron held his longbow, continuing to knock arrows and draw the bowstring. The arrows he shot nearly hit the expected spots, but the target's actions differed from expectations.
Did it work?
Facing the question from Calls, Chiron shook his head and said, "No, regrettably, only Saber was hit by an arrow. All other attacks were dodged."
Even Kairi Sisegu?
Calls looked surprised. He had observed Chiron's archery skills during their training over the past 2 days. In his mind, Chiron's arrows were comparable to modern weaponry.
Regular shots equaled bullets. Full-draw powerful shots were akin to mortars. Multiple arrows from a single shot were like shotgun blasts. Most terrifyingly, all these arrows practically came with guidance systems.
Although saying so might upset his sister, Calls was confident that even if she wore an enhanced mystic code, she couldn't block a normal arrow from Chiron, let alone Kairi Sisegu, who lacked a defensive mystic code.
How did that guy dodge it?
Because the tower they were in was too far from the battlefield, Calls couldn't see what exactly had happened. Yes, the arrow aimed at him was first blocked by Red Saber's throne sword, and the second time by Black Lancer.
Black Lancer? Calls couldn't understand. Didn't you say they were just fighting? How could they?
I don't know, Chiron shook his head.
But nothing is surprising on a battlefield.
You're right, it's not impossible they teamed up and came over to kill us.
Shinji's voice rang out.
To utilize Assassin's concealment ability, he had remained in spirit form after leaving Millennia Castle, which is why Artoria only saw 3 people, with the last being Fiori, who hadn't spoken. Shinji wasn't surprised at all by what happened in the distance. Though he didn't know how the two met, he had imagined many times what might happen after they did. A fight was inevitable, likely initiated by Mordred, whose obsession with Artoria was profound. In contrast, Artoria had no such obsession with Mordred, neither hatred nor love. In terms of strength, Mordred was no match for Artoria.
After the discussion with Jean last night, Shinji specifically asked Artoria, "How did you end up in a draw with someone who counters you?" The answer was unexpected yet made perfect sense.
Shinji was very aware of Artoria's living status, but preconceived notions led him to subconsciously ignore the 1,500-year gap.
To verify Artoria's strength, Shinji had personally sparred with her.
The conclusion was that neither Vlad III, Karna, nor Achilles could necessarily defeat the current Artoria.
This was one of the reasons Shinji allowed Artoria to go deep into Saigasora. With such strength, if she couldn't win, she could at least escape. As for Mordred, the gap between them was like a father overpowering his son, a complete thrashing. After that, given Artoria's character, she probably wouldn't kill Mordred. Then, they could use the opportunity to win over Mordred in Kairi. Shinji had already thought of a way to win them over, and with Artoria present, it wouldn't be difficult. Unexpectedly, before their fight ended, Chiron had already spotted them using his archer's clairvoyance. Without considering any code of honor or fair play, Calls directly proposed a sneak attack, to which Chiron had no objections. Seizing the chance, he unleashed a series of combination skills, displaying his divine archery prowess. Shinji did not comment on the matter. If it had been someone else, they might have been heavily injured or even killed by Chiron's arrows. But this father and daughter duo were different. Both possessed the special ability instinct, making it very difficult to ambush them, especially with Shinji secretly tipping Artoria off. As a result, the ambush was thwarted. Although Artoria's action to save Kairi took him by surprise, considering her noble character and that this was a duel between knights, it wasn't unexpected. And then they started coming together. Well, shortly after Shinji mentioned it, they did start attacking together. "Assassin, you jinxed it." Calls frowned and complained, and even Fiore turned to glare at Shinji. "Don't look at me like that. Instead of scolding me, why not think about how to handle the current problem?" Shinji, in his spiritual form, crossed his arms, looking completely unhurried. "At this distance, they'll be here in a few minutes. So, are we retreating or fighting? Archer, what's your opinion?" Calls asked. "The Black Lancer and the Red Saber have already had a major battle, and the Red Saber is injured. Retreating now would be a waste," Chiron replied while continuing to provide suppressive fire. "Then we'll fight." Although Fiore had been in a strange state since yesterday, at this critical moment, she still displayed the decisiveness expected of the next head of the family. "Archer, you take the lead. Assassin, deal with the injured saber. I'll handle her master, Kairi Sisegu. Calls, you keep an eye out for the Lancer's possible lurking master." This arrangement played to everyone's strengths perfectly. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, the strongest against the strongest. Naturally, no one had any objections. "Understood." Chiron drew his bow, knocked 2 arrows, and simultaneously targeted Mordred and Artoria, signaling the start of a new battle. "Leave it to me." Calls pressed his bracelet, summoning the spirits of wolf and leopard beasts. "Understood." At this moment, Shinji was already beside Fiore. The proximity made Fiore a bit flustered, and she instinctively wanted to move away. Just before she could, she heard Shinji's next words. "Master, don't overexert yourself, and don't put too much pressure on yourself, just make sure to protect yourself. He's worried about me. He's concerned about me." In an instant, all of Fiore's confusion, shyness, and other chaotic emotions vanished. She realized how ridiculous her previous behavior was. It was just a bit of awkwardness, yet she had blown it out of proportion, even letting it affect her relationship with her servant. Really, like an idiot. Fortunately, there's still time to make things right. Fiore gently pressed her hand to her chest and took a deep breath. "Yes, I'll protect myself. You go and fight with all your might." After saying that, she stood up. Chapter 432, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 6. 1030 words. Fiore stood up, standing upright with both feet on the ground. Don't misunderstand, she hasn't cured her leg condition. She can stand thanks to a metal support arm extending from her back. This arm keeps her body firmly fixed, more stable than human legs. Calls is the same. Without another metal arm extending from his sister's back to support him, he would have fallen off the clock tower, or rather, he wouldn't have been able to climb up in the first place. Chiron chose the observation point on the clock tower, a landmark building of Saigasora, with a height of 64 meters, the tallest spot in the city. From there, he could overlook the entire city, but it also made him visible from any location in the city. The group stood even higher than the highest balcony, at the very tip of the tower's spire,
a narrow spot barely serving as a foothold. Not mentioning Shinji, for whom, in his spiritual form, it was all the same. Fiori and Calls relied on special metal support arms, while Chiron stood purely on his own feet in balance. "Let's start the operation," Fiori said, retracting the supporting metal arm, causing the siblings to fall toward the ground due to gravity.
"I'm off too.
Black Lancer is very strong, please be careful, teacher."
Shinji phased through the building, heading downward. "Ah, I know she's very strong."
Even from such a distance, Chiron could feel the fierce and majestic fighting spirit, stirring a burning excitement deep within him. He felt a strong urge to abandon everything and fight to his heart's content, surprising himself with this impulse.
"It seems I am still not mature enough, or perhaps it's because I have manifested in a youthful form?"
The great sage who had taught countless warriors couldn't help but smile wryly. Using the metal arm to move through the air, Fiori had already caught the attention of Red Saber and Black Lancer, who both shifted their gaze simultaneously. But at that moment, Chiron's powerful, magic-laden arrows came face to face with Black Lancer's spear, resulting in a dazzling burst of sparks. It was an unspoken declaration: "Your opponent is me, do not get distracted." Seeing her opponent switch from targeting both of them to focusing on herself alone, Black Lancer made her decision. She no longer looked at the falling Forvege siblings or Red Saber rushing toward their landing point and directly attacked Archer. By the time Mordred recovered from Black Archer's strike, 5 seconds had passed. She quickly rushed to Kairi's side, not bothering to express her anger at the enemy.
"Master, are you alright?" "Ugh, I'm fine." Kairi coughed twice, stretching his sore back from Artoria's hit. "Thanks, Black Lancer."
"No need to thank me, a duel between knights should not be interrupted." Artoria used the broad surface of her spear as a shield, deflecting the follow-up arrows.
Mordred, dissatisfied, smacked away a few tricky arrows with her sword. "TCH, I knew you would say that. You haven't changed a bit." "I think you've changed a lot, you're more lively than before and less like a knight."
"Humph,
that's because you never paid attention to me or understood me."
"Yes, you're right."
Artoria did not deny it. "I'm sorry.
I didn't understand you and had no right to judge." Such a candid apology left Mordred at a loss, stammering, "And no, it's fine."
I forgive you." Kairi couldn't help but find Mordred's strong yet awkward attitude amusing, causing her to become indignant.
Unable to unleash her iron fist/palm punishment due to the falling arrows, her anger towards Archer grew even stronger.
"Master, what should we do now? Don't you already have an answer?" Seeing Mordred's agitation, Kairi could only look on helplessly. However, he understood Mordred's feelings, as he felt the same way. "Hey, Black Lancer, let's call a truce. We'll take care of the troublemakers first and then settle our fight." "I have no objections."
Even though she could sense her master in the clock tower, Artoria agreed to the alliance. Her master had only given a warning and said nothing more, likely leaving the decision up to her. Thus, she acted according to her judgment. "Then let's see who can capture Archer first."
Mordred was full of fighting spirit.
"You are injured," Artoria stated calmly.
"But I have 2 people on my side."
As she spoke, Mordred pulled out the arrow lodged in her arm, and Kairi immediately cast a healing spell. "If you insist," Artoria said no more, and the invisible air flowed beneath her feet.
"Alright, let's have a long overdue joint sortie, father."
Red lightning enveloped Mordred's body, pushing her physical capabilities to a new height.
"What, father? Black Lancer is King Arthur?" Kairi was stunned. "You didn't know?"
"You never mentioned it," Kairi replied instinctively.
However, it wasn't without any signs.
He had seen that spear in dreams. And earlier, Mordred had said, "I will become the king of Britain."
Whatever you can do, I can do too. And those unusual actions.
Besides the father she had been obsessed with all her life, no one else could have made her act this way.
Wait a minute, father? But that voice isn't male.
He almost forgot that Mordred was also a woman. It wasn't surprising that King Arthur was a woman.
Enough of that, let's deal with the enemy first. Go, Saber. Okay.
Hearing Kyrie's words, Mordred immediately surged forward. She was like a human-shaped cannonball, flying toward the distant archer.
Artoria also stepped forward. Though not as wild as Mordred, her speed was no less. At that moment, Artoria and Mordred spotted two figures descending from above.
The father-daughter, or mother-daughter, pair exchanged a glance. Artoria naturally made a hand gesture, one that brought Mordred back to the days of following King Arthur into battle, a battlefield signal understood by all the knights of the Round Table.
Fine, it's a rare opportunity, let's be a loyal knight for once.
After a brief hesitation, Mordred chose to follow her father's command, turning at the next intersection and charging toward the Forvege siblings. With her in action was Kyrie, who had been dragged along by Mordred.
Chapter 433, The Converging Storm in Sagasora, Part 7. 1119 words. Mordred's combat style can be described in 4 words, rough yet meticulous.
Rough refers to her external demeanor.
Mordred's moves are bold and unrestrained, surpassing even many male heroic spirits in this regard.
However, one should not mistake her rugged fighting style for carelessness. While she might overlook minor details in everyday life, in battle, she exercises a caution that matches her strength. As she advanced, she instinctively chose paths where archers' arrows couldn't reach, while also analyzing various possibilities based on the current situation.
There were 2 enemies.
The way they jumped from the clock tower didn't resemble that of servants, at least not those of the martial kind. If it were her or her father, they would have simply jumped the several dozen meters without hesitation. The absence of a detectable servant aura up to this point also supported this observation.
But to say both were humans? Mordred wouldn't believe it for a second. Just one archer challenging both her and her father?
That would be a ridiculous joke. Only a madman or an idiot would do such a thing. An archer, who had coolly seized the opportunity for such a dangerous ambush, was neither.
So, there was only one answer: one of them had to be a servant. An assassin? Or a caster?
Even though she was injured, she was still a saber. Sending a non-martial servant against her would either be underestimating her or suggesting there was something extraordinary about them.
It had to be the latter. Assassins have presence concealment, and if it were a caster, she might already be stepping into a trap. Better be cautious.
With this thought, her rapid, thunderous advance shifted to a more conventional march, capable of both offense and defense. Saber, Kyrie's voice sounded in her ear. "Be careful, master. The enemy is likely nearby," Mordred said as she set her master down.
"I know." "Then why?" A hand reached over Mordred's shoulder, pointing to the corner ahead.
There, she saw a man leaning against the wall, waving at them.
"Hi there." Mordred's expression twitched. She felt her intelligence had been insulted, expecting traps or ambushes, but instead, the enemy was standing nonchalantly in the open, more knightly than a knight. "So, you're our opponent?" Though the enemy appeared unarmed and non-aggressive, Kyrie did not let his guard down.
A master can discern a servant's class, a privilege granted by the Holy Grail, unless the servant possesses special skills or noble phantasms.
At the first sight of the blue-haired man, Kyrie confirmed his identity. Black Assassin. What? Black Assassin? Mordred's facial muscles stopped twitching, replaced by confusion. If he was assassin, then who was the girl who called her father Mom? Did I get it wrong? Get what wrong?
Shinji asked with interest. He had been on the way when Jack was being chased by Mordred and was unaware of what had happened before sunset.
Nothing.
Mordred shook her head, discarding thoughts unrelated to battle, and cautiously scanned their surroundings.
There's no need to be so guarded.
You're probably worried that I've set some sort of trap, but I can tell you directly that I haven't.
Of course, standing here openly isn't because I underestimated you.
No one would underestimate the strongest class, Saber, and I've seen your previous battles. I just have complete confidence in my strength. As he spoke, Shinji shed his casual demeanor and gripped the Ishtar war lance.
Be careful, Red Saber.
If you're careless, you'll die. The moment he finished speaking, Shinji had already closed the distance between them, thrusting his lance directly at her. This thrust gave Mordred a strong sense of déjà vu. Not long ago, she had faced a similar thrust. Black Assassin's stance with the lance was strikingly similar to Artorias' charging form. The surprise in her eyes didn't affect her body's reaction. Mordred instinctively swung her sword to block Shinji's thrust.
How do you know? How?
It was learned, of course. With Chiron's special training and the sparring with Artoria the night before, Shinji's body had naturally memorized this acceleration technique. The quick and precise follow-up thrusts were also something Shinji had largely mastered, mimicking them almost perfectly thanks to the solid foundation laid by Scathach. These simple techniques could be used skillfully once the knack was grasped.
Mordred grew more puzzled as the fight went on. Where did this guy learn her father's techniques?
Because of her doubts, Mordred was only blocking and not counterattacking, which frustrated Shinji. He had intended to use this fight to test the results of his recent training.
Mordred's combat style had many similarities with Achilles', but that was only when Mordred was going all out.
If she continued like this, he wouldn't be able to see much.
Hey, don't get distracted.
If you don't start fighting seriously, I'll go after your master. As he spoke, Shinji threw his black and gold war lance from close range, the weapon drawing an arc before striking Mordred in the chest. With a heavy impact, Mordred staggered, her footing unsteady. Seizing the opportunity, Shinji darted past Mordred, charging towards Kairi, who was 10 meters away.
Don't even think about it. At that moment, Mordred finally snapped out of it. Now wasn't the time to be pondering such things. Any questions or doubts could be addressed after the battle. With a flash of red light and the reappearing lightning, Mordred, now moving faster, swung her sword at Shinji's lower back. Shinji was prepared. Just before the longsword could connect, he spun around, lowering his left hand to block the king's sword, which was also enveloped in red lightning. The last time he had tried to block Clarent, it proved that his Vajra left arm wasn't enough to withstand high-level noble phantasms. This time, the secret lay in the metal strip extending from his sleeve, a short blade, blending with the knight, a weapon commonly used by assassins. The appearance of this hidden blade eased Mordred's strong sense of incongruity.
This was more like what an assassin should be, not playing with war lances. Mimicking her father's spear techniques, that was something only she should do. Fueled by anger, Mordred unleashed her magical energy once more. The sudden surge of power sent Shinji, who was blocking with one hand, flying. Surprisingly, Shinji, who nearly crashed through a wall, wasn't angry in the slightest.
He looked at the hidden blade in his left hand with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "Only a shallow scratch? Fiori craftsmanship is really impressive. With this, I can use it with confidence." As he left the wall, Shinji now wielded a hand axe.
It shared the same rugged design, non-reflective gray finish, and solid construction.
Now, call me Master Shinji, the Creed-level assassin. Chapter 434, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 8. 1037 words. Do you remember the bet between Shinji and Fiori? The one about whether Gords would lose his mind?
As it turns out, Shinji won, and Fiori lost.
As a result, Fiori had to make several items for Shinji, two of which were a hidden blade and a hand axe.
The rest included essential assassin gear like a hand crossbow and throwing darts, as well as Shinji's favorite slingshot, though this was the most demanding item.
Despite Fiori's exceptional skill in creating metal prosthetics and the Ig Millennia family's decades of resource accumulation, the slingshot wasn't completed.
The choice of a hidden blade, hand axe, hand crossbow, and throwing darts was mainly because these weapons fit an assassin's role. While Shinji's noble phantasms were powerful, they emitted noticeable magical energy when used, making them unsuitable for stealth attacks or close-quarters combat. These new tools helped to compensate for this weakness. As for the idea of playing a real-life Assassin's Creed, that was secondary. Shinji knew what was important and what wasn't.
Unaware of Shinji's reputation, Mordred naturally didn't take these insidious tools seriously.
She could tell at a glance that they weren't noble phantasms and were merely reinforced with magic. Whether they could pierce her armor was uncertain, and even if they could, she was confident she wouldn't get hit. With full confidence, Mordred gave Shinji no chance to breathe, pressing him relentlessly.
Mordred might be fearless, but Kairi was more cautious. Though he shared Mordred's fearless temperament, he wasn't foolish.
Seeing Black Assassin's weapons and reckless fighting style, he knew charging it would be suicidal. So he chose to hide in a spot where he could observe the battle without being ambushed by archer or assassin. Scanning the surroundings, he found a duplex about 30 meters away. The multi-layered structure provided natural cover.
That's the spot.
With his decision made, Kyrie ducked into an alley and sprinted toward his target. Just as he was about to reach it, he heard a strange noise. Bang, bang, came the muffled sound, as if something was striking the walls. The noise was faint but rhythmic and getting closer.
Kyrie sensed something was wrong, his muscles tensing.
Soon, he saw a girl. She wasn't on the ground but floating in midair.
In a narrow alley between two buildings, Fiore Forvejig Millennia was using the two arms extending from her back to anchor herself to the walls. These arms had a smooth, hard appearance, resembling a spider's legs. So, your target is me? Kyrie relaxed upon spotting his enemy.
No, you're all targets.
The girl smiled sweetly. Then, I suppose introductions are unnecessary? Indeed. We should already know each other's names. But may I still offer a warning? Go ahead. Leave this place immediately, necromancer. Every inch of this land belongs to the Ig Millennia. I can overlook your uninvited intrusion. But if you ignore this warning, I'll have to make you pay the ultimate price for your folly. Oh. So you think I'll listen? Hearing Kyrie's response, Fiore's smile grew even brighter. No. But without declaring it, I can't resolve myself internally.
In other words, once she made the declaration, she wouldn't hesitate to kill him.
Kyrie had no intention of heeding her warning.
Reaching for the shotgun in his bag was his response. Instantly, the surrounding magical energy density surged. This sudden rise in magical power was quickly noticed by the two nearby servants.
That's... Mordred's magical energy was entirely supplied by Kyrie.
As Kyrie started using a large amount of magical energy, Mordred immediately noticed, causing a slight pause in her relentless sword strikes.
Heh, looks like things are starting over there too, Shinji remarked, unsurprised.
Before the ambush, he and Fiore had already devised a strategy. Shinji would engage Mordred and find a way to drive off Kyrie, creating an opportunity for Fiore to engage in a Magus duel. Servant battles and modern Magus duels were on completely different levels. If a servant was present, Magus could only play a supporting role. Only away from the servants could the Magus fully display their skills and compete in the magecraft. Coincidentally, the observation point Kyrie chose was also targeted by the Forvej siblings. Naturally, Kyrie ran into Fiore. The momentary pause in Mordred's sword strikes didn't escape Shinji's notice. He swiftly swung his small hand axe, aiming at the weak spot in the sword's trajectory, targeting Mordred's head. Thanks to a height difference of over 20 centimeters, this strike felt particularly effortless for Shinji, marking his best performance of the night. However, this excellent maneuver still didn't harm Mordred. Her response was nothing short of astonishing. With a few light clicks, certain parts of Mordred's chest and shoulder armor sprang upward, instantly forming a helmet that covered her entire head, leaving only her eyes visible. Indeed, Mordred's noble phantasm, secret of pedigree, was normally disassembled into parts stored in her shoulder and chest armor. A single thought could assemble or disassemble it, surpassing even high technology. With the helmet on, Mordred slightly tilted her head. Although it was only a few centimeters, it was enough to block Shinji's hand axe. Simply, with the horns on the helmet. Shinji had always thought the horns on the helmet were decorative. Historically, many generals liked to adorn their helmets with various horns, commonly from bulls or deer. Unexpectedly, these horns were so sturdy that they chipped the edge of the hand axe. Could these horns be the true essence? Or did Morgan enchant them with magic? Regardless, Mordred blocked Shinji's lethal strike unexpectedly, and her counterattack followed swiftly. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. She swung her sword down at him. Shinji had no choice but to block with his hidden blade while retreating. With equal strength, it was impossible to resist the power of a two-handed strike with just one hand. As he retreated step by step, Shinji didn't forget to launch a verbal assault. My master is over there waiting for your master. Aren't you worried at all? However, not only was Mordred unaffected, but her momentum also increased.
I'm not worried at all.
He's my master, the best master.
He won't lose.
The knight's sword, like her words, was full of confidence and unwavering determination.
Chapter 435, The Converging Storm in Sagasora, Part 9. 1112 words. Shinji, busy dealing with Mordred's outburst, did not hear her inner thoughts. I never thought there would be a day when I trust a Magus.
Until now, she had never placed any trust in Magus. She always thought of them as twisted, reclusive individuals. No, in fact, the Magus she had encountered were generally like that. However, this Magus was different. He didn't hide behind the scenes, plotting unseen schemes like other Magus. He fought head-on like herself, willing to do whatever it took for victory, with an attack-to-defense ratio of probably 90-10. Like her, he trusted his intuition. He would risk his life for her when she was in danger. So, there were Magus out there who shared her interests.
It made sense.
The catalyst used to summon her was a fragment of the Round Table. This meant that any of the Round Table knights could have appeared, even Lancelot, who insulted her father, or the detestable model student, Gawain, but it ended up being her. The answer was clear: she and her master, Kairi, were the same kind of people.
So, what was there to worry about?
Mordred let out a loud cry, spun on her heel, and swung her massive sword, creating a storm of blades.
All I have to do is take you down.
The road they were on was not wide. Once Mordred's blade storm began, Shinji's space to dodge was severely limited, and his wrist blade and hand axe were insufficient to block the increasingly heavy king's sword.
In an instant, the situation took a sudden and dramatic turn. Got you, assassin!
In the blink of an eye, Shinji was cornered against the wall, but there was still no hint of panic on his face. With a flick of his wrist, the hand axe that had caused Mordred so much trouble was thrown. Then, changing his strategy from evasive maneuvering, he charged into the blade storm. A dazzling light shone from his outstretched left hand, and even the wrist blade attached to the device on his left wrist seemed to be coated in a layer of gold. This light was different from the light of the Excalibur that protected the planet or the light of the Rhongomyniad that protected humanity. It was a color rare in the West, a mystery from the East, the power called Buddha, the faith known as Buddhism. Under the protection of this power, Shinji charged into the tornado-like sword pressure with a bravery that matched Mordred's. The continuous impact of the sword pressure, as strong as real blades, struck his body, cutting through the Buddha's light protection, creating numerous fine wounds and drawing forth blood dyed gold by the Buddha's light. However, Shinji's expression remained unchanged, as if he did not feel any pain. If the one being harmed did not fear, the one causing the harm would fear even less. Mana burst at maximum output, the clarent was drenched in crimson lightning, completely turning into a red, demonic sword.
The demonic sword, infused with all of Mordred's strength, slashed towards the increasingly close wrist blade with a force that surpassed fierce intensity.
This strike was the strongest Mordred had delivered today, nearly reaching the peak of her power without unleashing her noble phantasm. This strike was not something the fragile wrist blade, even enhanced by magic, could withstand. Unsurprisingly, the wrist blade shattered, breaking into pieces from the tip of the sword and finally being blown to powder by the crimson lightning. With the last barrier between them gone, Mordred believed her king's sword would sever the arm before her and then cleave its owner in two.
However, what happened next was entirely beyond her expectations.
Just before this fatal blow, which would undoubtedly cause a mortal wound if it hit, could touch Shinji's skin, his left hand grabbed Mordred's sword-wielding wrist first.
No!
The first word reached her ears, causing a sharp pain in Mordred's nerves, a warning from her instinct. But it was too late for her to react. She could only watch as her fully powered Crimson King's sword was forcibly halted. To be precise, it wasn't completely stopped, its momentum was skillfully redirected, changing the body's center of gravity through footwork, thus moving Mordred's body. It was a throwing technique. It was only then that Mordred realized what technique it was. Shinji's right hand pressed against her breastplate, flipping her into the air and slamming her into a nearby building. It was also at this moment that he had time to finish the rest of his sentence.
I've got you.
The fierce attack was deftly redirected back to Mordred, the violent impact penetrating through her armor, into her muscles, and finally reaching her internal organs. The young knight involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, her trembling right hand barely managing to thrust her king's sword into the wall before she slid down. Using the leverage, she leaped onto the rooftop. Seeing this, Shinji couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If the battlefield were wider, allowing Mordred to be thrown into the air and then slammed down, Shinji could have followed up with another combo, potentially crippling Mordred in one go. Hearing the sound of armor scraping against the rooftop above, Shinji knew he had missed his chance. Despite the precise calculations, Shinji had inevitably suffered significant injuries. His chest, thigh, and waist bore gaping wounds, the price of breaking through the blade storm. His left arm's biceps and triceps were also damaged. Even though he had grabbed Mordred's wrist and despite the wrist blade breaking the impact, even in his Vudra's left arm mode, he couldn't fully block Mordred's strike. This was why Shinji hadn't pursued her. What a pity, I even used Pancration. With a soft sigh, the staff of the goddess and life runes appeared simultaneously, quickly healing Shinji's injuries. Pancration, originating from ancient Greece, is a comprehensive combat technique that blends boxing and wrestling, the world's oldest form of mixed martial arts, and one of Shinji's specialized training results. Chiron, who possessed wisdom of divine gift, mastered all Greek system skills, sword, spear, and bow, not to mention unarmed combat techniques. To counter Achilles' speed and fierce combat style, Chiron specifically taught this combat art, which emphasizes flexibility over brute force and ingenuity over ritual, focusing on anticipation and adaptability, to Shinji. Shinji naturally used this throwing technique from the combat art against Mordred's ferocious assault.
He mastered Pancration in just 2 days of special training and could use it proficiently. Are you sure this isn't a joke? It's not a joke at all.
Shinji indeed mastered Pancration and became a true wrestler.
Chapter 436, Chapter 436, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 10. 1,549 words. So the question arises, if Shinji's learning ability is so strong, why did he only gain this much power after studying with Scathach for so long? There are 2 reasons. First, his time with Scathach was spent building a foundation.
Basic training might not show significant immediate improvement in power, but it is crucial for future development. Second, back then, Shinji was human, but now he is a servant. Teaching skills to a human requires direct instruction, while teaching skills to a servant is much simpler. The skills Wisdom of Divine Gift and Wisdom of Doin Scathe are considered cheat skills partly because they allow one to bestow their skills to other servants, note the word bestow. This means that as long as Chiron or Scathach is willing, and you want to learn, you can acquire the desired skills from them in a short time. Although these skills do not include the user's mastery and experience, and their level is not as high as the original, they are still enough to significantly boost a servant's power. However, most servants are heroic spirits who possess their pride and generally will not seek instruction from other servants. Neither of these legendary teachers can beg you to learn. Therefore, these 2 bug-like skills have never been fully utilized until Shinji appeared. By becoming a servant through backdoor means, he was not a hero and lacked a hero's pride. As long as Chiron was willing to teach, Shinji was eager to learn as many skills as possible, believing that one can never have too many skills. In these 2 days, Shinji absorbed everything Chiron taught like a sponge, and his power increased rapidly. Now, even without relying on his noble phantasm, he would not be defeated so quickly when facing Achilles. Using his already healed left hand, Shinji took the final item from the assassin's triple set, a hand crossbow, and loaded a bolt with his right hand, aiming at the rooftop. He had learned far more than just Pancration. There were many other miraculous skills lost in the river of history, including Chiron's famed archery. Mana continuously flowed into the bolt, a combination of mana release and archery, powerful shooting. The moment Mordred peeked over the rooftop, the bolt shot out harmoniously. Black Assassin and Red Saber fought back and forth in a thrilling battle, while their masters continued to confront each other. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight or were afraid, they were comparing the information in their minds with the enemy before them, trying to ensure victory. Fiore knew that Kairi Sisegu was a freelance magus with more combat experience than herself. Sisegu also knew that Fiore Forvege Igdmillennia was the genius chosen to be the next head of the Igdmillennia family. This person uses necromancy. However, it's not just a simple method of turning the dead into ghouls. For example, the firearm in his hand,
This young lady uses spirit summoning and ergokinesis, something about a connection-enhanced magical device.
The sound of Mordred crashing into the wall shattered the tense atmosphere between them. The sound of armor hitting the wall was particularly clear in the quiet night, intensifying the tension. Sisego skillfully drew his sawed-off shotgun, while Fiore decisively levitated. He pulled the trigger. Bullets made from the fingers of severed magi, capable of tracking Amagas's aura, targeted her forehead. Jupiter, tin arm of protection, intercept. The deadly bullets, aimed unerringly at her head, were intercepted by the arms extending from her back without hesitation. Sisegu's surprise lasted only a moment. He retreated with unexpected agility for his large frame, taking cover in a nearby abandoned building.
Meanwhile, the two metal arms extending from Fiore's back split along the center line. She now controlled 4 arms instead of 2. 2 of them replaced her legs, embedding into the stone floor, while the other 2 stretched towards Sisegu, opening like serpents about to strike. Mars, iron arm of war, fire at will. With a sound reminiscent of bullet fire, light projectiles shot out from the openings of the arms. These light projectiles, no less powerful than real bullets, instantly shattered the ground near Sisegu's feet. Ah, damn it. Those arms can do anything.
Hiding behind the stairs, Sisego grumbled, selecting new bullets from his waist pouch and reloading his shotgun. Curse bullets are highly effective against humans but lack significant penetration power against objects, unable to pierce through cover several centimeters thick in a short time. After firing a shot to suppress the enemy, Sisegu retrieved a modified owl's eye from his pouch and tossed it through a gap in the car. Once connected to his right eye, he began observing his opponent. First, he reassessed her mystic code. According to the personal data Sisegu had obtained beforehand, Fiore was supposed to be unable to move her legs due to the deterioration of her magic circuits. However, with this kind of equipment, that defect was hardly an issue. To her, the mystic code was like an incredibly proficient pair of hands and legs. Although only subsonic, the fact that it could easily catch his fired curse bullets indicated an unparalleled advantage in precise movements. Its autonomous defensive response speed is nearly perfect, probably comparable to the May-type homunculus mystic code, Moon Spirit Marrow, carried by the princess of the El Melee family. Even so, one is Mercury, and the other is Metal Arms. It would likely be quite challenging to counterattacks like claymore mines that do not attack a single point but rather an area. So, this should do. Sisegu pulled a Magi's heart from the inner pocket of his coat. This organ, embedded with the Magi's teeth and nails, was the perfect weapon against Magi. The scattered teeth and nails contained curse-like mana, and once they invaded the body, they would have an effect similar to Gander. However, probably due to the Magi's death, the effect was several times stronger. Simply put, once the teeth and nails invaded the skin, they would rot and dissolve the flesh. After pulling out the muscle fiber acting as a safety mechanism, the previously inert heart began to pulse instantly. Through the owl's eye, Sisegu had already pinpointed Fiore's location. Still hiding behind the stairs, he used a sudden burst of air to throw the heart grenade into a perfect position. Ugh! If Sisegu made any mistake, it was that he had used this trick once in a minor skirmish with homunculi, allowing Fiore to see it. Thoroughly examining the recovered homunculus corpses, she deduced their power and effect from their rotting state, recognizing it as a lethal attack method. Saturn, lead arm of roaring, crush it. The metal arm that replaced her right leg and supported her body suddenly transformed into a flat, shovel-like shape, instantly crushing the rolling heart from above. The teeth and nails, which should have scattered in the explosion's shockwave, were pressed beneath, unable to harm Fiore's body. However, for Sisegu, gaining even a moment was more important. He rushed to the landing between the first and second floors as quickly as possible and directly shot out the window. The finger bullets attacking from a different angle still couldn't break through the protection of the Jupiter, tin arm of protection, and the Mars, iron arm of war simultaneously adjusted its firing angle. Throughout, Fiore made no manual adjustments, relying entirely on the arm's automatic responses. This showcased the strength of the Bronze Link manipulators, coupled reinforcement mystic codes. Fiore, due to her mobility issues, wanted to design a mystic code that could both replace her legs and automatically protect its user according to the situation. Inspired by Canetha's volumen hydrargyrum, marrow of the moon spirit, she forged 4 prosthetic limbs from a special alloy that conducted mana more efficiently, each limb imbued with the spirit of an animal. Unlike the volumen hydrargyrum, marrow of the moon spirit, the bronze link manipulators, coupled reinforcement mystic codes only memorizes the minimum necessary action patterns. After all, it contains animal spirits, which cannot engage in overly complex thinking. Therefore, it falls slightly short of the volumen hydrargyrum in terms of attack power. On the other hand, when it comes to protecting its master, the animal's reflexes are fully utilized, making it nearly impossible for ordinary mystic codes to penetrate the defensive circle formed by the 4 prosthetic limbs. Similar to the volumen hydrargyrum, the bronze link manipulators can be operated in 2 modes, active and passive. The former is more flexible and versatile but places a significant burden on mana consumption. The latter reduces mana consumption. Incidentally, Fiore treats the 4 prosthetic arms as pets and has named them Asta, Blanca, Comet, and Wolf. However, this secret is known only to Calls, and now also to Shinji, who has read the setting documents.
Ahem, getting a bit sidetracked. In any case, with just the mystic code designed by Sisegu based on modern weaponry, it's impossible to harm Fiore. At first, Sisegu could retaliate using finger bullets and heart grenades, but before long, he was forced to rely on the building's corridors for cover, constantly dodging, whether because Fiore's suppression was too intense or Sisegu's ammunition was running low. Seeing that the enemy wouldn't come out no matter what, Fiore frowned.
After hesitating for a moment, she began to approach the corridor.
Chapter 437, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 11. 1162 words.
Although she held the advantage, Fiore did not become careless or underestimate her opponent. With 1 prosthetic limb for attack, 1 for defense, and the other 2 moving forward and backward, Fiore gradually advanced. Her own will began to communicate with the animal spirits attached to the limbs, allowing her to switch to manual control at any moment.
Just as Fiore stepped into the corridor, a black organ rolled down from the stairs above. Thanks to her knowledge of the human body, Fiore quickly identified it as a Magi's lung. As it rolled, the lung inflated rapidly like a balloon, becoming bloated and bursting just as Fiore realized something was wrong. The foul stench instantly filled the entire corridor. The lungs, being respiratory organs, had been magically altered to store a large amount of gas. Sisego Kairi used them to store poisonous gas. The organs of a magi naturally contain magical power. As a necromancer, Sisege utilized the natural decay of these organs as a breeding ground, producing potent corpse poison and rot poison. Ordinary people would die instantly upon inhaling even a tiny amount, and even magus with some resistance would suffer respiratory collapse.
It was essentially a magical version of a poison gas bomb.
Unlike finger curse bullets and heart grenades, the lung gas bomb has specific environmental requirements. In an open outdoor space, a simple air manipulation could disperse the gas, but in a confined space like a corridor, the gas becomes terrifyingly effective. Fiore's expression changed. She immediately covered her nose and mouth, disengaged the automatic control of her prosthetic limbs, and used all 4 limbs to retreat outside faster than the gas could spread, moving like a spider, a beautiful spider. Her reaction was flawless, but precisely because it was correct and flawless, Sisega knew she would do this. In the moment of her retreat, as Fiore, the beautiful spider, exited the corridor, still shaken, the necromancer's pursuit followed. A black shadow flew out from the previously broken window, hurtling toward Fiore at astonishing speed. At this moment, Fiore's 4 prosthetic limbs were still firmly gripping the ground. Jupiter, tin arm of protection. In the critical moment, Fiore demonstrated her prowess as the next head of the Igdmalinia clan, a genius lamented by the clock tower. She forcibly interrupted her own will, transferring control of the arms of iron fire to the animal spirit attached to it. Under the control of the animal's reflexes, which far surpassed those of humans, the arms of iron fire flipped instantly, firing a barrage at the indistinguishable black shadow, while the Jupiter, tin arm of protection curved around to protect Fiore's head and face. The black shadow exploded without suspense, scattering a cloud of debris mixed with cursed teeth and nails, an improvised weapon crafted by Sisego based on the environment. He had embedded a heart grenade into a piece of wall debris and thrown it as Fiore escaped the corridor.
As Sisegu anticipated, Fiori's focus was on the poison gas ahead, leaving her no time to identify what was hurtling toward her. Thus, her reaction was predictable, blocking it with her arm or shooting it down with a curse bullet. Indeed, the debris was shattered, activating the heart grenade hidden within, finally giving the shrapnel of cursed teeth and nails a chance to unleash their power. So, you see, you academic types are still too inexperienced compared to us warhounds who've survived countless battlefields.
The difference is vast.
A hint of mockery flickered in Sisegu's eyes behind his sunglasses. He had found a way to deal with the bronze link manipulators, coupled reinforcement mystic codes. While the 4 prosthetic limbs were indeed convenient and their reaction speed surpassed human nerves, their maximum number inherently limited their ability to provide 360-degree defense.
Against dense shrapnel, they were inevitably somewhat inadequate. As long as even one piece of shrapnel got through, Fiori would be severely weakened if not killed.
The battle is, no, not yet. Through the shared vision of the owl's eye, Sisegu's sight remained unaffected by the explosion, accurately capturing the scene beyond the smoke. The cursed teeth and nails had undoubtedly penetrated the Jupiter, tin arm of protection. Even combined with the emergency measure of the Saturn, lead arm of roaring, it wasn't enough. However, just before the shrapnel could hit Fiori's body, it was halted by an invisible force, suspended in mid-air, unable to advance further no matter how much it struggled.
Is that, or rune? In front of the shrapnel, on Fiori's chest, an emblem resembling a family crest emitted a faint glow, outlining an ancient script.
It was the power of this rune that blocked the shrapnel's impact. Although the Ygd Millennia family has many rune magus, none should have runes of this caliber.
Is it some kind of ancient relic?
If so. Just as Sisegu felt a sense of doubt, the protective rune dimmed and vanished, along with the crest on Fiori's chest, which shattered and disintegrated. Fiori, grateful for her narrow escape, gently brushed the remnants of the broken emblem and softly said, "Thank you, assassin."
It turned out that while Fiori was making equipment for Shinji, Shinji had also prepared a protective item for Fiori. He knew Fiori's weaknesses better than Sisegu and knew how to compensate for them.
The runes were one of these items, inscribed with Iwas, one of the 18 primordial runes, most often used to shield or mitigate damage at critical moments.
This was what saved Fiori from disaster.
Another stone flew through the air. Having suffered once, Fiori did not dare to use the Mars, iron arm of war to shoot it down again.
She grounded her 4 prosthetic limbs and dodged far away. I won't fall for it again.
However, just as this thought arose, reality struck back harshly. The stone hit the ground with a dull thud and remained silent. It was just an ordinary stone, not containing a heart grenade. Realizing she had been tricked, Fiori's face turned livid, but she couldn't find a way to gain the upper hand. She could only suppress her anger and glare fiercely at the dilapidated low-rise building where Sisegu was hiding. Seeing this, Sisegu let out a piercing laugh, extended his double-barreled pistol out the window, and fired 2 finger bullets, then casually threw another stone.
Fiori didn't pay much attention to the bullets, but she couldn't ignore the stone, not knowing if it contained some hidden trick.
With just a few bullets and stones, Fiori had been forced to move over 100 meters, expending a considerable amount of magical energy. If it weren't for Shinji's supply of mana shared through artificial batteries, Fiori might have already faced a severe mana shortage. I can't go on like this, Fiori gritted her teeth, ignoring the sharp pain in her legs and pushing her magical circuits to their limits. It's about time, Sisegu muttered, taking off his coat and covering a sawed-off shotgun.
Chapter 438, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 12? 1047 words. Experience does come with age. Fiori realized her problems and shortcomings, yet found herself at a loss for solutions.
On the other hand, Sisegu, after his attack was thwarted, could quickly devise a new strategy.
This difference in experience is the greatest distinction between the academic and practical approaches.
Having completed his preparations, Sisegu stood up from his hiding corner, using not just his right hand holding the gun, but also his left hand, left foot, and right foot to simultaneously kick and throw 3 stones. To ensure the success of his strategy, one of these stones contained a heart grenade, the last grenade in Sisegu's possession. Because of this, he chose this moment to decisively determine victory or death in one go. As the stones flew out the window, Sisegu also used magecraft to enhance his body and jumped out from the second floor.
Seeing 3 stones fly out at once, Fiore realized Sisegu was likely launching a new round of fierce attacks.
Her body instinctively tensed up, her eyes covering the entire area of the low-rise building. Her magic circuits continuously drew mana from the great source, injecting it into the 4 prosthetic limbs connected to her body.
Through the previous battles, Fiore recognized a discouraging fact: if Sisegu remained hidden in the low-rise building, there was nothing she could do.
The confined space of the stairway limited the effectiveness of her bronze link manipulators, coupled reinforcement mystic codes. But as long as Sisegu came out, her opportunity would arise, even if it was predicated on his fierce attack. All 3 stones were captured, their trajectories and landing points calculated, and the possible blast radius of the heart grenade estimated. Based on this data, Fiore found the most suitable course of action. 2 prosthetic limbs gripped the ground and propelled her, perfectly avoiding the 3 stones and the explosion of the hidden heart grenade.
This round was avoided. Next, you will. At that moment, Fiore caught sight of another shadow. And its trajectory was quite off. So far, Sisegu had thrown over 10 stones, and Fiore had gradually gotten used to this mode of attack. The necromancer's throws were always quite accurate, and even if they missed, they wouldn't deviate much. The sudden large deviation was something Fiore was not used to. Was he tired? Or did he make a mistake? As Fiore pondered, she saw the shadow move slightly upon landing.
No, that's not a stone, that's Sisegu himself. Realizing this, Fiore saw that Sisegu had already launched his assault. At this point, they were no more than 10 meters apart.
9 meters. A double-barreled shotgun slid out from under Sisegu's coat, firing 2 subsonic, heat-seeking finger bullets. 8 meters. Jupiter, tin arm of protection.
The prosthetic limb infused with the spirit of an animal extended from her right shoulder, precisely crushing the bullets approaching her head.
Mars, iron arm of war.
Simultaneously, the prosthetic limb on her left shoulder began to fire light bullets, with a firing rate and frequency that far exceeded Sisegu's sawed-off shotgun.
Sisegu had anticipated this. He held a lung poison gas bomb in his hand, aiming it at the muzzle of the Mars, iron arm of war. 7 meters.
The lung poison gas bomb exploded, releasing a foul-smelling and oddly colored gas. Sisegu's figure vanished into the poison gas. Since he created the gas, he also made the antidote to neutralize it. He had no fear of being harmed by his weapon. Saturn, lead arm of roaring. Losing her vision, Fiore continued to issue orders. The prosthetic limb extending from her left waist left the ground, stirring the air to keep the poison gas at bay. Meanwhile, the Mars, iron arm of war continued its barrage, though it was unclear if it hit the target due to the gas obstruction. 6 meters. A blurry figure emerged from the poisonous mist. Mars, iron arm of war adjusted its angle immediately, unleashing a volley of light bullets at the figure. Unfortunately, the bullets passed through the gas without the sound of hitting a body.
He's not there.
At the same time, the sound of a shotgun fired again, from another direction. Jupiter, tin arm of protection, was already on high alert, deflecting the 2-finger bullets. Naturally, the Mars, iron arm of war returned fire with light bullets, but the cunning Sisegu had already dodged.
5 meters.
The sound of a heavy object cutting through the air came from behind her head.
Uncertain of what it was and with her escape routes blocked by the poison mist, Fiore chose the safest course of action.
The Mars, iron arm of war, shot at it, while the Jupiter, tin arm of protection, and Saturn, lead arm of roaring, protected her vital areas.
She also activated the second Iwa's rune, made into a shell pendant hanging around her neck.
The result of such elaborate precautions left Fiore very dissatisfied. The object turned out to be just a stone, the same kind Sisegu had thrown from the building earlier.
4 meters.
Having failed multiple times, Fiore, still protected by the Iwa's rune, intensified her attack. Not only did the Mars, iron arm of war, continue to fire, but the Saturn, lead arm of roaring, also joined the barrage.
Though the 4 prosthetic limbs had different names and usual functions, their design and construction were identical.
They could switch freely between movement, attack, and defense. The names were merely given by Fiore based on the animal spirits infused and her interest. The 360-degree barrage from the two metal arms seemed effective. A muffled groan reached Fiori's ears.
Despite the interference from the rapid light bullets and the groan's faintness, Fiori identified it as Sisigu's voice.
This discovery invigorated her, making the metal arms barrage even more frenzied.
Unfortunately, Fiori didn't hear Sisigu's voice again. 3 meters.
This was a crucial distance, close enough for hand-to-hand combat.
It was also the limit of Fiori's current visibility.
At the boundary of her vision and the poison mist, a black figure loomed.
Initially blurry, it became clear in the next second. A black jacket. It was Sisigu. Fiori vividly remembered that Sisigu wore a black jacket today.
Confirming this, the Magus girl ordered, and the two metal arms merged, firing a high-powered light bullet.
Chapter 439, The Converging Storm in Saigasora. 1033 words.
Unlike the thrilling battle between Fiori and Kairi, or the intense clash between Shinji and Mordred, the fight between Artoria and Chiron seemed more like a divine duel, devoid of any trace of mortal smoke and fire, yet containing an indescribable beauty.
Both participants had surpassed human limits, elevating their skills and even their very existence to the divine realm. Each move, each action, was devoid of any excess, perfectly utilizing every ounce of potential within their bodies.
This was not merely a unity of heart, technique, and body, but a realm beyond that, a complete fusion, the ultimate state every martial artist aspires to reach. For an ordinary martial artist, reaching this level in their lifetime would be a source of immense satisfaction. Yet, these two stood at the pinnacle of this state. In Chiron's hands, the bow and arrows were no longer mere weapons but extensions of his body, manifestations of his will. Where his heart aimed, the arrows followed. Obstacles that would hinder others were non-existent to him. He could shoot through them, change the arrow's trajectory by colliding them mid-air, or use the magical energy attached to his arrows to create invisible damage by shaking the atmosphere.
Chiron's arrows could achieve anything imaginable. Artoria was equally formidable.
In her hands, the sword and lance seemed imbued with life. Ordinary warriors might consciously direct their weapons to perform specific actions, but Artoria's weapons naturally found their ideal positions, either to protect their master or to strike down her enemies. This is the state where skill approaches the true path. One acted on pure will, the other with natural grace, and with one being an archer, their battle was destined not to be as straightforward as those of other servants. On the other side, Kairi and Fiori fought to a tragic conclusion, potentially resulting in mutual destruction. Meanwhile, Artoria had finally discerned Chiron's true nature. With no holds barred in Chiron executing his full power, even Artoria, with her divine-level skills, found it challenging to close the distance between them.
Moreover, as Artoria moved, Chiron would not remain stationary.
Chiron's agility, ranked at the highest level of A+ in this Holy Grail war, coupled with his lack of heavy armor like Artoria's, naturally gave him a speed advantage. If not for the urban environment providing various covers and if not for Artoria using invisible air and occasionally unleashing mana bursts to accelerate, even her exceptional skills would have only led to one outcome, being kited to death by Chiron. As for summoning her steed, Dun Stallion, Artoria quickly dismissed the idea. While Dun Stallion was faster than Chiron, it also made the rider a larger target.
Dun, not being a noble phantasm, couldn't withstand an arrow from a servant.
Against weaker archers, Artoria had confidence in protecting her steed, but against Chiron, she had none. Rather than summoning her steed and risking it getting injured, it was better to use the city's complex terrain to maneuver against the enemy. By the time Artoria saw Chiron's face, he had moved from the tallest clock tower in the city to the outer city's walls. He still maintained his high vantage point, bow and arrow at the ready. He was a handsome man clad in leather armor, with eyes glowing faintly green, sharper than a hawk's. His aura was vast and majestic, perfectly embodying the archer class. Unlike Gilgamesh, who was merely labeled an archer for throwing treasures, Chiron was a true master of the bow, having reached the pinnacle of archery. To such a formidable opponent, Artoria raised her lance in a knightly salute. Acknowledging her gesture, Chiron smiled slightly. The battle with Artoria rekindled his fighting spirit, allowing him to feel the joy of combat once more. How long had it been since he faced such a strong opponent, in life or death? When was the last time he shot arrows so freely? It had been too long to remember. All Chiron knew was that this opponent allowed him to exercise all he had learned without reservation. He had thought he would only feel this way when facing Achilles, but here you are, Black Lancer. Surely, in the long history of humanity, you are among the finest spearmen.
In that case, let me see which is stronger, my bow or your lance.
With an oddly cheerful feeling, Chiron released his fingers from the bowstring, and the arrow, brimming with magic, emitted a piercing whistle. This was Chiron's return gift to Artoria, a gesture of respect between strong warriors, signifying Chiron's recognition of Artoria. Father Cronus, Mother Philyra, this enemy is worthy of a fight. This open and unreserved shot did not escape Artoria's keen eyes. Facing the return gift from a formidable enemy, the Rhongomyniad naturally leaped into action. The speed of the arrow was fully understood. The time of arrival could be calculated. The coordinates of arrival could be deduced. The spear tip, glowing with the light of human reason, collided head-on with the arrow's blade, creating the largest surge of magical energy that night. Combining experience and instinct, she and her spear and sword either dodged or blocked, neutralizing Chiron's hundreds of shots in this manner. Emerald eyes looked through the slits of her helmet, meeting Chiron's sharp gaze. To Artoria's surprise, those eyes, deeper than the night sky, revealed an inexplicable hint of a smile, as if saying, "Watch out." At that moment, a sudden sense of foreboding and dread surged in Artoria's heart.
Artoria's body instantly leaned back, her divine-level skill ensuring a reaction that was undoubtedly godlike.
At the same time, a nearly silent arrow pierced through the yet-to-dissipate magical surge, targeting the only exposed part of Artoria's helmet, her eyes. Fortunately, Artoria had dodged just in time, otherwise, she would have lost an eye at best or been killed at worst. Now, this silent arrow embedded itself in the brow of her lion-shaped helmet. The magic contained within the arrow lingered, like a bolt of lightning, coursing through the helmet's faceplate. With a crack, a fissure appeared in the center of the faceplate. The crack swiftly spread, fracturing the entire helmet, which soon fell apart, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face.
Chapter 440, The Converging Storm in Cygasora, Part 14. 1217 words.
Using a bow and arrow for long-distance sniping can be highly effective.
Compared to modern firearms, a bow and arrow may lack power, range, and firing rate, but these shortcomings are not an issue in the mystical Type Moon world. Not enough power? Add magical energy. Not enough range?
Enhance the bow and arrow with various mythological materials and magical powers.
It's not a dream to knock off a head from 20 kilometers away.
The firing rate can be compensated for by superhuman physical abilities and exceptional archery skills.
Of course, to hit the target, one must possess considerable talent and undergo unimaginably harsh training.
However, as the heroic spirits are summoned to the archer class, they naturally have these conditions. As long as they are positioned at a long distance, the archer class is almost invincible.
Excluding these completely out-of-character elements, the bow and arrow have one major advantage: they are much quieter than firearms when shot. With certain special techniques, it's not impossible to achieve silent and stealthy shots.
After Chiron fired the first arrow with all his might, he immediately shot a second arrow under the cover of the light emitted from the collision between the arrow and the lance.
If Artoria hadn't tilted her head quickly, this arrow would have been decisive. Hearing the crack, Chiron looked somewhat regretfully at the female knight below, watching the magic in the arrow destroy her faceplate, revealing her true face beneath. By coincidence or fate, just as the faceplate shattered, the clouds blocking the moon were blown away by the wind. The bright moonlight spread over the land, casting a hazy glow over the city walls and illuminating the female knight in silver armor, holding a radiant lance. Under the moonlight, she was so beautiful that even Chiron, who had lived for many years and interacted with numerous deities, had to admit her beauty rivaled that of any goddess. Even Artemis, the symbol of the moon, could not surpass her in beauty. Having witnessed many heroes, Chiron understood that this beauty belonged only to humans and heroes, distinct from the high and mighty gods. Although Chiron, born from two deities, possessed pure divine blood in nature and once had immortality, he preferred humans and admired the beauty they exuded in their short lives, a beauty that nearly eternal gods could not match. Seeing the serene face of the female knight and her fearless gaze, Chiron showed a smile that did not match his sage-like image, a smile tinged with ferocity and bloodlust, a warrior's smile.
He thanked fate for summoning him to this world, granting him a second life. He thanked the Holy Grail War for allowing him to meet so many heroes. As Chiron marveled at and praised Artoria's appearance and spirit, she began her counterattack. Before her holy lance and the arrow collided, she had already planned her next move. The straight-line distance between them was 60 meters. With the simultaneous use of invisible air and mana burst, it would take 10 steps, not climbing with hands and feet, but sprinting up the vertical wall with her feet.
If everything went smoothly, she could reach Chiron in 2 breaths, but would it be that smooth? The answer was clearly no.
Just closing the distance to 60 meters had taken dozens or even hundreds of times longer than 2 breaths, not to mention the arrow that shattered her faceplate. Artoria had a feeling that this was not some sly, underhanded trick but a display of a more advanced technique. This feeling was confirmed in the ensuing charge. With the wind's protection, Artoria's feet stepped on the wall surface, covering 5 meters in one stride.
Chiron's expression remained unchanged as he released an arrow.
However, Artoria suddenly accelerated, surpassing the speed of the arrow with her second step, causing the arrow to miss.
At this moment, Chiron's second arrow arrived.
Artoria was prepared, her lance leaping up to precisely deflect the arrow as she took her third step. But she stopped halfway through this third step. For an arrow had somehow appeared, firmly embedded in the wall, right at the spot she had chosen for her footing. The arrow had not arrived after Artoria moved but had already been shot to the position she moved to. This indicated that the arrow had been released before Artoria landed.
This showed that Chiron had already seen through Artoria's movements.
That's right, while I was predicting the trajectory of his arrows, he was also predicting my actions, and his predictions were more precise than mine. I rely on my innate intuition ability to foresee the future, but what does he rely on?
Artoria, of course, doesn't know that Chiron isn't using any special talents.
He relies solely on his unwavering perseverance and highly refined calculation abilities, honed through relentless practice, to reach the realm of predicting the future. From the era of the first Olympian sky god Cronus to the nearing end of Greek mythology, Chiron has lived far longer than the 1,500 years Artoria was asleep. This lengthy period allowed Chiron to perfect every skill to its peak, and all these accumulated experiences became part of his discerning eye. This accumulation is even reflected in the skills on his servant status, manifesting as B+ level clairvoyance and a level mind's eye, true. From Chiron's perspective, no matter how Artoria reacts, some things remain constant. For instance, no matter how you move, you always have to use your feet. Therefore, by knowing the frequency of your steps, the distance covered in one stride, and the timing of your leg movements, he can calculate where your next step will land. Afterward, by intercepting with the lance and long sword, he can force Artoria into a predicament where advancing or retreating is equally difficult. Then the hard-earned distance of less than 50 meters will be wasted. Walking on a vertical wall relies entirely on continuous momentum. Once this momentum is broken, Artoria, who cannot fly, will find it difficult to even stand on the wall. Indeed, to prevent falling off the wall, she plunged her long sword into the wall, hanging in mid-air.
For such a stationary target, Chiron certainly wouldn't hold back. Arrow after arrow, employing powerful shots and multi-arrow techniques, relentlessly attacked Artoria, who could only defend with one hand and a heavy lance. In a moment of inattention, an arrow struck her shoulder. Although the arrow penetrated the thick armor, losing most of its force, and the arrowhead embedded only halfway into her flesh, its significance was immense. This was the first injury for the invincible Black Lancer who had dominated Cygasora. The pain of the arrow in her body made Artoria acutely aware of the difficulty of her opponent. Gritting her teeth, she made a decision. 49 meters left. Although it's still a bit far, at this point, I can't care about that anymore. P.S. Clairvoyance, rank B+. The degree of visual acuity. Enhances dynamic vision and the ability to capture distant targets. When combined with Mind's Eye, True, it can provide limited foresight. PS2, Mind's Eye, True rank A. Insight cultivated through training and discipline. A combat theory that allows one to calmly assess one's situation and the enemy's capabilities, finding a path to survival even in disadvantageous circumstances. Chapter 441, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 15. 1142 words. Since she had decided to make a move, Artoria naturally wouldn't remain in such an awkward position, being a target for Chiron. Her waist is slightly bent, and she exerted sudden force with her left arm gripping the long sword, swinging her body upwards. Though it was done hastily, her agility surpassed that of a professional gymnast. This movement didn't escape Chiron's eyes. In the realm of calculating the future, he easily read Artoria's intentions. "Oh, planning to continue the assault, are you? In that case." He shot 2 arrows, each along a different trajectory, one aiming for Artoria's face and the other at her left hand, her only support point. As her body moved upwards, Artoria knew Chiron would attack. Her intuition skill was already at its maximum, and the magic generated by her dragon factor spread throughout her body, reaching every nerve ending. Success or failure hinged on this moment. The intensely focused Night King cleared her mind, seeing the approaching arrows and mentally mapping their trajectories, impact points, and force. Her A++ level intuition from her lifetime was pushed to its limit. Ha! With the activation of her dragon factor, Artoria's voice even carried a hint of a dragon's roar. Her previously closed legs suddenly split apart. She kicked away the arrow aimed at her left hand with her raised left leg. Simultaneously, her right hand wielded the holy lance in a simple arc, deflecting the arrow aimed at her face. She perfectly countered Chiron's twin arrows, earning his admiration. But admiration wouldn't make Chiron show mercy. The more skilled Artoria appeared, the more he wanted to defeat her. His bow is fully drawn, magic filled to the brim. "Let's see how you block this full-powered arrow." How to block it? No need to block it. Chiron's arrow missed and did not hit its mark. In the instant the arrow was released, Artoria pulled out the long sword embedded in the wall, and then, the silver armor that wrapped around her body and provided tight protection suddenly disintegrated. This wasn't due to Chiron's attack but because the armor's owner actively removed it. This explained why Artoria could perform gymnastics while wearing heavy armor. She had been gradually removing the armor all along. Artoria's armor, the spiritual garment of a heroic spirit, was woven from magic. The more complex and heavy the equipment, the more magic it consumed. For Artoria, who possessed the dragon factor and could generate magic just by breathing, this was not a heavy burden, but in critical moments like this, it could be a decisive factor. Without the armor's constraints, the Night King's body felt significantly lighter, making her movements nearly twice as agile as when she wore the armor. Not only that, the magic used to maintain the armor was now freed. This time, it was a true full-power magical release. Artoria's A-rank magic, which was on par with all Magus, was fully converted into propulsion, turning her body into a rocket, charging at Chiron with unprecedented speed. Chiron's expression finally changed, his previous ease replaced by grave seriousness. The Black Lancer had bet everything on this strike. In other words, if he successfully countered this strike, victory would be his. At this moment, Chiron no longer relied solely on experience to predict the future. He activated his God-given wisdom of divine gift, a bug-level skill. Not only clairvoyance and mind's eye, true, but also many other predictive skills like mind's eye, fake, came into play. Chiron could acquire all skills except for those that were innate or exclusive. In that instant, Chiron's calculation ability was enhanced to its peak. The charging Artoria turned into streams of data in his eyes, inputted into his brain, producing new answers. Speed capture. Variable introduction. Trajectory correction. Prediction complete. Plan selected. All these calculations were done in an extreme moment, so brief that Chiron finished his analysis before Artoria completed a single step. Chiron's left hand held the bow steady, while his right hand knocked 3 arrows. But this wasn't his usual multi-arrow divine skill, it was another technique to make up for the lack of shooting frequency: rapid-fire arrows. The 3 arrows followed one another closely, covering all possible landing points for Artoria's next step. If she dared to set foot, the arrows would pierce through her feet. As the rapid-fire arrows were released, Chiron knocked another 3 arrows, performing a true 3-arrow shot with a single bow. If Artoria used her sword and spear to block the first 3 arrows, these would hit her body, without her armor. Although she could use all her magic for speed,
it also meant she had abandoned defense.
Arrows that normally couldn't harm her could now inflict significant damage.
However, Artoria neither landed her feet nor swung her sword and spear to block the arrows. She merely raised her spear, aiming it at Chiron on the city wall. In the next instant, a thunderous roar shattered the atmosphere, and the brilliance of the holy lance became especially dazzling due to the atmospheric change. It turned out that while Artoria was hanging on the city wall, the invisible air that had been wrapped around her legs had already been transferred to her holy spear. At this moment, the invisible air was completely unleashed. Strike air! At the moment the barrier was released, the air bound by magic turned into a gale, blasting towards the enemy like an invisible cannonball. This was a long-distance attack that could only be used once in a short period. The highly pressurized compressed air mass was released from the invisible barrier, erupting with a roar like a dragon god soaring into the sky, transforming into a hurricane hammer, sweeping away everything in its path. Under the divine might of strike air, the city wall, weathered by centuries, became pitted and groaned under the strain, with fragments of stone crumbling away. It was as if an invisible giant hand had swept across, carving a straight path and shattering Chiron's arrows in the process. And the final target of this hand was Chiron. In such a situation, Chiron couldn't release the 3 arrows he had nocked. This is the only shortcoming of calculation-based skills. If the pre-collected data is insufficient, the results can be inaccurate. Fortunately, the cautious Chiron had already considered the possibility of miscalculation. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, he immediately abandoned the shot, rolling to the side to evade the path of strike air. This evasion finally gave Artoria the space to move freely. She covered the distance of several dozen meters in a flash. By the time Chiron prepared to draw his bow again, Artoria was already in front of him, thrusting her spear straight at him. Having suffered greatly under Chiron's attacks, the Night King wouldn't give this world-class archer another chance to shoot. The spear thrust.
Chapter 442, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 16. 914 words.
However, as he rolled, Chiron had already completed a new round of calculations. Without any new variables, Artoria's spear thrust was fully within his expectations. Simultaneously, he devised a countermeasure and a plan for retaliation. He was already standing on the crenellations of the city wall, and after rolling, he found himself at the edge of the wall. Facing the oncoming holy spear, he unhesitatingly leaped into the air. Artoria was left speechless. Even with her instinct predicting his moves, she hadn't expected Chiron to dodge her spear in such a manner. There were many other ways he could have dodged, so why abandon his foothold? Surely, he wasn't going to fly like Shinji, was he? If that were the case, she would immediately give up the fight. What a joke! If he could combine divine archery with flight, he could attack from above, unreachable while hitting her at will. How could she possibly fight that? Of course, Chiron couldn't fly. The reason for his action became clear to Artoria soon enough. By free-falling, Chiron had created an opportunity to shoot the 3 arrows already nocked on his bowstring. He didn't need a full draw, nor any particular technique, or even precise aiming. At such close range, Chiron could hit Artoria, dressed only in her inner lining, with his eyes closed even if her sword and spear, ascended to divine realms by some unknown path, instinctively protecting her, 1 arrow still managed to pierce her chest. Thanks to Merlin, the additional cushioning from her mature form's chest prevented the arrow from puncturing her lung. No, it couldn't be said like that. If she were in her younger form, she might have dodged the arrow with a simple tilt of her head. Then again, if she were in her younger form, Chiron's trajectory would have been adjusted accordingly. In any case, Artoria was injured, and the subsequent wave of pain coursed through her body. However, the pain did not affect the Night King's movements or reactions. She ignored the ripple-like pain through sheer willpower and leaped after Chiron. I won't let you escape. In midair, she declared this, gripping her spear in a backward hold, adopting a throwing stance, and hurled the holy spear, one of the most formidable noble phantasms of all heroic spirits, without a moment's hesitation. This decisiveness surprised Chiron and heightened his vigilance to the maximum. He immediately abandoned the idea of loading another arrow and used his wisdom of divine gift to activate Mana Burst.
Unfortunately, the distance between them was too short, and Artoria's spear, thrown with B-rank strength, was too fast. If they were on the ground, Chiron could have easily dodged, but here in midair, with no place to land, even using mana burst to forcibly change his falling trajectory, he was still grazed by the high-speed spear, leaving a deep, bloody gash on his side. Like Artoria, Chiron ignored his wound, steadily gripping his bow, his other hand already securing an arrow. However, he didn't immediately shoot but watched as Artoria landed, kicked off the ground, and charged at him with her sword, ignoring the holy spear embedded beside her. It was only then that Chiron moved. Sliding his left hand down to the base of his longbow, he wielded it like a short staff to parry Artoria's follow-up sword strike. After being knocked back by the force of the sword, Chiron immediately gripped the bow at the midpoint, knocked the arrow, and shot. Too close to shoot an arrow? That was a limitation for ordinary archers. For a true master of archery, distance wasn't an issue. As long as they could draw the bow, they could shoot, and the threat remained undiminished. With a single arrow, he disrupted Artoria's pursuit. Taking advantage of the gap, Chiron swiftly retreated into a nearby alley. Although he could shoot at close range, the pressure of being too close to a formidable warrior like Artoria was immense. Not to mention, he didn't want to face the wind pressure that had previously ravaged the city wall a second time. As the renowned wise sage, Chiron had a keen understanding of himself and his limitations. He knew his weakness lay in lacking powerful noble phantasms. Hence, against attacks like Artoria's strike air or Achilles' tempestuous immortal chariot, he was at a disadvantage. Thus, he wouldn't allow his opponents another chance to use such noble phantasms against him. Archers have always been masters of evasion, outshining even assassins and rogues. Of course, this situation carried a certain degree of helplessness. In the regular sparring sessions among the Knights of the Round Table, Artoria had endured no small amount of suffering at the hands of Tristan. Today, part of why she could hold her own against Chiron was due to her first-hand experience of an archer's terrifying prowess from Tristan. As a result, the Night King did not relax even after closing the distance, knowing that a single moment of carelessness could lead to being struck by Chiron's arrow. Closing the distance was just the beginning of the battle. Who would emerge victorious was still uncertain. How can I secure victory in this fight? How can I defeat Black Lancer? These thoughts simultaneously crossed the minds of the cautious Chiron and the fully armored Artoria as they continued their intense battle. Both, having already exchanged wounds, became even more cautious. As they carefully calculated their next moves, a sudden voice sounded in Artoria's ear. That's enough, retreat. Chapter 443, The Converging Storm in Cygasora, Part 17. 1098 words. Undoubtedly, this was an order from Shinji. It wasn't that he was defeated by Mordred and had to retreat, but rather that some unforeseen events had occurred on Fiori's side. Let's rewind to a few minutes earlier when Kairi successfully used a poisonous mist to disrupt Fiori vision and finally launched a deadly strike with a dagger made from the corpse of a juvenile Hydra. With the Hydra's venom, merely touching Fiori's body would be enough to claim her life, without even needing to pierce the skin. Fiori, in turn, used her secret mystic code, a bracelet sealing an evil spirit. The Forveg family is renowned for their spirit summoning magecraft, excelling at either possessing spirits or sealing them in objects to be released when needed. Every member of the Forveg family, after mastering their summoning skills, creates a bracelet that seals a spirit as their first mystic code. Fiori and her brother Calls were no exceptions. Calls sealed a cheetah spirit, his loyal companion for many years, in his bracelet. Fiori, who had greater expertise in summoning magecraft, sealed an evil spirit. While an evil spirit isn't as tame or obedient as an animal spirit, its combat abilities far surpass those of most animal spirits. Moreover, the evil spirit Fiori sealed was of a high level. Without prior preparation, even Fiori would be severely injured by it, let alone Kairi, who wasn't a summoner. In other words, both Fiori and Kairi launched attacks capable of instantly killing the enemy, almost entirely abandoning their defenses. If nothing unexpected happened, this round of confrontation would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction or even both parties perishing. Surprisingly, neither Fiori nor Kairi was injured, let alone perished together. Just before the Hydra dagger touched the Iwa's rune, and at the moment the long-sealed evil spirit broke free from Fiori's bracelet, a dark shadow intervened between the two.
Immediately following, Kairi, over 180 centimeters tall with bulging muscles, was forcefully knocked to the ground, rolling back into the still lingering poisonous mist.
Fiori's condition was slightly better.
Supported by her final metal arm, she didn't fall but was pushed back in a sweeping arc.
More troubles followed.
With Kairi knocked away, the released evil spirit, having lost its food, lunged at Fiori. Being an evil spirit, it didn't care if its target was its master.
Whoever was closest, it would attack. Fortunately, Fiori's other 3 metal arms had already reacted, ready to reduce the evil spirit to ashes with a few volleys. Being the strongest summoner of the Forvetch family, Fiori had plenty of means to deal with evil spirits.
However, before Fiori could release any light bullets, 2 cold glints flashed, and the snarling evil spirit was instantly sliced into several pieces. At this moment, Fiori finally saw the true identity of the shadow that interrupted their duel. It was a cute girl, looking 2 to 3 years younger than the Red Saber. She had short, messy silver hair and innocent, glowing eyes. She wore an unremarkable cloak, and through its gaps, one could glimpse a leather top and a sheath at her waist. The only thing marring her image was the weapon in her hands, 2 blackish-red knives. Flat-bladed, wooden-handled, each no more than 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide.
If Fiori's perception wasn't mistaken, they were 2 kitchen knives. And it was with these 2 kitchen knives that she dismembered Fiori's strongest sealed evil spirit into pieces. Then, she grabbed the pieces with her small, white hands and stuffed them into her mouth one by one.
You didn't misread.
She ate it. She ate the evil spirit. Throughout her life and years of studying summoning magecraft, this was the first time Fiori had seen someone eat an evil spirit. Were evil spirits even edible by humans?
And she ate it with such relish as if enjoying some gourmet delicacy.
Is the world crazy, or am I?
The girl devoured the evil spirit at an astonishing speed. Before Fiori could even react, the girl had swallowed all 8 pieces, let out a cute burp, and contentedly said,
"Delicious, just as good as the Hamburg steak Mom makes." Hey, is there more?
The girl turned her head, looking at Fiori with expectant eyes, making Fiori's sense of dissonance grow even stronger.
Where did this girl come from? And why did she intervene in the duel between Kairi and me? What's with her ability to eat evil spirits? The more questions Fiori had, the less she dared to act rashly. Seeing that Fiori didn't answer, the girl dashed over, staring at Fiori with eager eyes. Hey.
Suddenly, the girl's eyes lit up, and she sniffed the air like a little pet.
You're also Mama. Mama. Fiori was shocked by this sudden title. She had never imagined being called Mama.
Below, the girl had already started hugging her arm, shaking it and acting cute.
Hey, unknown name Mama, do you have more of that tasty stuff? We haven't had enough. There is. Fiori stammered, "No, I'm not your mama."
Hearing this, the girl seemed visibly unhappy and instinctively touched her 2 kitchen knives. But she quickly remembered something, sheathed the knives, and pouted, saying unhappily,
"You have Papa's scent, so you must be Mama." Papa's scent? But Fiori was getting more and more confused. How could there be a scent?
Each member of the Ig Millennia clan's outfit is alchemically treated to leave no trace that could be tracked, including scent. Where did this Papa's scent come from?
Well, to be fair, Fiori was overthinking it.
The scent wasn't a physical smell but referred to magical energy. No matter how effective the clothing's enchantments were, as long as she bore Shinji's runes, she couldn't escape Jack's extraordinarily keen sense of smell or magical perception. Of course, this misunderstanding was compounded by Jack's sudden intervention, separating the two, dismembering the evil spirit, and then calling Mama, all of which left Fiori bewildered. She hadn't realized that the girl in front of her wasn't an ordinary human but a servant.
Kairi, sitting in the poisonous mist, did realize this.
But precisely because he understood, he dared not act rashly.
Although this little girl had no class designations and her attributes seemed weak, servants couldn't be judged by common sense.
If she teamed up with Fiori, he would be in real trouble.
At this moment, the necromancer was out of resources, except for a few finger bullets and a Hydra dagger. While he was contemplating how to retreat, the poisonous mist dispersed. Chapter 444, The Converging Storm in Sagasora, Part 18. 1136 words. The poison mist refined from a Magi's lungs by Kairi had strong inert properties and didn't easily disperse. Additionally, it was mixed with substances that disrupted magical energy, allowing him to appear and disappear unpredictably within it, ultimately getting close to Fiori. One could say that the poison mist was greatly responsible for Kairi's ability to fight from a disadvantaged position to a stalemate where both sides were severely wounded. After his decisive strike was foiled, Kairi remained composed, thanks to the presence of the mist. But now, the mist had dispersed, meaning he had lost his greatest advantage. As the creator of the mist, Kairi knew its duration well and it shouldn't have dispersed so quickly. The fact that it was spreading now indicated an external interference. His eyes never left Jack and Fiori, confirming it wasn't their doing. This meant there was a fourth person hidden here? Instantly, Kairi's body tensed, and he removed his sunglasses, scanning the surroundings with wide eyes. At that moment, he sensed an unfamiliar magical presence. It was incredibly powerful, not inferior to the best class, saber. This magical energy was so dignified that it could rival Black Lancer Artoria. This magical energy broke through the poison mist's barrier. No, it not only did that, but its inherent holy majesty also began purifying the necromancy within the mist. Necromancy was the source of the mist's poison. Without it, the poison mist lost its threat. Damn, this is the church's work. Is the servant that appeared this time a saint from the church? While Kairi cursed inwardly, the owner of the magical energy had already appeared before him. And then, Kairi was dumbfounded. Because this face, except for the hairstyle and eye color, was almost identical to Mordred. If he hadn't seen Morgan's silhouette in a dream, and if he didn't know that Artoria was Black Lancer, he would have mistaken the person in front of him for Artoria. The resemblance was that strong. Now, he wondered if she was Mordred's sibling or distant descendant. The girl who looked remarkably like Artoria spoke to Kairi. I am Servant Ruler, true name Jean Dark. You must be the master of Red Saber. Servant Ruler? Kairi was taken aback. He knew of the ruler's existence but had never seen one, and didn't expect her to appear now. That's right. Could I take a moment of your time? I have some questions to ask you. Jean nodded seriously, her expansive magical energy sweeping away the remaining poison mist. Ruler, I, Fiori Forvejig Millennia, Master of Black Assassin, and he, Kairi Shishigu, Master of Red Saber, haven't finished our battle. You, as a judge, shouldn't show favoritism, right? Fiori spoke, aiming her Jupiter, tin arm of protection, Mars, iron arm of war, and Saturn, lead arm of roaring at Kairi, seemingly ready to turn him into a sieve. Kairi's expression changed, and he instinctively raised his gun. Even though he was out of ammunition, he wouldn't surrender. Jean stepped between them and shook her head at Fiori. No, the battle is over. Are you going to favor the red faction? Fiori frowned. Jean shook her head again. I won't favor any side. The reason I say this is because... Mama, you can't fight anymore. Jack jumped onto the bronze-link manipulators. Daddy said this scary-looking uncle over here can't die yet. Scary-looking uncle. Kairi twitched his mouth. Sorry if I look scary. No, I'm not scary at all. So, stop calling me Mama. I don't know your daddy. Fiori was about to lose it. She didn't realize that she had narrowly avoided death twice. If it were the old Jack, she would have drawn her knives and attacked the moment Fiori first said not Mama. Thanks to Reika's good teaching, Jack didn't act out her Ripper tendencies with an innocent face, she just pouted and mumbled in discontent. Mama is Mama. Maybe Jack's expression was too innocent and cute, or maybe Fiori couldn't handle Jack, so she finally compromised. Call me whatever you like, but Kairi Sisigu. Run, scary-looking uncle. Before Fiori could finish her sentence, Jack, who had a natural sensitivity to such things, had already shouted at Sishigu. Just call him Uncle, Uncle Sishigu is fine. The scary-looking uncle is not.
Sisegu, being straightforward, immediately ran off, his speed comparable to an Olympic sprint champion.
Fiore wanted to chase after him, but Jack kept causing trouble. At such close range, even with the quick reaction time of her connected enhancement equipment, she couldn't keep up with Jack.
After a few random interferences, Sisegu escaped the range of the light bullets. Just as Sisegu was about to run into a nearby side road, the phantoms of several beasts emerged from the walls, pouncing toward him.
Sisegu quickly drew his gun, shattering two of the beasts, then swung his fist hard, sending the remaining beasts flying. However, these beast phantoms were unexpectedly resilient.
After being sent flying, they quickly got back up and continued to chase Sisegu.
Despite his magically enhanced leg strength, Sisegu couldn't outrun them.
Seeing that he was about to be caught, he had no choice but to turn and continue punching.
At that moment, 4 daggers shot from behind, pinning the remaining 4 beasts firmly to the ground. Simultaneously, Jack's voice rang out, "Scary-looking uncle, these are all mine. Don't touch."
"All right, they're all yours." Sisegu was more than happy to leave them be, turning to run again.
As he left, he didn't forget to correct Jack, "Don't call me scary-looking uncle."
Jack wouldn't agree, quickly catching up and brandishing 2 cleavers to dissect the pinned beasts one by one, consuming them piece by piece.
After finishing, she earnestly commented, "Not as tasty as the ones no-name Mama releases. Mama, do you have more?"
"No," Fiore replied irritably. With Sisegu having been let go by Jack, she couldn't be in a good mood. "It's all your fault, you bad child." Jack patted her small belly, smiling innocently.
"We're not bad children. Daddy told me to do this. Mama should talk to Daddy." "So, who exactly is your daddy?" Fiore asked.
"Daddy is just Daddy," came the typical childlike response.
Fiore was speechless. "Stop playing around, it's time to go."
Jean walked over to the now satiated Jack, patting her on the head.
"Oh, goodbye Mama." Jack held Jean's hand with one hand and waved to Fiore with the other. "Next time, remember to prepare something tasty for us."
"Farewell, master of the Ig Millennia clan." Jean nodded to Fiore, then looked in another direction with a smile. She then leaped onto a nearby rooftop with Jack, disappearing into the night. With her sensory abilities and A-rank agility, she could catch up to Sisegu even if he had run far, while Fiore could only stand there and fume.
Chapter 445, The Converging Storm in Saigasora, Part 19. 1079 words.
After the two left, a young man with freckles and black-framed glasses emerged from where Jean had last looked.
He was wearing a white uniform similar to Fiore and appeared somewhat timid. Sister. Why are you only coming now, calls.
Fiore, still fuming, glared at her brother who had stepped out of the shadows. He was responsible for keeping watch for the possible appearance of the Black Lancer's master.
Well, Call scratched his cheek and explained, "I've been here for a while, but the area was sealed off by Sisegu's toxic mist, so I couldn't see what was happening inside, so."
Even though Calls was tasked with keeping watch, most of his attention was on his sister in Sisegu's battle. Like his servant Chiron, Call's greatest asset was his insight. In the Ig Millennia clan, aside from the clan leader Darnik, his vision and judgment were the most precise.
This might be why he summoned Chiron instead of Heracles.
From Call's perspective, his sister Fiore and Sisegu were on roughly the same level.
Sisegu had the advantage in experience, while Fiore had superior talent. The outcome would depend on who could respond more calmly to changes in the battle, and in this regard, Fiore was indeed inferior to Sisegu.
This wasn't to say Fiore was not calm or adaptable, but compared to the battle-hardened Sisegu, she was still too inexperienced. Calls, having spent much time online, had seen many similar examples. Therefore, when Sisegu broke through the low building and sealed the surroundings with toxic mist, Calls felt something was off. He recalled the animal spirits roaming the nearby streets and cautiously approached the battlefield, hoping to assist his sister at a critical moment. This approach was undoubtedly correct, but due to the obstruction of the toxic mist, Calls couldn't find an opportunity to act. He could only force himself to stay calm despite his anxiety.
After a few minutes, Jack appeared, followed by Jean, who dispersed the toxic mist.
The series of events was overwhelming. causing Call's brain to freeze momentarily, so he didn't come out immediately. Only after Sisega fled did he release the animal spirits to intercept him. Unexpectedly, Jack was so ruthless that she devoured anything that approached, whether it was animal spirits or evil spirits. Hearing his brother's explanation, Fiore's expression softened. "I wrongly accused you. I'm sorry. Your judgment was spot on, the fault lies with me." No, sister, I'm also at fault. If only I had come a bit earlier." At this point, Call shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. Although, it might not have made a difference. Yes. Fiore, too, had figured it out by now. They and that child must have been lurking nearby for a while, ensuring Sisega's safety, and perhaps mine as well. What do you mean? Due to the toxic mist, Calls hadn't seen the final thrilling exchange between Fiore and Sishigu. After listening to Fiore's description, Calls nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, their goal, at least that child's, was to ensure both parties' safety. Otherwise, there was no need to break through Sisega's bounded field. They could have directly killed the evil spirits you released or cut off your hand. But why do this? I don't know. The key probably lies with the daddy that the child mentioned. Who could it be? Fiore crossed her arms, one hand supporting her chin as she pondered. At that moment, she felt a strange gaze. Calls, why are you looking at me like that? I remember that child called you mama. Call's mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Sis, when did you get married and have a child? How come I, your brother, didn't know? Fiore was taken aback, then became embarrassed and angry. Calls. Don't be mad, sister, I was just joking to lighten the mood. Calls quickly tried to appease her. He had been looking after Fiore since he was a child, so he knew very well if his sister had a love interest or not. But sister, why did that child call you mama? She's a servant. How would I know? Fiore, still vexed, suddenly paused. Wait, what did you say? That child is a servant? Yeah. Calls looked puzzled. Didn't you notice, sister? No. Fiore sighed. She had been thrown off by Jack's addressing her as mama. Forget it. This is not the time to discuss this. As soon as Sisegu retreated, he immediately contacted Mordred. At that moment, Mordred had just used her flying sword, basically throwing her sword, to destroy Shinji's crossbow. She then launched a wild attack, resembling a hungry dog or lion pouncing on its prey, showing no knightly decorum. Shinji wasn't one for propriety either, he rolled away clumsily to avoid her. If left undisturbed, these two maniacs would have probably rolled around on the ground for quite a while. Unfortunately, Sisegu's retreat order interrupted Mordred's frenzy. She could only vent her frustration by punching the ground, forcing Shinji away, and then springing up reluctantly. She left with a parting shot, "We'll settle this next time," before vanishing into the night as a streak of red lightning. Lying on the ground, Shinji crossed his legs and rested his hands behind his head, muttering to himself, "Missed this chance, probably won't get another to fight." Mordred's retreat means Fiore has driven off Sisegu. Not sure if Calls helped or if Jack showed up to cause trouble. Well, either way, it was expected. Given that, Artoria should be wrapping things up, too. Artoria, more composed and rational than Mordred, immediately ceased her advance upon receiving the order. She spoke to Chiron, who was on the rooftop. "Let's call it a night. I look forward to witnessing your archery skills another time." Chiron, equally straightforward, lowered his bow and nodded in acknowledgement. "Let's consider this a draw. I look forward to our next encounter, Black Lancer." After battling for some time, the two, who had developed a mutual respect, departed in opposite directions without any intent of a sneak attack. Firstly, such tactics were useless to those who had honed their skills to divine levels. Secondly, their pride wouldn't allow it. Thus, this chaotic battle, sparked by a mix of calculations and coincidences, finally came to an end. P.S. Calls indeed has a very keen eye. In a certain sense, he and Chiron share quite a few similarities, a point that is repeatedly demonstrated in Fate/Apocrypha. Chapter 446, The Crux of the Matter. 1061 words. In a corner of the ancient city of Saigasora, a pair of green eyes and a pair of blue eyes were locked in a silent stare. The green eyes, resembling the cat's eyes, were filled with intense dissatisfaction. The blue eyes, as clear as the sky after a rain, were full of confusion. This staring contest lasted for a good minute until the owner of the blue eyes, Jean Dark, could no longer endure the silence.
Red Saber, why are you looking at me like that? It's because of your face. Wow, we do look alike. If my master hadn't told me your true name, I might have thought. Never mind, it's nothing, just a resemblance.
Mordred shook her head, trying to dispel the inexplicable irritation she felt. After all, it could only be a coincidence that a Frenchwoman from over 1,000 years ago looked so similar. Having had a similar experience before, Jean quickly caught on.
With your father, King Arthur, Artoria? You know my true name? Oh, right, you're a ruler, you have that privilege, so, you've met my father? Yes, she came with me. We're currently in an alliance for some reason. Jean nodded frankly in response to Mordred's inquiry. Alliance? I can't pretend I didn't hear that.
Sisegu, who had been smoking nearby, interjected.
A ruler and the Black Lancer forming an alliance? That's not a funny joke. It's not a joke.
The sound of leather boots striking the cobblestone street was accompanied by a dignified female voice that stood out in the tranquil night.
Artoria, clad in a wool coat, emerged from around a corner of the winding alley.
Her emerald eyes, so similar to Mordred's, paused on Sisegu for a moment before moving to Jean.
I'm back. It seems things went smoothly on your end? Yes, everything went smoothly, Jean nodded with a smile. What about Jack?
She went back to her mother.
Alone?
What if Artoria's eyebrows twitched slightly, and her gaze instinctively shifted to Mordred? Mordred snorted and turned her head away petulantly, avoiding eye contact with her father.
Don't worry, she left wearing a cloak. I see, then there shouldn't be any problems. Upon hearing this explanation, Artoria's expression finally relaxed. She was well aware of the cloak's protective effects. Thanks to it, there was no need to worry about Jack being discovered by other servants. Jean noticed and teased, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about Jack, Mama Artoria. Artoria blushed and quickly retorted, and you, Mama Jean, that's the cloak he lent you, and you just lent it out like that. Now it was Jean's turn to blush as she stammered, well, he's Jack's father, anyway. One would think that a King Arthur and a saint wouldn't engage in such banter, but with someone like Rikutureka around, both had been influenced by her bad manners. Though this level of teasing might seem trivial to a seasoned veteran like Sisegu, it was quite different when it involved two of Europe's top 10 most famous heroes. In just a few minutes, Sisegu felt his historical perspective crumbling. You're telling me this is a saint? This is King Arthur? They just seem like two ordinary teenage girls, mentally. Dealing with Mordred was already enough, and now there are two more with the same face. Sisegu felt an overwhelming pressure. Alright, now there's a third face added to the mix. What exactly is your relationship with that child? Mordred asked, voicing her primary concern. If she hadn't mistakenly thought Jack was Artoria's child, she wouldn't have acted so strangely. Oh, you mean Jack? Her situation is quite special and hard to explain briefly. To put it simply, she likes to call any woman she feels close to Mama. I've tried correcting her many times, but she just won't change. Jean sighed as she spoke, having no solution for such a stubborn child. Is it the same for you, father? Mordred asked Artoria. Yes, it was a bit unsettling at first, but I got used to it, Artoria nodded. Mordred should thank Jack. If it weren't for Jack constantly calling her Mama, Artoria would have been just as unsettled by Mordred calling her father/Shishiyu or my lord. However, even knowing this, Mordred was too overjoyed to care. Realizing things were not as she thought, she nearly floated with happiness, grinning foolishly and mumbling, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. Sisegu watched in speechless disbelief. She looked silly. Artoria turned to Sisegu, is she alright? Sisegu almost blurted out, she's your child, why are you asking me? But recalling that dream, he swallowed his words. If King Arthur truly knew, Mordred wouldn't be like this now.
It's precisely because she couldn't have what she wanted that she craved it even more, just like himself. Thinking about his reasons for joining the Holy Grail War, Sisegu took a deep drag of his cigarette and rasped, "She's fine, she'll be okay in a bit. More importantly, I want to propose a deal with you."
What kind of deal? Jean asked. Nothing complicated. You have questions for me, and I have questions for you. How about we trade questions? Don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything against the rules. What do you say?
Jean and Artoria exchanged glances and nodded in agreement.
Sisego continued, "I'll go first." Why did you two form an alliance?
Because there are major issues with this Holy Grail War, Jean replied. Artoria and I are investigating the cause.
What kind of issues? That's the second question. Now it's my turn. Have you seen the Master of Red Lancer?
Thus began their exchange of information, and over the next half hour, there were numerous exclamations.
The Master of Red Lancer wants to kill you? What? You've been acting alone? You've only seen Red Assassin and her master? And they contacted you later through familiars? What? You said Red Assassin is like a sister? What? They were in Saigasora earlier?
In summary, amid all the commotion, both sides obtained the information they wanted. Although many questions remain, one thing is clear to all four of them: the key to the problem lies with the Red Team, specifically with the Red Assassin and that peculiar priest Shiro.
Find them, and the answers will follow. Chapter 447, Chapter 447, Shiro's Decision. 1110 words.
Jean, who had set her sights on Shiro, had no idea that the priest named Shiro was also keeping an eye on them.
Of course, considering the perceptive abilities of servants, this time Shiro wasn't relying solely on Semiramis's pigeons.
He also employed a fair amount of high-tech equipment.
Like Sisegu, Shiro did not reject technological creations as traditional magi might.
Currently, Shiro, situated in the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, was monitoring Jean's every move through cameras. Though the gardens, being a purely mystical creation, did not come pre-equipped with modern display devices, by sharing the pigeon's vision and projecting it onto the monitors set up in a hidden room in Saigasora, long-distance surveillance was still achievable. So she came back and even managed to evade my notice. Your concerns were justified, Master. Semiramis lounged lazily on her throne, one hand resting on the armrest and the back of the other hand supporting her chin. Shiro, standing beside the throne, remained focused on the screen, not responding. Semiramis continued, unconcerned by his silence, "I didn't expect the ruler to possess such wisdom.
It seems we need to reassess this adjudicator." Shiro remained silent. This unusual behavior finally caught Semiramis's attention. She raised her voice slightly, "Master? Master?" Shiro snapped out of his trance with an ah. "What's wrong, Master?" "You've been quiet for a while now," Semiramis asked. "Nothing, just lost in thought." "What did you say earlier?" "I said we need to reassess the ruler. Her intelligence is noteworthy." "We indeed should reassess her," Shiro first nodded, then shook his head, but this time, it probably wasn't her strategy. "Not her? That Black Lancer who looks a lot like her?" "No, it's someone hiding in the shadows, just like us." "Like us?" Semiramis's laziness vanished, replaced by curiosity. "I'm quite intrigued." "You'll meet them sooner or later, and it won't be too far off," Shiro hinted cryptically. "Then I'll look forward to it." "That said, since you said that, you must have seen through their strategy." "Of course. I believe you can see it too," Shiro smiled. "After all, this isn't a particularly sophisticated plot." "Well, I've seen through the method, but the motive? So I'd like to hear your analysis. Let's start from the beginning. Firstly, it's certain that this person reached some agreement with the ruler without our knowledge, and even without the Black Faction's awareness. Although the specifics are unclear, the ruler has considerable trust in them, otherwise, she wouldn't follow their arrangements. What's the goal of the plan? If I'm not mistaken, it's to gather intelligence on us. This is also why the Black Lancer, who was fighting the Red Saber, later teamed up to fight the Ig Millennia clan,
and why the ruler took the child to rescue Sisegu. It seems the Red Lancer's attack made the ruler feel threatened. Semiramis, being a natural schemer, could deduce a lot from just a little hint.
The Black faction is all concentrated in Millennia Fortress. If the ruler is determined, she can quickly rule out the Black faction's involvement. Next, it's our turn, those hiding outside of Triphos. Exactly. The closest and most suitable place to use as a base near Triphos is Saigasora. It's only natural for the ruler to come and check, but since we've moved entirely to the gardens, she won't find anything. If it were you, what would you think? I would think that you are deliberately avoiding me, which is suspicious in itself. What will you do then? Draw the snake out of its hole. Semiramis's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Bingo! Shiro snapped his fingers. With the 6 Black faction servants entrenched in Millennia Fortress, and with us having lost Berserker, the best bait is the 7th Black Lancer. Whether we want to recruit Black Lancer or eliminate her, we won't remain indifferent. As soon as we deploy our servants, the ruler can seize the opportunity to gather intelligence on us, achieving their goal. This is the clever part of the plan. The solitary Black Lancer is bait we won't ignore. And the formidable strength displayed by Black Lancer ensures that even if she can't defeat our elite, she can still escape. I think the pride of Achilles was anticipated as well. As long as she doesn't face Achilles and Karna simultaneously, she won't be in danger. Once Black Lancer escapes, the ruler can inquire about our information. Servants are not puppets. As long as the ruler sincerely communicates, it wouldn't be hard to learn that. Except for me and Sisega, the Red Masters haven't shown themselves, and even their servants haven't seen their true faces. Thus, I become the focal point of the problem. At that point, using the ruler's authority to command them to bring her to you would ruin your plan. Oh my, thinking about it, that would be quite interesting. As she said this, Semiramis couldn't help but show a mischievous, bewitching smile. Too bad they underestimated my caution. Shiro's expression remained unchanged. I didn't rush to deploy the servants who know the location of the gardens. Instead, I sent Sisego, who was acting alone, to take the lead. Although he could also reveal that I am problematic, as long as they can't find me, it won't affect the plan. Too bad, they were one move short. What about the Black faction? Semiramis asked her final lingering question. Who knows, they probably want to kill Sisega to expand their gains, or perhaps it involves Black Lancer. Is there something you don't know? Semiramis half-joked. Shiro looked helpless. Come on, even though I know more than most, I don't know everything. For instance, I can't predict what that person and the Black faction will do next, or how long it will take the ruler to find us. But it doesn't matter if I can't guess, we just need to make sure they follow our design. What do you plan to do? Tell Ryder and Archer that tonight's operation is cancelled. As Shiro said, Sisegu and Mordred were just the vanguard. He had also arranged for the highly mobile Achilles and Atlanta to be on standby, ready to support Mordred at any time. Now that the ruler had appeared, there was no need for that. Once they return, have everyone gather here. You finally made up your mind? Semiramis waved her hand, dispersing the image before her as she stood up from the throne. Yes. Shiro stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Semiramis. Your gardens are complete, and that is nearly finished as well. It's time to launch a full-scale assault on the Black faction. Chapter 448, Gathering. 1,159 words. To avoid detection by Jean's ruler authority, Red Rider Achilles and Red Archer Atlanta didn't venture too deeply, instead patrolling the border of the Saigasora region. Not long after receiving Semiramis's message, the two returned to the throne room. When they pushed open the doors, Achilles was still carrying half a deer on his shoulder, which seemed to be a catch Atlanta had made while on standby. As expected from the legendary huntress of ancient Greece, she never missed a chance to hunt. As for the other half of the deer, it had already been roasted and was in Atlanta's hands. Judging by the grease on Achilles' lips, he had eaten quite a bit himself. Seeing their relaxed demeanor, Semiramis immediately frowned. I ordered you to wait in readiness to fight the enemy, not to have a picnic. Enemy?
I don't see any, Achilles said, raising his free hand to his forehead in a mock lookout pose.
You had us blowing in the cold wind all night, so shouldn't I be asking you for an explanation? Atlanta was even more direct.
She didn't bother to say a word, continuing to gnaw on the deer's leg. Her wild eating habits blatantly conveyed her attitude: I, Atlanta, ignore you, Semiramis. Their disrespectful behavior naturally angered the Assyrian empress, but Shiro quickly intervened to calm things down.
All right, since the operation is cancelled, let's not fuss over these small matters. Thank you for your efforts, Rider, Archer. Achilles snorted in response. Atlanta raised a deer leg. Want some?
Shiro glanced at Semiramis beside him and shook his head.
Thanks for the offer.
To be honest, he wanted to accept Atlanta's invitation.
After a busy night, he was indeed a bit hungry. But since Atlanta and Semiramis were at odds, accepting would certainly upset Semiramis.
So, for the sake of the upcoming battle, he had to endure it.
Atlanta didn't mind and continued to devour the meat.
Although Shiro felt better compared to the scheming and decadent aura of the Assyrian empress, her wild instincts told her he also had issues.
Radiant particles of light dispersed as Red Lancer Karna walked into the throne room.
Despite his silence, his presence was impossible to ignore. Lancer, sorry to call you here specifically. At these words, Lancer lightly shook his head. His slightly pale face remained mask-like, his frozen expression unwavering.
No problem. What happened? Please wait a moment. I'll explain when the last person arrives. Shiro's attitude towards the hero of charity was noticeably more respectful. Not only Shiro, but all the other Red faction servants, including the Empress, treated Karna with a certain deference.
5 minutes later, the last person arrived, bearing the impatience of everyone present with a flourish.
As he walked through the open doors, he spread his arms dramatically and loudly proclaimed,
"Oh, you as black as hell, as dark as night. I find you so beautiful, even dazzling."
Semiramis sighed and asked, "Are you talking about me?"
The addressed man, Red Castor, the literary monster Shakespeare, nodded.
Who else could it be? The Empress of Assyria. No, I apologize. I got a bit carried away. I've been itching to write again. Ah, by the way, Father Shiro, did you get that thing? You mean the computer? It's ready in my room. Then let's hurry, Shakespeare urged eagerly. Seeing this, Semiramis and the others couldn't help but feel exasperated. Castor, don't forget about the Holy Grail War. Of course not, Empress. Since you've gathered us here, there can only be one reason. It's war, right? Heroes will compete for supremacy, engaging in brutal battles, right? As Castor, I will certainly watch closely. Hey, aren't you going to fight?
Actually, I am quite unfamiliar with war and magic, but the gods, to make us human, have added suitable flaws.
Even though he was a Castor, Achilles and Atlanta restrained themselves from pointing this out.
As Shakespeare himself said, he was essentially a heroic spirit unrelated to acts of war. His self-imposed duty was to record the Holy Grail War and weave stories of suffering and despair, hope and violence, involving its protagonists. More exasperated than the Greek duo was Empress Semiramis, given the challenging personalities among the Red servants. Spartacus didn't listen to orders, Atlanta and Achilles were free-spirited, and Shakespeare, who had no combat ability, frequently caused minor disruptions. Apart from the ever-obedient Karna, the rest constantly tested the Empress's patience. Especially when gathered together, their disruptive potential grew exponentially. One had to wonder how their master managed to reconcile these personalities. At times like these, Semiramis greatly admired her master.
Anyway, everyone is here.
Now that our preparations are complete, it's time for us to attack.
A rare Holy Grail war like this isn't interesting if we keep engaging in small skirmishes.
Achilles and Atlanta reluctantly nodded at Semiramis's words.
Indeed, small-scale battles were quite dull. However, war isn't determined by mere enthusiasm or interest.
Atlanta, the pragmatic one who lacked a typical hero's pride, said, "Our berserker has already become an enemy pawn, and our saber isn't here."
Is it wise to launch a full-scale attack on the Black faction under such unfavorable conditions? Hey, sis. Before Semiramis could respond, Achilles spoke up. I'm here. I can take on at least 3 of them by myself. Your true name has been exposed. Atlanta's green eyes glanced at Achilles coolly. Even if it's exposed, no one can exploit my weakness in a direct fight with me, he laughed arrogantly, embodying the spirit of a hero. Atlanta persisted, what about a sneak attack? You've already been ambushed once by the Black Assassin. Achilles shrugged helplessly. Sis, whose side are you on? I just don't want to lose. I have wishes to fulfill, that's all. Then let me help you fulfill those wishes. In return, you guard my weak spot. With you around, I don't have to worry about sneak attacks. You are really. At first, Atlanta was dissatisfied with Achilles' naively cunning words. But after thinking it over, she realized it was the best approach and reluctantly wagged her tail in agreement. But this doesn't change the fact that we are at a disadvantage, Assassin, what's that look? Atlanta noticed Assassin's mocking eyes as she looked up. Nothing, I just think your relationship is quite good, Semiramis said, no longer hiding her amusement. I wonder what Ryder's father, Peleus, would think of this scene. What does my father have to do with this? Achilles looked puzzled at Atlanta, who was equally confused. Nothing, just talking to myself, Semiramis chuckled to herself, knowing of Peleus's admiration for Atlanta but not revealing it. I have no idea what you're thinking, Achilles crossed his arms and sat down. Instead of saying things I don't understand, why not answer sis' question? Allow me to answer that. You? Atlanta and Achilles turned in surprise, even Karna showing a slight reaction. It was none other than Castor, Shakespeare, who responded. Chapter 449, Shakespeare's Trump Card. 1,283 words. You said you would remain a spectator until the end and never join the fray, didn't you? Why are you saying this now? Have you changed your mind? Of course not. Shakespeare, having read their thoughts, spoke to himself. However, he didn't rush to explain. Instead, he maintained an enigmatic expression, savoring the brief moment of being the center of attention for these great heroes. After a while, he revealed a smug smile. Father Shiro, Empress of Assyria, this is a rare opportunity. May I showcase my work here? Of course, I was just thinking of having others test it out, Shiro nodded happily. It's not just your work, you must include me and my master, Semiramis corrected. Yes, as you said, it's a creation by the 3 of us together. This garden, blending illusion and reality, Father Shiro's miraculous power, my life's work, and the Queen's noble phantasm created this masterpiece, this miracle. Shakespeare declared loudly, as if on a grand stage, the focal point of everyone's attention. Now is the time for this miracle to be born. Assassin, Father Shiro, let us begin. First, Assassin. Watch your tone, writer. Semiramis glared at Shakespeare, displeased but not rejecting his command. Her slender, delicate fingers moved rhythmically in the air, and everyone felt an indescribable wave of magical energy. Subsequently, the space began to warp, spatial manipulation, a domain of the second magic, yet Semiramis accomplished it. This was not only because she was a demigod, a powerful magus from the age of gods, but also because this was her garden, her territory. Indeed, no matter which country this aerial garden traveled to, it would always function as her domain. As long as she stayed in the garden, Semiramis would enjoy the same benefits as Vlad III in Romania. All her attributes would be enhanced, her fame would rise to the highest level, and her attacks would receive beneficial adjustments. Performing magic at the level of true magic, such as spatial transfer or creating puppets, would not be difficult. Of course, this came at a cost. This noble phantasm itself was almost at a game-breaking level. Once outside the garden, Semiramis would be powerless. However, this garden was a mobile fortress, making it impossible to leave. The puppets created by Semiramis were not ordinary ones. Compared to the grotesque clay puppets made by Black Castor Avisprin, Semiramis's creations were undoubtedly more exquisite.
The puppets were made of metal, yet they did not give off a cold feeling. Instead, they emitted a warm, ceramic-like luster. The construction of the puppets was incredibly detailed, from the overall shape and weaponry to the smallest lines on their bodies, all meticulously crafted as if by a master sculptor. "Oh, no matter how many times I see it, it's always so beautiful," Shakespeare expressed with an exaggerated look of intoxication as if gazing at his lover.
Naturally.
"Whether it's the garden or the puppets, I only use the finest. This is the dignity of a monarch, the tools of a noble." Semiramis's serene expression, her lofty demeanor, and her unreserved words reminded everyone once again that she was a ruler who pursued wealth and grandeur. "Now then, Castor, the vessel is ready."
"It's your turn." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shakespeare placed his hand on his chest, then raised both arms dramatically, a book appearing in his hands at some point.
The magical energy radiating from its cover made it clear to everyone that this book was the sublimation of the legendary works of this great playwright. "Behold, this is my noble phantasm, first folio. When the curtain rises, the applause shall be as 10,000 thunders."
Let me first introduce this noble phantasm.
A noble phantasm is a servant's ultimate trump card, and anyone with a sane mind would hide its information as much as possible. Shakespeare's proactive disclosure and detailed explanation were virtually unheard of. However, considering his various eccentric behaviors, it wasn't surprising for him to do such a thing.
Sometimes, the line between genius and madness is very thin.
Shakespeare's sole noble phantasm embodies the pinnacle of his life's work in theater. First folio, when the curtain rises, the applause shall be as 10,000 thunders.
Rank, B. Type, anti-unit noble phantasm. Range, 1 to 30. Maximum target, 1 person.
This stage-type noble phantasm compels the world to enact the story according to the script.
It possesses the same enforceability as a reality marble.
Under certain conditions and with the cooperation of the surrounding environment, it can impart independent will to actors playing specific roles. These actors, driven by their obsession with the target, use their will to erode the world, recreating their souls and transplanting their original personalities and memories. They appear as classless servants, but as actors' souls, their physical shells are as frail as those of elderly men.
The noble phantasm inflicts almost no physical damage but can be devastating to certain heroic spirits.
Shakespeare can target the deepest traumas in an enemy's heart, bring them to the surface, and mock or thoroughly critique them, causing the target's spirit to be broken. The more confident someone is in their physical strength, the more easily they fall into this noble phantasm. Only a few who can assert that their lives are spotless and pure can overcome this noble phantasm. Those who can face their psychological wounds might be able to counter Shakespeare's critiques. When one's spirit is broken, one suffers from a negative status called absent-mindedness. During its duration, they are defenseless against anything, unable to act unless they have a noble phantasm that can automatically counter malice.
After hearing the explanation of the noble phantasm, Achilles did not hide his disgust, instinctively sensing that this noble phantasm might be his nemesis. "Are you planning to use your noble phantasm to launch a psychological attack on the enemy, and while they are in a state of absent-mindedness, kill them with these puppets? Such a dirty tactic." "No, you misunderstand, great hero blessed by the gods," Shakespeare waved his hand. "First, I said I wouldn't enter the battlefield, so your guess is incorrect. Second, a truly strong person should be strong in both body and spirit.
Mere physical strength is just the boast of a brute."
"Then do you want to test my strength?"
Achilles was provoked by Shakespeare.
"I've already said, I'm not good at fighting. Or do you, a great hero, want to bully a weak and powerless rider?"
Shakespeare looked at Achilles with a faint smile. Achilles scoffed disdainfully. "A clown who only knows how to play with words and pens." "Words and pens are also a form of power," Shakespeare said, making a grasping motion with his empty hand, causing a quill to appear out of thin air.
"If certain conditions are met, this power can become real and overturn reality." Achilles snorted coldly. "I'd like to see how you turn words into reality and overturn it. Please enjoy."
With that, the book in his left hand opened, and its pages turned one by one. The quill in his right hand wrote in the air, the words appeared in sequence and began to move. Then, the scenery of the throne was replaced, and the content of the book began to erode reality. First folio, when the curtain rises, the applause shall be as 10,000 thunders. Respond to the creators, my call and manifest here.
Macbeth, King Lear, Hamlet, Othello.
P.S. Yes, Shakespeare is just that dramatic. Before using his noble phantasm, he explains it to you, though even knowing it doesn't help you handle it. PS2, Shakespeare, the lie of lies can instantly reverse truth and falsehood. The falsehood of falsehoods can instantly become reality. Chapter 450, Phantom Spirits. 1,230 words. Announcement. Hey guys, check out my Patreon/absolute code. Shinji Matou at your service status, Chapter 1208, completed. New story. Type Moon, starting out as the Lion King's personal knight. Equals 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 equals. With Shakespeare's summons, figures began to emerge from the book. These figures were indistinct, their faces unclear, and even their genders were hard to discern. However, the aura they exuded shocked Achilles, Atalanta, and Karna. What? These are all servants. That's right, these are all servants, Shakespeare said, observing the expressions of the three heroes with satisfaction before bursting into a pleased laugh. But they are not ordinary servants. Take a closer look. Karna, utilizing his ability to see through falsehoods, focused his gaze and quickly identified the anomaly: they have no class. No, it's not just a lack of class, their spiritual foundations are abnormal.
These aren't heroic spirits, but they resemble them. What? Achilles and Atalanta exclaimed simultaneously.
Having revealed their true names to each other, they trusted Karna's keen vision and his judgment. Because of this trust, they found the situation hard to believe.
Not heroic spirits? Then what are they?
Shakespeare, having paused his writing, twirled the white quill in his hand. Allow me to reveal the correct answer.
They are phantom spirits. Phantom spirits?
The new term prompted the three to search through the vast knowledge bestowed by the Holy Grail.
Phantom spirits are a very peculiar type of servant.
Usually, servants cannot be established purely from fiction, they have a basis in mythology, legends, or some actual existence. If a servant can be established purely from fiction, there must be a corresponding reason, such as the crystallization of a concept like protecting children as seen in nursery rhyme. Fictional entities with insufficient spiritual foundation values, or concepts only at the level of urban legends, which cannot become heroes or anti-heroes and just await disappearance, are called phantom spirits. In terms of spiritual foundation strength, phantom spirits are even weaker than writer-type heroic spirits who only know how to wield a pen. They lack physical forms even when summoned. This was the true nature of the figures emerging from Shakespeare's book.
This world has countless stories, both large and small, that intertwine and persist, told and remembered by people. This is their soil of existence. Unlike us, who are recorded in the throne of heroes even if buried in the river of history or forgotten by people. If they are forgotten, it means their demise. However, the phantom spirits born from my stories do not face such a fate because I am the greatest writer in the world. My stories endure. Alright, that's enough self-praise, Achilles said impatiently, picking his ear.
We know what phantom spirits are now.
But why did you summon this seemingly weak bunch? Summoning a bunch of pen-wielders like you. There are very complex reasons for this.
Don't rush, let me explain slowly, Shakespeare said, waving his hand to signal Achilles to calm down.
First, my noble phantasm cannot arbitrarily designate the targets of the summons.
It can only summon entities related to the target, and the target is limited to one person.
Achilles suggested, then just choose one of us as the target.
My father, the crew of the Argo, and the heroes related to Troy are all warriors capable of taking on thousands. I don't know much about Lancer, but there must be many powerful warriors related to him. I considered your idea initially but later abandoned it because it has two drawbacks.
First, most heroic spirits have strong personalities and wills. Would such beings follow my orders? I don't have command spells to control them. If I summon Agamemnon or Hector. Shakespeare did not continue, but everyone understood his meaning. Connections, there are good ones and bad ones. Achilles protested, then why can't you summon Antilochus? With my dear friend and me together, we could crush the Black faction. Unfortunately, that's not possible, Shakespeare shook his head regretfully. As I mentioned when introducing my noble phantasm, the heroic spirits I summon not only lack a class but also have bodies as frail as old men. No matter how powerful the hero summoned, they can't exert their full strength with such a body. Then what about the phantom spirits? Phantom spirits are different. Their spiritual foundations are even more ambiguous than those of heroic spirits. When summoned, they don't even possess a physical form. Ha! The Greek duo realized they were increasingly unable to understand. But precisely because they lack a physical form, there are more possibilities such as creating suitable vessels for them. Are you saying these puppets? Yes, these vessels were specially crafted by the Empress based on my descriptions of the phantom spirits. Since they are born from the stories I've written, no one understands them better than I do. Thus, I can summon them and create the most suitable bodies for them. Because their existence is vague and their thoughts not very clear, they are easier to control than heroic spirits. Next. As Shakespeare spoke, he waved his hand, and the indistinct phantom spirits walked toward their corresponding puppets. Only the final step remains. Father Shiro, the most crucial step of integrating the phantom spirits with their vessels is up to you. No problem. Shiro stepped down from the throne's high platform and moved to the center of the stage. As Shakespeare mentioned, his job was the most important. Phantom spirits lack physical forms and exist in ambiguous states. Even a magus like Semiramis couldn't forcefully integrate them with her crafted puppets, especially since the phantom spirits summoned by Shakespeare wouldn't obey her. Only Father Shiro, or rather his arms, could connect all magical foundations, including the creations of magecraft. Through his arms, Shiro could link Shakespeare's summoned phantom spirits with Semiramis's magecraft, completing this unprecedented spiritual descent. Father Shiro's arms were wrapped in red and blue magical light, appearing from a distance like two constantly shifting bolts of lightning, left hand Xanadu Matrix and right hand Evil Eater. Castor, no, Shakespeare, I'll ask you one more time, is this okay? Using the stories and characters you created in war. Generally, my answer would be no. My works are meant to be free, they belong on people's lips, on desks, on stages, but not on battlefields. This time is an exception because you told me about the existence of phantom spirits, which has given me a new understanding of writing and the world. A Vanity Garden, phantom spirits, a perfect match. You and the Empress have sparked my creative inspiration. So, at the very least, let me contribute something to make this story more exciting. War is only interesting when both sides are evenly matched, isn't it? Listening to the increasingly excited and fervent Shakespeare, Shiro spread his hands helplessly. That last sentence is your real motive, isn't it? I do not deny it. So, Father, let me see what my work will become. As you wish, set. Red and blue lightning instantly shot out, covering Shiro's arms while also enveloping one pair of phantasmal spirits and puppets. Let it come, we'll endure even the toughest days. With that roar, the puppet's eyes lit up with a green glow. The phantom spirit puppet named Macbeth was born. P.S. Although the settings collection doesn't mention Shiro's arms being able to connect magic, he has already linked with the Greater Grail. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.